Público. Take a long ride on my motorbike until red. Where's a little thing called love? This thing called love. I just can't handle it. This thing called love. Me crying, me not crying all night until red. Where's a little thing called love? Where's a little thing called love? Where's a little thing? Son muy pocas. Quiero conocerte todo a mí. Sé todo de tu vida y sin embargo conozco ni un detalle de ti. Invadido por la ausencia, me devora la impaciencia. Yo sé que no podría vivir sin ti. Por favor, dame una cita, vamos al parque, entra equivocado. La segunda vez no supe qué decir. Las demás me dabas miedo, tanto loco que anda suelto. Era sé que no podría vivir sin ti. Por favor, dame una cita, vamos al parque, entra en mi vida sin anunciarte. Abre las puertas, cierra los ojos, vamos a vernos poquito a poco. Dame tus manos, siente las mías como los ciegos. Santa Lucía, Santa Lucía, Santa Lucía. Dame tus manos, siente las mías como los ciegos. Santa Lucía, Santa Lucía, Santa Lucía. A menudo me recuerdas a mí. Muchas gracias, buenos días. Bueno, recién llegados. ¿Qué os apetece tocar, chavales? ¿Vamos a hacer enterita? ¿Cómo? ¿Dónde estabas entonces cuando tanto te necesité? Nadie es mejor que nadie, pero tú creíste vencer. Si lloran de tu puerta, de nada sirvió. Barras de bar, vertederos de amor. Os enseñé mi trocito peor, retales de mi vida, fotos a contraluz. Siento hoy como un halcón herido por las flechas de la incertidumbre. Estabas entonces cuando tanto te necesité. Nadie es mejor que nadie, pero tú creíste vencer. Si yo ante tu puerta, de nada sirvió. Barras de bar, vertederos de amor. Os enseñé mi trocito peor.
Muy buenos días, bueno, un fuerte aplauso.
Good morning to everybody, and could we have a round of applause for this fantastic group? I think the music's a lot better than we're going to be, but you're going to be with us all morning. So good morning to everybody. This is the 5th edition of enlightED on education and training technology. I'm Monica Carrillo. I'm Guillermo Pascual.
Unique event dedicated to reflect on the new challenges in the learning field and draw practical solutions about the great debate on education in the digital era. Welcome everybody, bienvenidos.
Como ven, él es el listo y yo estoy aquí.
So I'm here to talk and be understood. This is very important. So we're talking about all different areas that are really pushing forward this project, Media. So since 2018, enlightED has brought together lots of different experts, academics, leaders in industry to create a debate and offer a response to the challenges and the unknown factors in the world of education, and also to see how this technology has an effect on education and learning. So how have we got to this point? Well, let's see.
La revolución tecnológica nos va a
The technological revolution will open our minds because we have to see where we're going as a society and look at how we want to educate our young people.
How we train the next generation is the key to the future.
Es necesaria.
It's really necessary to have a radical transformation, particularly as regards what we learn, how we learn, but particularly for what purpose are we learning.
Schools are new buildings, but the curriculum is 100 years old.
La innovación es clave en el futuro de la educación.
We have to build into our society, I think, an increased awareness of the value of learning new things.
Whatever role or field you're in, your job is going to change.
In education and skills, we need to scale up and to reach out much more people. And I think technology is going to be a great ally to do this.
If I had to pick between an amazing teacher in person versus the most amazing technology, I would pick the amazing teacher every time, because you're not going to be able to replace that human connection.
I don't think there's a more important conversation to have at the moment than the future of education of our children.
That's great. As I said, as Ken Robinson said, there's no more important conversation now than the education of future generations. Absolutely, that's right, Monica. So enlightED has been going since 2018 and continues to work, creating conversations, workshops, etc., on innovation, education and inclusion, etc. So as we've been saying, this is the 5th anniversary. We're delighted to have you all here today, not online, but here on site. So today and tomorrow you'll have the opportunity to attend all different sorts of meetings with some of the key world experts in innovation, technology and teaching and education. So in this 5th course, we'll be looking at questions and answers on 3 major subjects. First of all, digital skills, innovation and disruption in the classroom, and finally, on inclusion and learning through innovation. So let's see who's on this stage. The key people in this major event. We have Carmen Morenez, who's the director of the Telefonica Foundation, Santiago Iñiguez, who's chairman of IE University, Liz Fleming, chief ecosystem officer at South Summit, and Javier Bertolin, corporate director of education marketing at La Caixa Foundation. So off we go. you can go slowly because then we can listen to you. Because I know our sessions are going to be super dynamic. So let's welcome Carmen Morenez. We'll be listening to all four of you. So please go ahead. Carmen Morenez. Good morning. To everyone who's on streaming. So we are opening the 5th edition of enlightED with you here in the auditorium. It's great to have you all here. We also have all the benefits of what we learned over the past through this very difficult period of time, and being able to contact and connect with people all over the world. So since we started back in 2018, we've lived through a very complex era for really the whole of society, but specifically for the education sector, because from one day to the next, everything had to close down and education had to face a very difficult situation. So over these days, we have some great speakers, and we'll be looking at how we handle the challenge of educating our children, training our young people, and to continue how we continue participating fully in society and employment in any sector or wherever we are in the world. Technology has brought us a huge leap forward and great demand for new knowledge and new methods. So I think the key lever behind this challenge is really our teachers, our lecturers, our trainers, who face a major challenge, the greatest ever, with radical changes, very fast changes that we see. But also we see that over this period of time, we've been analyzing disruptive learning experiences that come from the locations, the centers of research, to become powerful tools which we can apply to our learning and training wherever we are and wherever education is taking place. So from the Telefonica Foundation, we are very clear about the importance of education and training for employment, because we know that education and training has always been the engine of change, and we have to work really closely all together as an alliance to fight against any kind of inequality that we come up against. So really, we need to we don't want to create these massive gaps in society. We want to create opportunities through innovation and apply what we've learned and develop our skills across the board, looking at effective methods of teaching and training for everyone, so that people can really gain that education on an equal footing. So over these 2 days, well, I'd like to thank, first of all, the members here and all the organisations who've made it possible, South Summit, IE and Kaiser, made it possible to organise this event. So we're going to do everything we can to be able to create an excellent debate, ask the right questions and create inspiration as well. So also, we've looked at maintaining the challenge we see in the hands of the speakers who are really top level over these 2 days. They have a great challenge before them, and we will learn a great deal from them. So we are going to have also Kenneth Cook here, who's a best-selling author, who'll be sharing his experience on technology. And we'll also have the leader of Filling Minds, Usman Umar, and who has a very particular, very special focus there, and also researchers related to the world of emotions and the world of technology, Aloka Noya and Susan Dewitt, who will be giving us their view of things. So we hope that it will be very enriching for everyone and really help us, that this session helps us to understand these disruptive, huge changes in education and training, so that we can adapt and also get ahead of this and be prepared to be able to benefit fully from the opportunities that come up, to be able to handle this new world that's coming. So really, enlightED is more and more up to date and important in this 5th edition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Carmen. Now we have Santiago Iñiguez, the president of IE University, or chairman. Good morning to everyone.
My message in English. So given that we have a very diverse audience, so Mónica Carmen Morenés, who has been involved at this conference since its very beginning, and of course Fundación Caixa, Xavier, thanks very much, and South Summit, Liz Fleming, thank you also for being here. But of course I would also like to convey a message of recognition and appreciation to all the speakers present here today, and all those who are also attending via streaming. And thanks to all of you for attending, which is actually, quite challenging. It's not easy, to fill an auditorium these days of post-pandemic. So thanks very much to all of you for coming and attending this event. What I would like is to share with you two thoughts about the impact of technology in education. Of course, the title of the conference, How to Reinvent Education in a Digital World, is very pertinent. Let me first make a comment regarding what is the target of education, because some of us may think that just the young generations, the youngsters, the primary and secondary education students and university students and formación profesional, vocational training, are the ones who are the target of education. But in fact, in a world which is aging very rapidly, where probably the age of retirement is going to get expanded, it's very important to consider that all of us are in need of reskilling and upskilling. So over time, probably we'll be attending more than one degree, probably several master's degree programs. We all have to get back to school every 5 years. So this is my first message: continuous education, lifelong learning is a need, is a must, and it's something that all organizations and of course governments should support. In fact, we have at the conference the presence of some relevant corporate university representatives, and they may share with you how important is their mission at the forefront of companies in training their cadres, their managers, in order that they become competent and they are updated as regards their digital skills, but also their managerial skills. My second message has to do with the actual impact of education. You may recall, those of you who have been present in education for a long time, and I realize that there's a good number of educators here in the audience, and probably many others attending via streaming. Years ago, there was a debate about whether platform was king or queen, whether content was queen, or whether the experience was queen. And in fact, from our experience at IE University, we have been investing for 20 years now in blended programs, in hybrid formats, in the application of technology across all our different offerings. What we have discovered is that, of course, platform is key. And here the role of companies like Telefónica, which is championing, for example, many different platforms in order to convey services. Or content is also important. And again, the role of Telefónica is very important. But the fact is that educational institutions should center themselves not in developing technology, it's not our business, not in producing contents necessarily, because there are many other organizations that produce contents, publishing houses, media, individuals. But actually, what makes universities and schools something unique and distinctive is the experience we provide. How we combine all the different elements, platforms, contents, routines, educational processes, and we provide the best possible experience to participants and students. So this is my second message. The role of the professor is central, is pivotal in the whole learning process. And this is why it's so important that all of you who are docents and professors present here today enjoy and participate at the conference. Just a final word of appreciation to all of you. Thanks again to Telefónica, to Caixa, to Fundación Telefónica, Fundación Caixa, and South Summit. And what I hope is that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks very much.
Muchas gracias, Santiago.
thank you very much, Santiago. Now we'll invite Liz Fleming from the South Summit, Chief Ecosystem Officer.
I love it. And no doubt over this next 2 days, we are going to have an incredible experience. Buenos días a todos. Encantada de estar aquí representando.
It's great to be here. Good morning to everybody. It's great to see Carmen, Santiago, and thank you, Fundación Telefónica, Fundación Caixa. So it's great. These are our partners, and it's a great luxury to be with you today. So I'll be changing languages because this is a very international conference, and I'll go back to my native language.
This morning. At South Summit, we are 10 years building ecosystem. And this ecosystem that we're building together at enlightED has huge, huge value at an international scale. 5 years ago, enlightED was a dream, and today it is made a reality. It was a crazy idea that we all pulled off and managed to make it happen. enlightED, as we've seen and understand, is much more than a conference. It's a platform, it's a community. It is where the educational sector chooses the future it wants and builds the path forward. 5 years ago, we kicked off in 2018 under the umbrella of the South Summit venue at La Nave. What an incredible experience. We had 2 editions together under the same roof, where I had to sneak from one stage to the next to jump in and see the talks that were happening at enlightED. Now it has grown up, expanded, becoming the leading EdTech conference in the world. And now the dates have changed. I'm thrilled, so I can attend all of the talks over the next 2 days. The last 5 years, with enlightED maturing as a global international conference, has really shown us how we all have to be prepared to innovate every single day of our lives. Starting in person 5 years ago, collaborating with South Summit. In 2020, we had to turn into movie directors, TV producers, and do an entirely digital event. In 2021, our hybrid edition enabled us to experiment with a lot of these technologies, reaching international audiences all over the world with 4 different platforms internationally across Latin America. And today we're back face-to-face because nothing really can match that face-to-face human experience, and we're so excited to be back here. We believe there is no innovation without collaboration. Collaborating with our partners is a joy, and it helps us to collaborate with our partners and all of you participating here over the next 2 days in creating and building our shared vision of the education of the future, advancing education, paving the way forward, building the bridges and creating the platform so that current and future generations will have within their reach the necessary skills, technology, and network to really build the future they want to build and face a world in a constant state of flux, and be enabled to seize all of the opportunities and, of course, the huge challenges that are facing us all. We are living a digital transformation, which requires new skills, capabilities, and perspectives to rethink every single industry, from education to healthcare to agriculture. We are also living an environmental transformation, where we need new skills, new talents, new opportunities, and new perspectives to redesign our global economy and transition us all safely and inclusively to a net zero global economy. We are ever more interconnected. It is an ever more connected world, which creates huge challenge and huge opportunity. Education and entrepreneurship are the agents of change. So let's all work together over these next 2 days to build a future that we want to see and one that we can be proud of together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liz Fleming. And now we'll have Xavier Bertolin from the La Caixa Foundation and close this institutional opening. Hi, good morning. How are you all? I wanted to start by thanking Carmen Morenez for inviting us to take part in this family event, enlightED number 5. And also take part in this fantastic panel over these 2 days, from which we'll learn a great deal, I'm sure. So I'd like to thank Magdalena, my partner, and my travelling partner, as it were, for the future on this project in digital education in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, with more than 23 million young people, with 2 million trained teachers and professors, working in 7 refugee camps also, with Lebanon, Malawi, Nigeria, Tanzania, and other countries. So I wanted to share it with you, this project. So if you'll allow me, I want to show you a little bit about this event. Anyway, so we want to learn from enlightED, particularly with, there's so many initiatives that we'll be seeing over these days, and I think they will help us on our way, sharing our knowledge and getting the best out of each one of us. So we have come to this event with 3 main ideas that I'd like to share, and I'll enumerate them, but not go into them too much to spoil all the new knowledge. So we'll look at education events. We've been working for years now on Consuma with the IEF, where they've been working on collecting together initiatives which have been validated and assessed as regards what works in the classroom. And then we have a toolkit here where all the lecturers and teachers can identify what works really well and forgetting fashions. So we need to be able to identify the processes that we can implement and what problems will come up, what the cost will be, and what will most benefit young people in their learning process, all accompanied by learning and teaching guides. So the points that we want to deal with is AI, artificial intelligence, and how technology at this moment can help us in learning, for young people's learning process. So it's a great challenge to incorporate this, always working from a point of view of ethics, but also personalizing education of our young people. So I can guarantee that we really have to, we're going to get away from this rhetoric about AI and really advance forward. So what I want to talk to you about is talent. Over these days, we'll be seeing many young people who are working on the Challenge project in La Caixa. These are young people working on different projects, looking at the sustainable development goals to be able to change the world and improve their environment. And we're absolutely convinced that they will want to share these ideas with you, because I'm sure that you will be surprised by the initiative. So this Classroom of the Future we've created with Dr. Sampson, we'll be looking at that later on. So lastly, all these initiatives that I've been talking about are not based on theory, they're very much based on eyes that see things, and we've been able to share these elements and bring them together in the MIT in Boston. And this is an example of universities really learning based. And on the first and second floor, we see where students really knowledge, but we have attain our knowledge, but then we go right down underneath to see where this all starts. So then adding to this, we have an ecosystem created where the research centres are based around the universities, and all these projects are very close to us. So talking to Carmen has the same sensation about this with IE, South Summit, and La Caixa and Telefonica foundations. At a distance, but sharing our knowledge and our learning, we can really move forward with these initiatives. So I don't want to end without sharing the latest details in La Caixa Foundation. I think there are 4 skills that we must never forget when we're training our young people, which is critical thought, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you for for your introduction. Can we give them a round of applause? Thanks very much. We'll end up dancing at this rate. With this rhythm, it's great. If this grows to a crescendo, we'll be dancing here. Okay, so after this institutional opening, which has marked down the key elements of our sessions and given us a few clues about what enlightED is all about. So I think we should get going now. I think everyone wants to really get going this session. And we are absolutely full to the brim in the auditorium. Some of the words I was particularly most interested in was this idea of looking with the eyes of the interns, looking with open eyes, dying to learn. So there are many other people who have connected on streaming and are watching and listening to us. So we'll start with our first subject, which is a great subject, big data. Big data is changing our professions to a great extent. We're seeing this every day. And we have several questions. How can we learn throughout our lives thanks to technology? Or what will this offer us in terms of investigation and research? So we're going to go on to Kenneth Cooker, who's an American journalist. He's a best-selling author and authority on emerging technology and digital disruption, and he has just brought out a book, and you've just heard the title of that. So we have Iklag Sidhu, who is the Dean of IE School of Science and Technology, who will be talking to him. So we have simultaneous translation for anyone who needs the translation. Thank you very much.
That's it. Gracias. Buenos días. But I will try to speak slowly because what I have to say is so important for all of us today. I have to confess, I love data. I mean, I really love data. I love data so much that everywhere I go, I have to collect a little bit more of it. So right now, what I want to do is get a show of hands. This is not a test. You're not going to be graded at the end. But I do need a show of hands to know all those who feel that technology, artificial intelligence, and big data is going to revolutionize education. Raise your hand. But before you do, for those who think, actually, probably not, and we better go back to the old ways because they're better, and all this newfangled technology is just going to lead us in the wrong direction. So all those who throw your hat in favor of technology, raise your hand. Okay, so that looks like 85.1% of you. All those who say, no, don't do it. Go back to the ways classic, we just need to get better at what we've been doing already. Raise your hand. Okay, nobody dares do that. That's bad. That's not good. And the reason that's bad is we need a society that has diverse thinking, that has an opposition, has tension and conflict over the right way forward. Because nobody knows the right way forward. Nobody has the answer, and it's not certain that technology is right in all circumstances for education. And maybe that's the place to begin, thinking about how we see the world. Because we're all looking at the world in different ways, and we think we're seeing one thing, and in fact, it could be something else. All that is around us is that which we experience. Sometimes there's more going on than is around our vicinity. So I've been thinking a lot about that lately. And maybe the appropriate place to begin is with this. Biblioteca Encaldata, the chained library. Hundreds of years ago, books were so precious and knowledge had to be stored away that they were literally chained to the table where people would read them. Information was literally locked up. Now, we've gone far from that period of time. Now information is absolutely everywhere. Information wants to be free. And there's so many great benefits of taking this idea of information and putting it onto a digital setting. And virtual learning is just a portion of that. And there's a whole community of EdTech, as you probably all know, that just believes if we take our technologies and bring it to education, we're going to get some amazing outcomes. And I, for one, believed that. And at the beginning of lockdown, imagine that that was the case, from things like Khan Academy to startups in adaptive learning. And sure enough, lockdown came, we opened up the screen for our kids, and what happened was an incredible success. I'm sure that you, like me, had this exact same experience in your household of children. Like everyone who would grade Zoom learning as an A, raise your hand. Aha. Aha. All of you who accepted just 5 minutes ago that we were going to take technology and bring it to education, realized that this is not what happened during lockdown. We had more like this. It was chaos. It was a problem. So what happened? What can we learn from this experience? I believe that what we need to do is reframe education. Now, at this point, I also have to make a confession. I didn't expect to have to say in front of you all, which is, you'll notice every now and then there's this black slide. So the black slide is that my text that I'd written on my slides are not showing up for some weird reason of Microsoft PowerPoint. So I need to reframe my presentation by explaining what would have been on the slide. And the text on the slide would have said, we need to reframe virtual learning. And then to do that, one way to think about it is with technology. And to understand technology and the importance of technology in virtual learning, let's look at artificial intelligence and one branch of it called machine learning. And the person behind me is Arthur Samuel. And he was a computer engineer in the 1950s, and he worked at IBM. And he is the father of this technique of machine learning, which has become the classic way in which artificial intelligence today works. Now, it's gone much farther, and there's a technique called deep learning, which is a more sophisticated version of it. But to understand the AI revolution, it's really important to understand what he did. So if you're a computer scientist in the 1950s and you work at IBM, what you like to do is to play the machine in a game, like checkers. So he wrote a program to do just that. And he played the machine, and he won. He played the machine, he won. He played the machine, he won. Because the machine only knew what a legal move was. Arthur Samuel knew something else. Arthur Samuel knew strategy. So he wrote a small subprogram that operated in the background that after every move, it would calculate whether the new board configuration would likely lead to a winning board or a losing board. It was a huge probability table, very intricate. And he played the machine again. He won. And he played the machine, and he still won. And then Arthur Samuel left the machine to play itself. The machine played itself, it collected more data. It collected more data, it improved the accuracy of its predictions. And then Arthur Samuel played the machine, and he lost, and he played the machine, and he lost, and he played the machine, and he lost. And Arthur Samuel had created a machine that exceeded his abilities in a task that he taught it. And this idea of machine learning, of artificial intelligence, is going absolutely everywhere. You don't have to program. The machine can infer. It doesn't need explicit instructions, and it can exceed our abilities. And because it's on a digital platform, it can do things more accurately and at an incredible scale. That's why outside this room, everyone's talking about AI. And when we think about machine learning and digitization in higher education, we've got some incredible tools that we can use to improve learning and improve student outcomes. I'm really not going to have any text. Okay, so let's see if I can remember my own presentation. So the first and most important thing that we can do, I should say it's a pity, and I'll have the organizer send it to you. I know that many of you are not native English speakers, so I deliberately put text on the slides so you could see in English what I'd be saying, knowing that this would be a better way of transferring the information like a sage, like an instructor, to a pupil. We'll have to go with just the course without the notes. So the first and most important is that when we take information and we put it into a digital setting, we can identify not just who is reading, but when they're reading, what they're reading, how long they're reading for, whether they're reading in one long stretch or in small little bursts. We can give them a little quiz if we feel like their reading is slower because they're turning the page slower, to sort of wake them up. We can quiz them on material to find out if they're acquiring the knowledge or they're reading without acquiring the knowledge. These are things that instructors and students had always wanted to do and never could do before, and now we can do it. Likewise, the test itself will become alive. On a piece of paper, you query the kid, and the person might have got the question wrong because it was an innocent mistake, or they don't know that material, but you don't really know unless you ask a second or third in that same area versus moving on to another set of questions in an ancillary area of the subject that you're testing for. Likewise, in the book I wrote on learning with big data, I interviewed an elementary school teacher in Los Angeles who said that one of the most frustrating things for her was that she would administer a test, and there was always one or two kids in the class who would be done 10 minutes before everyone else, would get everything right, mostly. And she said it was so frustrating because the test is on paper. If only it was on a computer where it could query and go up to the frontier of this person's knowledge. Her answer was, how do I know how much this person knows? I know he did it well. I know she did it well. But maybe there's a lot more to go for. Putting the test on a digital platform allows you to query what isn't known and find out maybe what went wrong, but more importantly, what is known and keep on going. And the student can visualize and see what their acquisition of knowledge is. They can see the holes in their knowledge as well. Now, another element of this is the idea of continual monitoring of the student in a positive way. This is data from a summer school program in California by the Khan Academy. And what's so special about this, I love this chart. It's one of my favorite charts of all time, by the way. See, I've got a laser pointer. These are students, and here are a group of boys, and you can tell by the first few days, these guys are outliers, and they are just crushing it. And this kid in particular is going to do amazing, right? So fantastic. And we all know who they are. They're smug. They're very sort of self-important smiles. They're a little bit of a clique. We've all been in class with them. I used to be one of them, right? So I know all about them. Okay. And look at this poor person right down there. This is a young girl who's not good at math. She's not good at math. Look at that. Like day 10, she's not good at math. And we all know people like that as well. By the way, I am deliberately saying not good at math because I don't believe it. It's BS. No such thing. Might be such thing, not that person. What's important is that we know that we sometimes in education pigeonhole that person in a certain area, and that was unfair, because look what happens. Something in the halfway period starts to click, and soon the kid is making incredible progress, beating all the other kids until finally she's getting as good, if not better, than that smart guy and ends the course higher. The system is designed to give up on people like that. Not anymore. If we can monitor it and track it, we can save kids and we can support all of them in their ways. Right? We don't have to make these choices anymore. Another great thing is when you're putting courses on a setting, on a digital setting, you can teach the teacher. This is a very intricate chart that I'm not going to try to explain to you what it is, or how it works. But what you're actually looking at is the propensity of a student who sees one class to go sequentially to see the next classes. And what the teacher found out was that there was a period of time in which many students, it's not really visible on this particular chart, I'll admit, so I shouldn't actually use the laser pointer. But the point is that the teacher found out that around course 8, there was a lot of pauses on the video. And there was a lot of replays at certain points. Clearly, it was suggesting that the students didn't know something they needed to know. And then the next most likely course to have seen after course 8 was not course 9, but course 3. Scratch his head. What's going on? What's this all about? It turns out it was on machine learning and artificial intelligence, and course 3 was a math refresher. It was suggesting that it had gotten to a point, a cliff, where things were getting really complicated, and as a result, the students need to go back and improve their math skills from the third class of the course 3. But more importantly, the teacher could have also found out, another interpretation, that he wasn't being clear enough. And that's why there were so many pauses and replays at certain periods. The teacher can learn and improve their performance by using this. Another example is that by uploading their homework, he could realize that in one instance, 80% of the class got the answer wrong with the exact same answer. Things you might not have noticed before. Might have in the offline world, but certainly became apparent. He said, okay, this is my fault, not their fault. I've got to teach this again. I've got to explain to them, and I can see what they did wrong. These are the sorts of things we can do when we put it onto digital platforms. Likewise, Duolingo is incredible because at the scale that they're at, they can identify new trends. We've got theories in education about how to learn and what's best. Do you teach pronouns before you teach verbs in language acquisition? Do you go from geometry to trigonometry, or should you go right into algebra and skip trigonometry altogether? They're theories, but the theories don't really work very well. Usually there's small numbers of students. There's outliers. There were old studies. Now on a digital platform, you can run the experiment all the time to find out how can people best learn. But what's really interesting is that you don't need to do it simply on a everyman basis, on a whole cohort. Busu, which is a company that has been very successful and founded by students here at EI, is able to do it on a per-learner basis, on a per-individual basis. And this is really glorious, because now it's no longer about what's great for everyone, it's what's best for me as an individual, as a learner. Yet here we are, in education, with the misery of kids looking into a screen and not learning. So what can we do about this problem? The answer is framing. We need to become better framers. Now, framing is how we see the world, how we sort of imagine ourselves in it and the world all around us. We're doing it all the time. It's the mental model by which we make an abstraction or a representation of reality. We think we're in one universe, and it's actually something else. We believe that education and online learning will be successful, but it won't, because there's these other problems we didn't anticipate. We have reframed things before in society. We've done it when we've had the heliocentric theory of the universe, or the geocentric to the heliocentric, putting the Earth at the center, the sun at the center of the universe, and us as just one planet among many, forcing a reconception on how we see the world. And this is really important, because we're going to need to look at the world anew if we're going to make better decisions in it. AI is going to be incredibly successful. One of these images was created by an artificial intelligence algorithm, and the other one was not. Can anyone guess which is which? Who thinks that this was created by an AI? Raise your hand. Wait a minute, you all know this? Okay, there's a couple people over there. How about who thinks this one? And who says don't know? But who says this one? Okay, this is about 10%. And and everyone else doesn't know? Or you're asleep? Don't know, raise your hand. Okay, you're asleep. It's proved. So this one is by Gustave Moreau, who's a French artist in the late 1800s, and this one was created about a month and a half ago in the United States. And it's absolutely stunning. But the point is that we have this technique to do great things, but it can't be the limit of what we apply to. Teaching and instruction needs an analog component as well. And although we have our digital tools to accelerate what we're doing, we certainly need the touch of person and people coming together to learn together. I believe that's going to be ever more essential, and we're going to need to find a symbiosis between the two. The world is different than the one-room schoolhouse on the prairie in which we brought all kids together of certain ages, learning different things, typically reading the Bible. However, there was a benefit of not knowing what to do because we had to experiment and we had to find out what was best for an individual student. And the idea of having multiple ages together in the same learning environment may be actually better. The fact that we put all the 13-year-olds together and all the 11-year-olds together and never the two shall meet is an artifact of what is useful for administrators, not perhaps what's best for students. I don't purport to know what the right answer is, but I do know that together we are on a quest to try to find the right answers. And when we do, we shouldn't throw out the old techniques either. We need to apply the very basic, more rigorously applied ways of getting kids to learn and inspiring them, not just rely on our digital tools, however important they are and however important we can benefit from them. Ultimately, we need a world of pluralism. Pluralism of ideas, ideas that are in conflict with each other, so we can actually have a rigorous debate to find out what works best. But we also need mental flexibility to accept the fact that we don't know the answers and that we're on this quest together. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wow, this works.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Great.
All right. First of all, that was a fantastic talk. I paid incredible attention. I think everybody appreciates it. I appreciate it. We did talk before about things that we could discuss, but on purpose, I did not share any of the questions with you because I thought, well, I'll make it live and interactive. And then the surprise was actually on me, because while I was sitting there, some of the questions I had, you answered them.
Did I answer them correctly?
Hold on. And so I thought, why don't I make up some new questions? So these are not even the questions that, these are the questions that I had once I heard your talk. And so it's like double removed, like double.
Double blind, exactly.
Yeah. And you know, but you did make a comment to me. Is there anything we could disagree on? Because I agree with you on so many things to start with. So I tried to find some stuff. Okay.
Great.
So let's see what we can do. All right. Let me start with you made a comment that, you know, in the playing of the game, that the computer can become better than the person who taught it, right? You explained basically what reinforcement learning is, okay? And but the game example is a very limited example, and you know, I wonder if you're willing to kind of go a little bit wider into just how much AI can do and can't do, because the game example is a narrow one. In real life, the thing that you're trying to get, the rules are changing. The objectives are multi-objective. The players are multiplayer. So you don't have one player, you have 1 million players, you have the whole world as a population, and you don't actually have all this data. So I'm taking the argument here, and I'm saying, we collectively can't even teach AI to do what a 3-year-old child can figure out. So before we go to, oh, it can be better than all of us, I want to hear the argument to that.
So there's a lot that I agree. So there's a lot that I agree with. However, I'll take the bait and focus on what I disagree with.
Okay.
Okay. So it is classically true that checkers or chess is a game. It's a bounded environment. There's only 68 squares. You know what winning and losing is, and real life is absolutely not like that. However, can we turn parts of education into an environment that resembles a game? The answer is probably yes. And if we can, then we can apply this technique to win at the game. And I'll give you an example. One is a test can be considered a game. You know what a right answer is, what a wrong answer is. And so perhaps you can actually find a way to use this technique in that way. But I'll go even further to say that when we're using AI, we can actually create an environment whereby we don't need to actually know what is the best thing. It just needs to be better than what already exists. Millions, billions of dollars are spent by Silicon Valley firms to increase our engagement on a platform like Twitter, so that if we open up the app on our phone at 11:30 at night, we might not actually hit the pillow until 1:30, spending 2 hours mindlessly scrolling. They spend a fortune to get us to do that. Why not apply that game-like mentality of applying artificial intelligence to see what keeps individuals hooked in engaging with the app, and applying it to learning, so that kids spend time actually spending more time, not transformatively amount, but enough more on their studies rather than something else.
Yeah. So I love your answer. And what you did was you reframed it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a technique.
So
you can learn it too.
I gave you this question, and you said, oh, but you know what? If we just talk about making education a game, I make the problem simpler. So I'm with you there. Okay. So let me try to expand it back in a different way. All right. So I'll tell you a story. All my degrees are electrical engineering, and when I got done with the first of them, I went to work at a company you've heard of, Hewlett-Packard. In fact, we were making the first laser print at the time. And when I had my first problem assignment, the problem they gave me, it's a technical problem. It's something to do with crystal oscillators and frequency and drift and things like that. Anyway, so they gave me this problem, and I looked at the shelf of books that I had been through for the last 4 years. And I'm like, which book is the answer to this problem in? And it took me about, I don't know, 15 minutes thinking about it, and like, it's not in any of these books. Whatever problem you get after once you graduate is, and we could even take data. I mean, if you really want, like I could ask this question, or you can ask the question, like the first thing that you did when you got out of school, could you find how to do it in the book, okay? And I'm just gonna venture to say it's way more than 50%. It might be 99%, it could be 100%. I think there's what you learn in school. So I'm saying, okay, fine, maybe we can really gamify how you can like come up the traditional learning curve in education. But what if what we're teaching is just disconnected and not relevant? And how do you put that back in the frame?
It's a big problem. Not every educator is wise enough to pose that question, so already you've hit a certain bar, which is complementary to you and what you're doing. There's techniques, right? It's going to sound like a parody, but I mean it sincerely. The Harvard Business Case Study, which is 101 years old, was founded with the idea that they wanted to teach students how to think through problems, not to know what the answer was, but how to conceptualize the problem. Now, prior to that time, the teaching of business was incredibly abstract, and it's basically financial accounting. And it was really divorced of real-world applicability. And the case study method was not about what should you do in this instance. It was, and the very first one, which was called the General Shoe Company, is what is the right way to understand this problem, right? What are the germane features that need to be prioritized? And you think about it, and you think, whoa, that's exactly right. And then you see the other case studies come out, and I forgot the person's name who instituted it. It's in my mind, but he was I think it might have been Langdell, Dean Langdell. He was a genius in understanding that the needs of the student were to have different frames, that they can see the world as a junior executive and sort of know where things slot in, that when I'm dealt with this sort of problem, I need to conceptualize it this way. But when I see a problem like this, I can conceptualize it this way. Not to say that these 8 or 10 or 15 ways of seeing are the only ones, but it's to set you off on the idea that when you're facing a problem, look at it in this way, and if that doesn't help you, reframe it, see it from a different angle, change the features, emphasize this, minimize that, and then maybe you can solve it.
I like it. We agree. We agree on this, yeah. And so I think Harvard did a great job taking education from one level to the next level. And the case studies that you're talking about, it's basically how do you give students an experience that they don't have time to have, right? So,
exactly.
Right, that's what you're doing. Yep. So you're saying instead of showing you formulas and math and whichever, we're going to like take you through an experience as if you worked at this company and you worked at this company and you did this other thing and you're in this crisis situation, and now you didn't have 50 years to go work in all those companies, but in one semester you can imagine you were there, you can frame it in your mind using the language, and so that's great because you've got this simulated history to work on. And I think that works up to a point. And now I think we have to go to the next thing. And I think the next problem is when you're innovating, when you're doing something new, you're in an environment which everything is different. You cannot necessarily use the recipe of the past. The thing that worked in 1950 may not work with computers available in 1970, may not work with social media available in 2000. And so you're learning like certain things, but now you're in a completely new environment. And how do you join in and literally discover the solutions? I think that's where, I'm not saying I have the exact solution, we're working on it. But you're right. It's like these major different techniques of education. We might be ready for the next one. That's kind of what I guess I can, like, if I frame it as a question, it's my comment. If I frame it as a question, what do you think? Like, do you see that there could be an evolution after case study?
Undoubtedly, of course, it has to. Well, first, I think the case study is a very good method, so there's nothing wrong with it. There already has been an evolution. Joel Podolsky at Yale, he's now the head of Apple University. He was plucked from the dean of the Yale School of Management by Steve Jobs personally to sort of create the learning environment. Steve knew he was going to die in a few years, and he wanted to have executives to have his way of thinking. So he created Joel Podolsky, who had done some really revolutionary things. In particular, he introduced team teaching. He changed the name of courses from accounting to like business and society and all that. But he also did team teaching, which was important. Oh, I should also say, the classrooms changed in their structure, so they were now oval-like, rather than just simply an amphitheater. So you didn't have the sage on the stage. It was like King Arthur's table, where everyone was largely equal, largely. But then you also had team teaching, so that for every problem, you saw multiple ways of answering it. There was no one correct answer. There's this, but there's also this. So that was the evolution of the case study. But I guess the bigger point is a more epistemic one, which is how do we acquire new knowledge, and how do we broach the frontier of what we do to do better and more? The economist Deirdre McCloskey likes to say that she feels that the term capitalism is a misnomer. It's really not about capital. It should be called experimentalism. It's about an economy that is constantly experimenting. Now, it's interesting that we're going to have retailers that come up with all these different products, and like 80% of them fail, and there's some that will actually stick around. So they're constantly experimenting. Yet in education, we're not. And so how do we create the platform, the environment for institutions to experiment in the way they teach? Now, the problem is that when you fail, some kid has paid tuition and doesn't know what he or she hoped to learn, and that's a problem. We've got to rectify that. But it would be interesting to reconceptualize, reframe education, and imagine how can we bring in experimentation so we can learn how kids learn best.
Let me ask this next question as a double question. All right, so on one hand, we've been, there's a thread of AI here. We say education is changing. There's new things that can happen. You talk about case study, Apple, all of these things. And you had some great examples from your talk, like how it can be interactive and how you can monitor per student. I think those are like strong points in what and the gamification. Those are strong points in like at least one version of how education can be improved. Frame it from the teacher's point of view. How should the teacher think about all this technology and all these things? Should they be careful, critical, because you can really do it wrong, to your part of your point? Should they be like, let's try everything? Should they be afraid of it? Or should they be afraid that one day it will be teaching and they won't be teaching? Like, how does the teacher frame for them what all this technical capability will lead to?
Great question. I think that the teacher can best see it as, oh, it's a telescope. I've been looking at the night sky with my naked eye every night and trying to understand why the stars are here and the planets are going around. I see regularity, and now I can see much more clearly. So I've been monitoring students and assessing them and working with them, and now I've got this new tool that makes it a lot easier. There's going to be some joker on a school board or some administrator who's going to say, now we need less teachers, we're going to buy from this company, and now we're not going to need to spend on the unions, right? And that would be totally wrong. I mean, as many people know, one of my great passions...
You'll be back to Zoom and a chatbot.
Well, that's what they think. But of course, my view is, well, if we have this incredible ability to track students and understand what they're doing and find out what works, why do we have one teacher and 20 kids? Why don't we have like 2 teachers for every 7 kids? Right?
Yeah.
And it's a complete inversion. I think that if we have these tools to to do well, maybe that's the right answer. Maybe we want to have one teacher for 3 kids, right? We just have to recreate our institutions. These are choices that we have to make as a society. Don't tell me that we can't afford it. We pay lots of money on lots of things that we feel like we can't afford, but then we justify.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm just contemplating it. No, actually, I'm just stuck trying to talk. Okay.
We have water.
Okay, all right. We got water and we got 3 minutes, so I'm like in a rush here.
Good, yeah.
All right, so I think that's great. In a way, it's a telescope, it's a tool. The teacher should use the tool if it's effective, right? And we kind of go from there. I'm going to go back to a previous writing of yours, and let's just see if I can put this together. This is my last question.
You're holding me to account. I don't like this. I'm a journalist. I hold others to account, but I never want to be held to account myself.
Don't worry. It's not a critical account. Okay. So I just was observing that in your earlier book on data and AI, you're really making a case for it's not just more of the same, and there's a lot of it's like with every one of these advancements, you can't always guess just how far you can take it. And a little bit, that means that, every 5 years, every year, whatever, in some time period, you advance faster than you advanced in the period before. And a little bit, I guess what I'm saying is that there's an unpredictability when you... Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I want to retract that question. You can answer the question later. Okay. Yeah. All right. The question that I want to ask...
Go for the jugular.
No, this is a better question. This is a better question. What I want to ask you is, isn't there something in education that just has to do with all of society here? Because, all this education, all this capability as a world, we had this COVID pandemic. We were able to create a vaccine in 1 year. I mean, it's like amazing, okay? A completely new technology. I mean, sure, it was built on past research and all, but in 1 year, and we've got this quote, solution to a really nightmare problem, and then we can't convince 30% of the population to take it. So, maybe we've got all the answers and we do this amazing thing. Is there I'll just put it together, is it an unintended consequence? Is there a social thing going on that we got to consider, that maybe the magic bullet just won't work because people don't want it, or I don't know.
It is such a good question, and I'm really glad you raised it with 33 seconds left to go. Yeah. I want to thank everyone. So I really, really struggle with this. I don't want to fall into we'll call it intellectual cliches about it. Okay, intellectual cliche number one is that the world has been bifurcated into the clerics and the monasteries and the masses and the people outside the gates of the court, the peasants and the serfs and the monks and the scholars. Another variant of that is Arnold Toynbee, the historian who referred to the creative minority, this group of people who enter in at moments of crisis, who will save society if it is to be saved at all. He always pointed out. I note that Kepler had to leave the court in either Germany or Denmark, I think it was Germany. No, in Denmark, to go back home to defend his mother in the 1600s, to defend his mother from charges of witchcraft, which was a capital offense, right? So the person who is actually using math to understand planetary motion in an extraordinary way and advancing the field of knowledge at a time of great findings of knowledge, we also have this great era of superstition and sort of a barbaric approach. I don't know what to do with that melancholic view that we have this bifurcated society of a group of people who invent vaccines, a group of people who are smart enough to take vaccines, and the rest, and Darwinism will sort it out. which is a euphemism to say that they'll just die and their genes will just perish from the face of the earth. I don't know. I don't think you
can go with that.
No, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. But the point is that, but those are the cliches. Those are the intellectual cliches that I resist. I am mystified by this informational nihilism that we are in. A former president of the United States has said on live television that he thought beaming light into the body or drinking disinfectant would be a useful remedy for COVID. And you think, wait a minute, this country put a man on the moon 50 years earlier and now has this? Like, how are these two things possible? And my answer is, I don't know, I'm lost, but I do know this.
I did it. I stumped him.
Exactly.
It took half an hour, but we got there.
But here's where you take it. I don't need to know the answer. All I can do is make the world a little bit better. You know, I'm a journalist. I can recommit myself to trying to, where I can, bring light. That's it.
No, but okay. So there's a lot of contribution in all of the discussion, and really appreciate the points that you're making. So definitely, we can do a lot improving education in the narrow sense. We can do a lot in the broad sense. The AI, the tools, I think we're all heading in the right direction. I think maybe we're just leaving it as an open question here at the end about where does the role of education fit with the reason that people who don't take the vaccine, why they don't take the vaccine is because there's some other power structure going on. There's some other influence, and there's someone that is powerful that is not benefited if these people join another group, something along those lines. And so, where does education, like in the broadest sense, get us to jump over, these things?
There's one. This is going to sound so peculiar, but the idea of making decisions based on reason and rationality, it's a toolkit.
Yeah.
Right? And it's applicable and useful in certain domains, but it doesn't help us in others. And if we accept that, which is humbling for eggheads who are usually university professors and journalists, and if we accept that, then we can say, well, what is the right mechanism to understand an issue, if not with reason and rationality? I come to this very peculiar, spiritual or nihilistic view because of the scientist James Lovelock, who sort of seeded the idea in me, who was very uneasy with linear thinking.
Yeah.
And the theologian Karen Armstrong talks about in how throughout time the role of reason and rationality versus spirituality as different parts of the human intellect and decision-making, saying that scholars had seen that they were separate and different, and you can make decisions based on different ways. So I do wonder, maybe what you would do is say, we're not going to cram down facts into anti-vaxxers' minds like stuffing a Christmas goose. Maybe we should bring in a celebrity who will motivate the person on emotional grounds, not rational ones.
All right. So I think we're going to kind of leave it here, but I want to say that maybe we've come to the point in the conversation where the answer, I like your answer, right? It's like part of this is logical thinking, part of this is the inductive learning, the idea of discovery, part of this is the humanities and knowing what is the actual problem. And I think just if we can agree, the mixture of all this is let's say, if not the whole, at least part of the solution.
I would agree with that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
The radio is telling me more and more about some useless information supposed to buy my imagination. I can't get though. No, no, no. Hey, that's what I say. I can't get though. I can't get though.
Voy a pedir esta sintonía para los informativos.
I want this tune for the news. It's great as a background music. It's just great. Okay, and it's lovely to be up here on the stage. It's great to be able to be here and not working at home and online. So come a bit closer. You're a bit too far away. So both the technological design and the professions related to all this involves a lot of diversity and the whole of humanity. So this search for talent and vocation is vital in technology, and this is imperative to have the right kind of society and fairness in economy and social terms. So we're going to look at stimulating skills in the area. We have Michael Vollman as Education Lead Europe from Amazon the Community. It's a STAR program for Amazon for education young people. He will be sharing the panel with our head of code org, Pat Young-Predit, he's the academic chief officer, and we will also have Carmen Morenez, the director of Fundación Telefónica, and also Dr. Moody Alamea, the STC vice president and dean of STC Academy, with our moderator Javier Santaolalla. So thank you very much, and big applause for all of them.
Buenas a todos, buenos días.
Good morning to everybody. Is everybody fine? We've got, I'm Javier Santaolalla. We've got all the lovers of science and universe. But today we're going to be looking at the future from the focus of curiosity and thinking particularly of education, which is my major subject. And I have a great challenge that we have to be talking about for hours. Well, we could be talking about for hours, but we've only got 35 minutes to talk about a subject which fascinates us all. We have a panel of experts that are really key players in this area. So we have a great challenge to condense so many things we have to tell into 35 minutes. So everybody here is passionate about learning and education. We're very diverse, but at the same time, we're united by this desire to construct a better world. And I think we all agree that one of the key pillars is education. So we'll be talking about STEM education, the challenges for the future, what everyone is doing to achieve this great objective of a better world. So those of you out there are also key players in this area. So we're going to have a bit of a round to get to know each other, and then we're going to have a discussion. The question really is, in this changing world with so many new features involved, I think there are more and more challenges that we're facing. We've got climate change and lots of changes in the world and a planet of nearly 8 billion. So what can we do to create a better future and take the right decisions? So without going on anymore, I've introduced everybody, so let's go straight into it. We've got Carmen Morenez, who's our hosting the event from Fundación Telefónica, very involved in education. We also have here Michael Vollman from Amazon in Europe, Michael Vollman, sorry. And also we have John Pradick from code.org and Dr. Moody Alameda from STC. So it's a very varied panel. We're not just covering different regions of the globe, but also different areas of education. So let's start with Carmen Morenez, who represents the foundation of Telefónica Foundation, which has a great commitment towards education. And this is nothing new, isn't that right, Carmen? Yes, we have a major commitment to training and education. This goes back many years. And in the foundation, we really focus specifically, on the one hand, on Pro Futuro, one of our foundation, and on education for children in a position of vulnerability, boys and girls. So, and looking at the new technologies or methodologies where we have to really close that educational gap. So, looking at training for jobs, for employment, what does the labour market really require? What's it asking for? Many companies are looking for specific types of talent and want their employees to develop a series of skills in a changing world at a huge, massively fast pace. Training has to constantly adapt and offer solutions to and close this gap between what is available and what is desired by employers. So what are the major challenges then? Which would you say would be the three major challenges, would you say? At this moment, I would say first challenge is knowledge, to acquire knowledge, to anticipate the needs of the future for those. And also, you can't just train at a specific moment of your life and that will be useful for their entire lives. You need to keep learning, and you need to be the owner of your own learning. It's a different way of looking at teaching and learning. And certainly the third challenge, I would say, would be that this education would be spread over a much wider area for all moments and periods of life. So a technological company, what do they do in the sphere of education? We think of what exactly is the role of a tech company in this area in molding the education of a country? Well, our company has the knowledge of a technological world where the changes taking place specifically are very focused towards the needs of digitization, and this commitment to train and to offer the right knowledge to society where is vital to close that gap that we mentioned before, so that we all develop personally in the right direction. So for the last 20 years, more than 20 years, our foundation has been working in the world of education, both in Spain and Latin America, with projects for the future, and also extending to new geographies, seeing the need which has arisen in the labour market to attract the right talent and move away from traditional methods, thinking of the right sort of employment for young people, and focus particularly on a clear need that we have. Where technology, I think the technological world has a lot to contribute. So we have our companies, universities, society. How does it all join up together? What projects are you involved in right now, looking at development and education? First of all, I'd like to say that we can't work on our own. We have a huge challenge as a society everywhere, and this is not just specific to one particular area. This is globalized. So the challenges to be able to learn are to create allies with the government, with companies, with public and private sector to be able to provide a rapid response to the challenges. So I think what we're trying to do is look for different solutions, innovative solutions to challenges that we've faced for quite a long time now that are becoming more and more urgent to respond to. So our new methodologies and training on our campus, Campus 42. It's a project in Spain, which comes from Paris, and we brought it to Spain and also to Brazil, and we have 5 different campuses open, and to be able to break through traditional methodologies and learn in a new way. This is a campus that anyone would admit, that can be admitted to from 18 years on, and they have access to programming. They can prepare for a profession related to the digital world. It could be cybersecurity, it could be programming in different languages, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and many other directions, many other areas. So I think the virtue of this is, apart from technical knowledge and learning together in groups or in pairs, you can be the leader of your own learning and take the initiative in projects. So it gives you the skills that are asked for in the labour market right now, the skill of working in a team, understanding your colleagues' ability to innovate and find solutions for complex problems. I think it's a methodology that has a lot of value to be able to be an example and break through traditional methodologies. And we see that this is a method of entry into the labour market which is 100% successful, because at whatever point we're at in our lives, it might be 18 or 30 up to 60, anyone can get training and share their experiences, their knowledge, with ability to create, and really so that we can all have that knowledge together. This is the virtue of being open. And this has been recognized by the Guri Prizes in their ranking as one of the top type methodologies which is most innovative and with greatest impact in the world. And then the third ranking, we have many universities, top-level universities, that recognize this. So we can see that really this is a methodology that works. Thank you very much, Carmen. So, well, we can see that apart from education, and over these last few years, we are moving forward tremendously across the board. So this is something that I want to talk about to Michael Vollmann, this multicultural, multilinguistic aspect. So should we do it in Spanish? No, we'll do it in English. I don't want to bother you with my Spanish, so we'll change languages.
Spanglish.
Spanish.
Spanglish. El resto lo haremos en inglés, ¿vale?
Well, the rest we'll do in English, and so Michael Vollmann.
A wide view, because you belong to an international company, one of the biggest in the world, Amazon. So you have a big view of what is going on in this universe and in this planet. So is this a global problem? Is it a local problem? What is your view of education today?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be on this panel. So I think education is really facing big challenges, as you said. Like it's coming from an epoch where the school book was teaching to children in a frontal way and trying to really have them repeat things, right? And the global problem is that we really need to get to project-based learning, like that students really keep learning their life long, and that they learn things that they don't know about and that the teacher might not know about, right? So it's really together you want to solve a problem, and that's seen as learning. So globally we have to get to this shift, and it sounds pretty easy because all the companies that we're in the organizations we're in, we're already working in agile ways, but for schools it's really hard to break out of these traditional manners. In Europe, I would say we have other challenges, like especially with the huge influx of refugee children coming from Ukraine, especially in Western Europe, in Southern Europe, from other continents. The schooling system is under enormous stress, right? There is a huge lack of teachers, lack of rooms, basic resources. And then, of course, they're not training their kids for jobs of the future, because many times we don't know how these jobs even look like, because most of the jobs might be very different because of the change in technology, AI, and all the things, and taken by robotics or algorithms. So what we try to do with Amazon Future Engineer, this is the program that we designed to come up and help to solve that problem a bit, is to really have these children be able, especially from underserved and underrepresented backgrounds, like refugees, but also kids with migration backgrounds or from socially deprived areas, to be able to get in touch with technologies and algorithms, and not only play around with them and do projects with them, but also understand the algorithms and the logics behind them and how they might influence the world. Because if we think about it, the code of today is written mainly by male white men. And we really want to make a stance that it needs more diversity and equity and inclusion in the tech industry, also to build an inclusive future of tomorrow. And therefore we need the future generations. And then we have a lot of teacher trainings with Code.org and other NGOs. Like, it's our biggest philanthropy program, where we really hand out grants to experts, because we know that we're not the experts there. And we enable children from deprived areas to come into Amazon and have a look in internships with mentors, and also with stipends and bursaries.
With science and technology, we know that there is a lot of companies demanding people with these skills, but few people that are studying. This is a global problem as well. What's wrong with science and technology in your view?
Well, the challenge starts already. I have 3 daughters at home, and my oldest is 7 years old, and she already says she hates math, right? And probably many of us can relate to that challenge. And I don't know where she picked it up. That in her brain she already thinks it's not for her. She's bad in math. And studies show that with 7 or 8 years, it's already decided if students are interested in these topics, and if they allow themselves to test and try themselves in those areas. So I got a small book and a coding kit from a partner NGO, and I coded with my 7-year-old daughter on a Calliope Mini, and we managed to turn it on and make it blink. It's her name there, Sophie, right? And it even beeps a melody, if the father would know the right button. And this small example shows afterwards she was really changed, right? Because she felt she could influence these things, and she could navigate it, and she lost her fear. And this is exactly one project that we bring to schools, and we try to have children experience their power.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Amazon Future Engineering, how it works, and what are the goals of the project?
Yeah, as I said, we have 3 pillars in the program. It's mainly explore jobs and career opportunities of the future, because the biggest problem is that children, they don't know why they should study math for, and why they should try to code. If you know what it's worth doing for, if you know which careers and which different careers you can go into, if you have role models, then it's a big difference. So we send volunteers to teachers and schools to talk about their personal career trajectory. We have coding challenges in Scratch and Python, where every child can play around with, and every teacher can simply teach himself. But then we also have the Learn pillar, where we train teachers to pass it on, and multipliers in youth centers and out of school, libraries and other institutions. And then we have the build pillar, where we really try to help kids build their career on IT. And get them into Amazon to experience and with an IT career in internships or with bursaries for the university studies.
Thank you very much, Michael. So now I want to switch to kids and coding, and this is the main subject of the next. The next person in this table is Pat John Pradit. He belongs to Code.org, a really nice initiative. I'm ambassador of this initiative. It's a worldwide initiative to bring coding to students of all ages, especially kids, so that they can learn coding as soon as possible. But I think it's better if Pat tells us a little bit more about this project, right?
Yeah. So I want to start by introducing myself. I'm Pat, and before Code.org, I taught computer science and science for 13 years. So I'm not just like a policy guy or something like that. I lived computer science in the classroom, and I saw the joy that it brought students, and that's why I joined Code.org. Code.org is a global nonprofit organization dedicated to the idea that every student in every school, primary and secondary, around the world deserves the opportunity to learn computer science. That might sound like an obvious mission to you all, like that's important, that's a good idea, but the fact is that around the world there are millions and millions, I would say even maybe billions of students who, even if they wanted to learn computer science, couldn't because their schools aren't offering it, their teachers aren't teaching it, and the government isn't supporting it. So ultimately the mission of Code.org is to raise awareness around computer science, to change policies by engaging with governments, provide free curriculum from primary to secondary school, including curriculum that includes things like what Michael just showed, like circuit boards, but also data science, cybersecurity, AI, so it's not just about coding, even though we're called Code.org. And then lastly, what we find most impactful for introducing computer science is training teachers. So in the US, across 60 partners, we've trained over about 130,000 teachers over the last 9 years, and that's all in-person, primary, and secondary. Actually, the bulk of that is at the primary level because we believe that computer science needs to begin at a very early age. And my role, specifically as the Chief Academic Officer, is to focus on advocacy and thought leadership and influencing people like you all. So if you're representing an organization or a country that's interested in promoting computer science, I'd love to talk to you. My email is pat@code.org. It doesn't even include my last name, so it's very easy to remember.
So I'm also a fan of coding, but I think it's also important to remark why is coding so important in the world today?
Okay, so I'm a go a little philosophical real quick.
Yeah.
So right now, okay, so technology back in the day used to be about like steam engines and wood and metal, and it really involved a lot of natural resources, right? And even now, technology involves natural resources, but most of what we think about technology is digital. As soon as I say the word technology, everyone thinks about digital. You're not really thinking about anything like actually material. And so we have this digital world. So why do we need coding? Because we need people, citizens of this world, to understand how to harness this digital world and use it for their own interests and passions. So whether you're a fashion designer who wants to put lights in a dress so that when the dress moves, it lights up in different patterns, or if you're just a biologist wanting to figure out how to develop new drugs for COVID. Either way, computer science is important, coding is important in order to engage with this digital world and become a creator of technologies rather than just a consumer of technologies that other people create.
One of the things I like the most of Code.org, I'm a super fan, is the potential to change the world by social development. So let's say, for example, someone in a village in Bolivia will learn coding from, 5 years old, and probably in the future work for Amazon, for Telefonica, or for Saudi Telecom. So what's your view in this point? How do you see coding as a tool to change the world?
Well, I just gave a couple examples in fashion design and COVID drugs.
But I mean in special regions like Africa.
Oh yes, in developing regions.
Development, yeah.
Yes. So in developing regions, there's often the education philosophy is often to compare yourself to another country and wanting to let's be like that country or be like this region, and let's improve just the basics, right? And I think coding offers a developing country the opportunity to jump over or leapfrog over these basic things and actually include those basic things, because when you're coding, you're learning math, you're learning about communication, collaboration, creativity, etc. But leapfrog these things and provide a whole new, modern, fun, engaging context for learning the basics, as well as preparing students for the future. So rather than always playing catch up to other regions, these regions can jump ahead and do amazing things. And actually, a great example of that is Estonia. Estonia 20 years ago was a very different place than what it is now, which is a hub for digital innovation. They made it a priority to include computer science in their curriculum way earlier than many other countries. They made that bet, and that bet has paid off for them. So Estonia is a great example.
Great, thank you very much. And we moved to Dr. Moody. We moved to Arabia to learn a little bit more about education in Saudi Telecom. Welcome here.
Thank you.
What is going on there in Arabia? Do you have the same problems? What are the solutions you are proposing?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us today. It's a very interesting topic and challenging for all over the world. First of all, let me just give you some information about what we do. STC is a Saudi telecom company. It's the biggest telecom company in the region. And nowadays, we are moving from being just a telecom company into a digital company. Just in the past 18 months, we launched 4 companies. We have around 15 subsidiaries. 4 companies was launched in IoT, in cybersecurity, in cloud, in sub-sea cables and data centers. And the first thing we did when we went through restructuring and having this very ambitious strategy is to look at our learning entity. So we created the academy to be the learning and innovation hub for the group. And we switched the focus of just being a training center into a strategy enabler. And that shows how we are thinking differently about our talent. No matter how much we have a strong strategy to achieve, if we do not have the right assets, which is the most important assets, which is our people, ready and equipped with the knowledge that is necessary and important for us to achieve our strategy, then we're not going to go anywhere. So what happened is that we have refreshed the strategy for our academy in order to be able to go the extra step and move forward with achieving our big bets that we want to achieve. And we switch the way of how we think and look at learning. We look at a customized learning, a fun learning. We care about the participants' experience more than the number of participants that we trained. So we do not have a KPI, you need to train 5,000 or you need to train 10,000. It's the impact that you are doing. And we don't do that without having a full journey that will benefit our participants from. For example, we looked at we have 3 major talent programs, a HIPO, which is the normal high potential. SDP, we believe not everyone can grow to be a leader. So we created a specialized development program. We can develop you to be our consultant and our expert. And then we have the fresh graduate program, which is the talent incubation program. It's one of our popular programs 2 years after graduation. And then we created around more than 50 programs, which is sectorial based on the sector. not only on technology focused, which is our core, but also the support functions such as finance, accounting, marketing. These are all support functions that is important with the digital mindset. However, also we focused on encouraging, we showed our employees that we care about you, we invest, we design, we partner with the top learning institutes such as IE. We have a great partnership with them to develop our mid-management. But you need to take responsibility, as Carmen mentioned, about your learning. So learn how to learn is the most important skill that we need to have it in our employee. I am a cybersecurity background. I just entered into the learning field 3 years ago, but I think it's a noble mission and I'm enjoying it. And I'm looking at it from a different angle. But for example, a cybersecurity, if we teach someone a cybersecurity methodology 2 years ago, we might not be able to reach out again to you this year. So you need to learn how to develop your skills and methodologies. And we have dedicated a fund, we call it self-learning, in order to help these employees who identify their learning need to come and request learning themselves. It's not only our responsibility to develop our employees, it's their responsibility as well. We help them in developing, they all have IDPs, Individual Development Plan, which is 10% of its training. We need to acquire these learning skills in order to achieve what we need to achieve. And I'm a big fan of code.org because, as we were discussing, I think it's very important for the younger generation to learn coding because it's not only going to help them in the technology skills, but their logical thinking. Because coding is all about solving logical problems. And that will help us as organizations to create a bigger pool of talents who will be ready to enter our corporate world.
Another topic we haven't yet covered is the position of women in science, in particular in education. How can we change things related with this topic? And what is your opinion and your expertise on that?
Well, in Saudi, we have an ambition vision, as most of you know, and we're going through a lot of changes, and we have a lot of projects. And one of our vision goal is to increase the women workforce, the percentage of women workforce in the market. Surprisingly, we don't have a challenge in convincing young generation to get into STEM. Because especially in technology, when you look at the number of female graduates from technology in Saudi, they are higher than the male. More than 50% are female. The challenge is to convince them to continue working in this field. Providing them with the right opportunity, the right work opportunities that help them to grow. And in order to do that, we need to create role models, females role models, who are having high positions in technology, so they can see and say, well, I want to be this successful woman. And that's what we are trying to create right now. It's not a perfect scenario yet, but I think we are in the right track.
Muy bien, quedan 5 minutos. Quería, just in Spanish, 1 minute only. I come back to Spanglish.
Vuelvo al... I wanted to leave the last 5 minutes for an open conversation. You know, we can talk about hours, for hours, but we have a limited period of time, so...
I will start with certain topic, and any of you can say something about it. So there is something that you all said during this presentation, and it's an interesting topic. So we want to reach the students, we want to change education, but there is something in the middle that is really important and sometimes is forgotten. Teachers. In code.org you teach a lot of teachers, also in Telefonica. So what is the role of teachers? What are the challenges for teachers? What can we do? And everything to the infinite.
Where we start?
Yeah.
What we consider ourselves as a corporate academy is that we work on minimizing the gap between the academia and the corporate life. We haven't really stepped into the teachers. I think it's an interesting thing because the government have so many initiatives in that area. But as a telecom and a digital organization, I think what we are trying to do is to take the students and work with the student while they are in the schools or in the universities. We do competitions, we do boot camps. For example, we need to hire fresh graduates in IoT. We just launched a company in IoT. Today, we have a boot camp launched for around 60 fresh graduates and students in order to help us to hire maybe 15 out of them and then get the rest of them to the market. We do initiatives with universities, 5G competitions, things like that, and we try to work closely with the teachers in universities. In schools, really, we just started discussion with the code.org, and we're excited about it because this area, actually we have an organization in Saudi, we call it Mawhiba, which is talent. And we started also a conversation with them on how can we support the high talented students in schools. And that also include the whole ecosystem from schools, students, teachers, you name it.
As a former teacher, I want to say to other former teachers in the audience, thank you for what you have done. If you're a teacher right now, thank you for what you're doing, especially during the last 2 years. I know it's been very difficult, so thank you for sticking around. I think, yeah, let's give them a round of applause wherever you are, or if you're watching by video, thank you. I'd like to say, you know, Michael was talking about a teacher shortage in Germany. There's a big teacher shortage in the US. There's probably a big teacher shortage where you are as well. I think rather than focusing on recruiting teachers, we can also focus on retaining them. And the way we do that, especially with STEM teachers, is we give them opportunities outside of the classroom to continue to grow professionally while still teaching and not having to make the decision to jump into another career. So they can still teach while still building their knowledge and skills, which obviously will help them in the classroom. So the role for teachers for us at Code.org is super important. It's one of the most important things we do. How do you have a computer science classroom without a computer science teacher? But to keep them in the classroom is probably something that we should probably be focusing on more. And the way to do that, again, is to have externships, like at Amazon over the summer, where they can bring that knowledge back to their students and feel like, well, they're making a little bit extra money, but as well, they're able to grow professionally and continue teaching students.
Yeah, and I would want to build on that. I think we could all think of why not become a teacher for a certain time of our life and then go back to our jobs, right? I think teaching is such a one-way door, how we say at Amazon. Like once you took that decision, it's hard to get out of it. And I think this is why the burnout rate is so high, right? Because it's not agile, it's not a learning environment, it's monotonous and repetitive, and it's prone to burnout. And I think we have to support them, retain them, and get fresh blood into the system as well.
Bueno, sumando a lo ya dicho, realmente nosotros confiamos.
We trust and we believe that the leverage for transformation in education is the teachers, and that value that they have proven to add in the last years, that capability to adapt should be recognized because they have maintained the possibility of our children, of our youngsters, to continue learning. From the Pro Futuro Foundation that we share with Caixa, the key, what we believe that is the key to sustainability for the change to be maintained is teachers. If you give teachers the possibility to get trained and to adapt new methodologies and to introduce the new training in coding and in other fields, it's going to be the people that will produce the change for the new generations. And we are positive that we had to support them strongly. Now, in the case of all the training that we offer from Telefonica Foundation, lifelong learning, of course, the methodology that we learn and that we experience, the possibility to guide and to see what is the demand before the market so demands through big data and artificial intelligence. We offer the possibility to experiment, and we want to share this with teachers at all levels, especially vocational training, because we believe that demand will be there. The companies will need that type of training, middle management training, to produce economic growth, and that society can adapt to the social fabric. And we need to share, and we need to push training, vocational training. Thank you, Carmen, and thank you, all speakers. It's a wonderful wrap-up. This goes very well with the 30 minutes that we shared. This is a concern for all, but it's also a way to look forward in a positive way. And the message is that this is a global issue that can be improved working jointly, the academia, corporations, society, teachers, students. So the future is here at this table. It's you, and it's in our hands.
Espero que la hayan disfrutado.
I hope you have enjoyed it. And a group picture, okay? A group picture with the audience.
I will. Selfie? This is like a millennial thing. I'm still millennial, eh? 1 year, I'm still. So, yeah. Watch out the steps. So, 3, 2, 1. Tachan.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bueno,
Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias a los 5.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the 5 of you. Thank you. Now we will go to a break. We started with heavy weights, right? But now we go to a coffee break. We'll be back with another conference that is going to be very interesting on entrepreneurship as an educational platform. 12:45, we'll be back.
Pretty woman, walking down the street, pretty woman, I couldn't help but see, pretty woman. I don't believe you, you know the truth. No one could look as good as you. Mercy. Pretty woman, won't you pardon me? Pretty woman, I couldn't help but see, pretty woman. I just look lonely as can be. I just lonely just like me. Pretty woman, stop a while. Pretty woman, talk a while. Pretty woman, give your smile to me. what do I see? This is walking back to me. This is walking back to me. Oh, pretty woman.
Adiós. Así que es más, tío. Pues no sé si tocar algo más. obsesionado. Pues vamos a hacer, si queréis, no sé, alguna tranquila, ¿no? Alguna sí que sea tranquilita. Que sea para mí, Lonely Boy. Vale. Well, I'm so about you, and it's plain to see. But I came to love you anyway. So you turn my head out, and I don't mind bleeding. Any other time that keeps me waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. I'm a lonely boy. I'm a lonely boy. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Well, your mama kept you, but your daddy left you. And I should have told you just the same. But I came to love you, and I wanna flee. Any old time, waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. I'm a lonely boy. I'm a lonely boy. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. I'm a lonely boy. I'm a lonely boy. Oh, oh, oh. I got a love that keeps me waiting. Gracias. Siempre hay gente maja, tío. Si queréis hacemos... Me voy a meter en repera. Vamos a hacer Carolina. La dulce niña casa, me dice que no tiene dónde dormir. Después se mete en mi cama, eso es mucho para mí. Esa va a ser mi ruina, pequeña Carolina, vete por favor. Carolina, trátame bien, no te rías de mí, no me arranques la piel. Carolina, trátame bien, o al final te tendré que comer. No queda en la ciudad esquina tras la que yo me pueda esconder. Siempre aparece Carolina con algún tipo de interés. La nena de las medicinas que no se venden en farmacia legal. Vinagre para las heridas, dulce azúcar al final. El diablo está en mi vida, pequeña Carolina, vete por favor.
Aplausos, aplausos para la banda Rosco.
Round of applause now for the band. That was great. They sound great, don't they? It's a great band. So let's get on and carry on, because we are a bit bad about coming back at the right time after the coffee break. So let's say hello to everybody who's listening to us on streaming in Spain and outside Spain as well. We're going to carry on with an excellent panel. It's going to be all about entrepreneurship. It's constant learning. So we're going to open up a dialogue as entrepreneurship as a education platform. So we have Alejandro Artacho, founder and CEO of Spot a Home. He was a key player in 2019, and then we have Ignacio Moreno, co-founder at CapChase FinTech, which finances other startups, and he has collected 72 million for new projects. And then Inigo Mendoza, CEO of Life Cole, and he offers online courses with new disciplines for children and adolescents. And then Lupina Iturriaga, and also for a speaker on an online community for entrepreneurs. And then we have our moderator back again, Liz Fleming, Chief Ecosystem Officer at South Summit. So an applause for everyone, please.
Now we are rocking and rolling. What a morning already. And it's only midday. Just having the first coffee. The diesel is going, and now we're hitting full speed here at this 5th edition of enlightED. I am so privileged to be here with this group this morning. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for being here. The level of experience on this stage right now is incredible. We only have 40 minutes, but we're going to squeeze every last bit of knowledge and juice out of these brilliant minds and incredible entrepreneurs that we have with us this morning at enlightED. Such a wide range of experience, a huge diversity of experience. There's different types of solutions, all technological in this case, looking at loads of different market segments, including fintech, real estate, and of course, education. But really here, what we want to talk about is the entrepreneurial route as an educational platform. For these next 2 days, we are experimenting so many different ways to integrate technology into education, to disrupt the classroom and introduce new methodologies around education, to make sure that it's constantly ever more inclusive and diverse. And here we have an opportunity to look at a very specific moment in quite unique career paths, let's say, where these individuals decided to start a company. As I mentioned, they have all different backgrounds from different types of educational tracks. But what we're going to dive in here today is the educational value itself in building a company. The ultimate learning by doing. What are the transversal skills? What are the highs and the lows? The things that were unexpected? What have you learned building your companies that you never would have learned in the classroom? And how can those skills and experience maybe be transferred to others? How can we maybe think about this deeper, look at it more extensively? Can we bring these talents into the classroom? So this is really the conversation we're going to have over the next 30 plus minutes or so. And now I'm going to throw it over to you guys with a question, maybe a little controversial for this audience in this forum. Is it time to drop the MBA and start a company instead?
Well, maybe if I can start, I'm very glad I didn't drop my MBA because actually I did found my business out of the MBA. So as a background, I was previously in strategy consulting, but I was getting quite bored with that, to be honest, just recommending other people what to do rather than doing it by myself. And then I wanted to do an MBA, and I chose IE Business School because the school is very known for its entrepreneurial track. And luckily enough, I remember the day until today, on one afternoon, I decided to go to a networking event, sat down, a bit like here, and met next to myself my then co-founder, which had this initial idea of learning languages online, who was looking for a team. I was looking for an idea. We hit it off that day. We then did the business plan during IE, launched the company right afterwards, and yeah, 14 years later, we are now one of the largest language learning platforms in the world. So I'm glad I did my MBA.
I can share a similar story. I also defend the MBA, but in a different way. So at Capchase, we're 4 co-founders. We all had some sort of experience with the MBA. So one finished because it was a one-year program. The other 2 were at Harvard when we started Capchase and ultimately dropped out. And I was about to start at Berkeley and didn't even start, right? So it really depends a lot on the path for everyone. But what the MBA does that you can emulate with other things is, so when you're building a tech company, you need, or you're trying to build an extraordinary company, you need extraordinary people, and then you need a place of high talent density where they can get together and, kind of like chemistry, right? You put together things and there's a reaction. And the MBA in that sense, it's a good path to get into that those 2 scenarios, right? So Harvard, for example, was a place where you get, or EA, or any good business school is a place where you get very smart people that are highly motivated and in a place of high talent density, right? So it's easy for things to happen, no? So for us, when we were thinking about do we do an MBA or not, the answer was, well, it puts us on a path where we want to be, and ultimately I didn't even start it. My buddies didn't even finish it. But it was a really good gateway into entrepreneurship.
Alejandro.
I want to be a bit controversial by sharing a personal story because I think we have listeners from all kind of educations, not only on MBA, but at the end, MBAs, universities, all that education has been longer in time than tech. In other words, in 2007, I was studying law and business, and I went on an exchange program to Mexico in Monterrey. And in Monterrey, there was a website that it was called atumesa.com that you would order food, and they would bring the food, to your home, right? Back in the day, in 2007, we were all ordering pizzas through the phone, right? Especially here in Spain, there were no online platform for food delivery. When I got to Monterrey, I was like 20 years old, and I loved that product, being in my house in the burrito place, ordering online. There were no phones, on the website. And then getting the burrito delivered when I came back to Spain, I told my Spotahome co-founder Brian back then, we were roommates, and I said, dude, we gotta build this. Monterrey, like everyone was ordering online food. This is gonna change the industry. Forget about ringing and doing this. But both of us were at university, so we took the rational decision and not our feeling decision of just keeping studying and not doing it. And if we have tried, we would have been the first one in Spain setting up an online food delivery, which is something that I regret. But in either case, I don't think it's a one-way door decision because, because I didn't do that, then I ended up, with a Spotahome, so you never have a crystal ball, right? But what I advise students when they have an idea and the train is now is that really you don't have nothing to lose by trying, because education will always be there, but the opportunity might not.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think if the question is, do you need to take an MBA to start up your own company? The answer is no. Actually, you don't even need to go to the university to start up your own company. There are examples of great entrepreneurs that have very little education, formal education. However, if you think about the advantages that gives you formal education and an MBA are huge. Mm-hmm. So Bernhard and I, we have both taken MBAs. In my case, it was at INSEAD. We had a lot of exposure to entrepreneurs because it's an MBA very focused on entrepreneurship. And the network, the formal knowledge that you learn, the skills that they pass on to you, the tips that they give to you, don't make these mistakes, clearly help you to succeed when you start up your own company.
Lupina, what role has education played in your trajectory?
Well, I have a fintech company, so if I haven't studied finance, it would be impossible, I feel, not to launch it, because I feel when I talk with the students, sometimes they don't have the technical knowledge about things, and for me, it depends on what you're going to launch, which type of company you're going to launch. I don't have an MBA, but I do have a lot of no formal education. What I mean is, I did study math, business administration, and then afterwards, right now, I'm like studying psychology. I'm studying no formal programs such as Reforge, that is an online American program, and I am keep on continually studying all the time behavioral economics a lot right now, for example. And when I began, I didn't have this type of books such as Inspire or different books for entrepreneurs. That I just did it, just talk with the customers, just go and just understand what they need and what they don't have. I did have the financial knowledge. I did know all the pains that the people were suffering about their finances. But right now, I see that we have to evolve and evolve and evolve. And my husband always told me, Lupina, but you are like working or studying more than when you started. And I say, I know, because I have to keep on evolving, because the world is changing, the people is changing. So really, right now, I am learning just like many, many things that I never thought I would have the possibility to learn. So if you want to do an MBA, it's great, but if not, keep on learning. You need to be really curious about what's going on in the world, because if not, everyone is going to surpass you very fast, and you have to keep being pioneering what you do.
That's amazing. I was going to say how wonderful it is that you have the constant need to constantly learn new things, right? And I guess that takes us right back to the core of the conversation in terms of what you can learn through entrepreneurship. So what are some of the lessons? Like, what are some of the skills you've acquired that maybe you didn't even know you had before you set up your companies? Or a lot of you now, well, all of you are at the scale-up stage, right? You're now mature executives within the businesses that you founded, let's say. So I guess the learning changes at every stage of the company. You need to acquire constantly new skills and experiences. But can you give me some example, and for the audience here, what are the skills that you realized you were kind of suddenly beginning to acquire, maybe at the earlier stages or maybe at the scale-up, whatever you like to focus in on, but maybe give us a couple of examples of things that might have been challenging to learn in the classroom or a different type of environment.
I think one key skill as an entrepreneur that you need is perseverance. It's probably the most important skill, because it doesn't really matter at whatever stage you are, whether it's just with a business plan and you're about to, you found the business, or you're a growth scale company, or you're about to go IPO. There will always be all sorts of challenges. It never really turns into like a smooth sailing. That's at least my experience from 14 years as an entrepreneur. And therefore, I think you just need to constantly overcome challenges and just accept the fact that it's a bumpy road. And you need to live with that. And not only do you need to overcome these challenges, but you also need to have the capacity then to motivate others to be with you on the journey, which is also something that I think is normally not really taught in educational institutions, and something that I had to learn over time. Right now, we are now about 200 people in the business. We just got acquired by a listed company from the US. So you really need to have the capacity to motivate the team, to believe in your vision, and to constantly overcome the difficulties that are coming your way.
Sounds easy.
It's not. It's not.
Alejandro. I completely agree. Resilience is key, but I think thinking, and maybe it comes later, but comparing to education, it's not about the what, but the how. And I wish in education they were teaching students more on the how, because then what we see is that the world is it has turmoil and it's volatile, and the greatest leaders are the ones that can adapt quickly, and whatever it was in your what, it will change constantly. But what it would be permanent is how you deal with stuff, and I think those skills, are essential, and it comes, I guess, when I started to realize that at the beginning everything was important and everything was urgent, and then it got to a point that I was like, okay, it cannot be that everything is important and urgent. And maybe when you study, because today is about education, I think everything is taught as at equal level. But there has to be things that are more important than others. So it helps you prioritize again and think on the how. So then I started to realize that I should focus first on what is important and urgent, and then second it would be potentially what it may be urgent, or no, what is important nor urgent, and then so start doing your framework or prioritization, because your energy levels are limited, and the most important thing you have is your energy. And how you manage that, right? So, and then we can come with leadership skills, which I guess, in my case, I think, and for everyone, we are deeply inside leaders that we are developing since we are children, right? But then when you set up a business and you start having employees, all of that flourishes, and it's inside you, and maybe you were not even conscious, right? And I think powering up those inner leadership skills that you already have, and knowing how to navigate those, becoming better leader is potentially the greatest skill that you should have to lead.
For me, there are three key skills, and I must say first that for me, soft skills are at the heart of success when it comes to entrepreneurship. You really need to have certain skills if you want to succeed, in addition to have knowledge and experience. One clearly is taking decisions in uncertain environments. We all have a lot of uncertainty, and we all face a lot of uncertainty. We all look for as much data as we can in order to take rational decisions, but at the end of the day, you need to take the decision. And mastering that ability and having good outcomes out of these decisions taken is critical. Second is what my friend was mentioning here is prioritizing, because we have all so many ideas and we all want to do so many things, but at the end of the day we have so many hours, we have so many companions working with us, and we have so much resources. So you need to really prioritize and see where you put your chips. And the third one is, for me, is communication and networking. It's clear, we are now communicating, we are expressing, you need to talk with your investors in order to convince them to bring money to the table, the money that you need. You need to work every day with your team. If you're not able to, first of all, listen to them and get their ideas and make the best decision all together, put in the best inputs in the right place, you really need to have it if you want to succeed. So for me, these are the three critical ones, but there are many.
So for me, I have to say, and kind of building on what you said, Inigo, so one of the key things that I sort of overlooked when we first started Capsys was the culture side, and that skill set that is super important for leaders is also very important for everybody in the company, right? If you wanna get cool stuff built, you need people that make good decisions, that prioritize, and that communicate well, no? And for us, what we saw is that culture is at the very heart of how those decisions are made and how people prioritize and how people make choices within a company, no? So one of the bigger learnings was, that the importance of building and communicating a great culture. And there are many different types of cultures. Like if you compare the culture of Uber with the culture of Airbnb, like some people might hate the culture of Uber and love the culture of Airbnb, and they're not necessarily one is good and one is bad, they're just different. But being able to build it consistently so that the people that join have let's say, a framework for how to behave in the company and how to build great things, it's critical, no? So that's one of the things I learned when we were building the company, and now it's a very, very core pillar of some of the things that the leadership team does.
Just to add, because there were great things that have been said. For me, one thing that you really learn, like when you launch a company, is your baby also, no? And you have to involve all your team, so it's going to be their baby. They have to be aligned with your mission. For me, what is much more important in what you do is that you believe on your purpose. So, the purpose is very important. No? So we want to improve the people's financial well-being, and we really think we are going to have a positive impact in the society. But if the team doesn't believe that, if your investors don't believe on that, it's impossible. No? So you really need to have a passion to do it. You really need to involve all your team on that. And it's not easy because you cannot do it alone. Of course, prioritizing. And you need people that are really resilient. And you must know that things now in this world, that there are a lot of quitters, no? Quitters, everyone quits really fast. Everything, they need it now. You need a lot of patience, because if things, not to have all the building blocks and to make a company, it takes time. And when you are in a big bank, you don't care if it turned to fire or whatever, you leave and you go. But here you need to understand that everyone is going to be implicated, your family, your life, no? You're not going to have holidays, you're not going to, because you love what you do. So you learn to prioritize, but not only in your work, but also in your life. Because you need to organize yourself in a certain way so you can handle everything, because it's very stressful to have a company, because this is like a roller coaster, not to be in a startup. So if you are here just for the money, I think you're going to fail, for example. No, you have to feel that you're going to make something huge, that's going to have some impact, that the mission is important. Because if you want money, better maybe stay in a bank or maybe stay in another place, no? That is going to be much more safe. But here you understand that it's important what you are doing, no? For the society, for the community, for the future, for everyone. So I learned so many things. I could be like talking for hours and hours just about this topic, because you learned everything, no? You learned in the bank, you learn what you do, or on the huge company, and there is a lot of politics, no? To go there. But here there is no politics. What you do, you're going to see it the next week, the next day. You have to take decisions really fast, but also you have to think your roadmap. You're going to overcome so many challenges that you never thought they were going to be, because you have a business plan, it's going to change. But I think all entrepreneurs, we are really positive, because if we are not like that, you're not going to succeed. Everyone tells you it's going to fail because of this. They always tell you it's going to fail because no one has done it before. So, but you say, no, I can overcome this because I have a great team, and we all believe. And if you're resilient, you work hard, and you have good luck, you will make it, no? But you need also good luck and type of market.
Of course, it's everything. No, it's all of it combined, I guess. No, it's absolutely fascinating to hear you guys, and every single one of you have talked about skills really and capabilities that are totally transversal, right? And I guess that in some shape or other form that we all learn throughout life, but it seems to be in an accelerated manner in the area of entrepreneurship. Absolutely adore, Lupina, that you talk about patience, because even though it's directly related, I guess, to perseverance and resilience, it's not something that we talk about in the entrepreneurial world, which is fundamental, and also not just the importance of prioritization, which is critical, the prioritization of your life, because these things are fundamentally integrated. And I think in all educational tracks and all career paths, things are starting to blend, and people are constantly evaluating, well, quality of life and their career trajectory and whatever maybe financial or impactful goals or whatever ideas they might have. It's really important to look at it from a holistic perspective, I guess. So I really appreciate you for raising that topic. And I think it's particularly accentuated in the area of entrepreneurship, because your job becomes your purpose, really, is what we kind of see a common theme among successful entrepreneurs, that they're building something much greater than themselves, much greater than the financial reward that it can offer, and usually to better other people's lives, right, which is really admirable, noble cause. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because I do feel that that is probably one of the greatest deterrents of people choosing the path of entrepreneurship, is this kind of binary, narrow focus that it's this or nothing, and it's all or nothing, right? And I think that's the one highway to burnout, right? And even I'd be coming more from the investor side traditionally, and this is something you're constantly looking at in a founding team, you know? I mean, their holistic health is now critical in terms of the company's health and probability of success. So getting to my question is, nature versus nurture? Is entrepreneurship for everyone? Can it be taught?
Well, if I can start like really quick, I think to be an entrepreneur, you need to be, you cannot risk adverse. It's very important, you know. We are continually facing so many risks that you are risk adverse at the end, because you know you can overcome it. So I think it's not for everyone. You have to be really positive. You don't have to care much about the risk you're gonna find there. And of course, I think you have that intrinsic, so you cannot learn that. If you are not that way, you cannot do it, and it's great. But also there's many things that you can do in universities or wherever, because or in books, like I told you, if you're gonna entrepreneur, please read Inspire, and I think there are so many guides, no, at the end of the day, that help you, no, to be a better entrepreneur and not to fail on what everyone has failed in the past. Well, okay, there's a clear path how to do it, but I think it's something intrinsic also. If you, some people, they don't want to live like that, or their purpose is better in their company, you know, and they're more safer, and it's great. No, we need all that also. Just that.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add, yeah, as said, like a lot of the skills can be acquired, and I think it was pretty obvious in the statements that we made that none of us sitting here were made entrepreneurs when we started our entrepreneurial journeys. I think we all learned so much during this. But then, again, there is maybe something in nature that you can encourage, like, you know, taking risk, you know, sometimes maybe just asking for things. I mean, that's one of my key learnings. Asking just comes for free, and you will be surprised. If you don't ask, you will never get, but actually you just should ask. And those are things that, you know, personally I encourage with my kids as well, to just make sure that, you know, they also think a little bit out of the box, because as we see, and I think you said it as well, a lot of people who just succeeded academically, not necessarily were very great entrepreneurs. In fact, it's the opposite. People who dropped out of schools, who are always a little bit different, didn't necessarily fully fit in, turned out to be fantastic entrepreneurs, because they see opportunities that no one else actually sees. And they do the way different than, you know, if you just go with a very standard path. But I agree, entrepreneurship is not for everyone. And most importantly, people need to find a project where they really have a passion for. Because if you don't really burn for your project, then you're going to burn out. And so I think that is, and this was my case. I loved learning languages. I still love it. And that's what keeps me up at night and what makes me jump out of bed in the morning.
And just to be clear, Bernard has perfect Spanish, by the way. We're not having this conversation in English just for him. So he's 4 languages, I believe, and counting. So Alejandro, you wanted to jump in?
I want to be a bit controversial again. So I disagree with you guys, but I think I would agree because it's a difficult question. But I'm, kind of positive. I think everyone has the. It all depends on the ecosystem, right? At least you are chief ecosystem chief, right? So the thing is, for example, to be an entrepreneur, you gotta be a risk taker. You gotta have almost survival mode. You gotta be perseverant. If you are in a comfortable place, you don't need to do that, right? But even if you take someone that you won't think have an entrepreneurial mindset, if you throw them in the middle of a jungle, somewhere in the world, with nothing, entrepreneurial skills are gonna come out for sure before that person gets eaten, right? So coming out of that jungle, probably that person maybe is an entrepreneur itself, right? And then we would need to define what is entrepreneur, because I cannot believe that someone that is building a family and has 5 kids with all that it takes, building that family, what is that different to actually building a company and having 10 employees, 100 employees, 1,000 employees? Now you could find different levels and different appetite or ambition or kind of, in your maybe joyful levels, So you may think, okay, if I have 1,000 employees, I'm going to enjoy the journey, right? But I think it's all about the ecosystem. There are many potential incredible entrepreneurs in the world that are not surrounded by the right ecosystem because we live in a comfortable place. And then if the conditions on the comfort zone maybe are better, but also time, your lifetime, you cannot make a decision of who you are because of what you think today. All of that evolves as you are evolving yourself and you're growing and it comes. So I think deeply and positively inside that anyone can be an entrepreneur if it's correctly inspired and is in the right ecosystem. And everyone can do whatever they choose to do. That's what I believe.
And building on what Alejandro is saying, I think we should encourage people to become entrepreneurs if they want to be entrepreneurs. So obviously, first of all, we need to demystify entrepreneurship. It's not like this is for an elite and just a few, certain people with few characteristics can make it. No, that's not the case. I think in Spain sometimes we focus too much on or the corporate career or the public service. And I think we should start opening also to the kids and to people studying also in the university and later on, that this possibility is like you can start up your own company. And if you want to do that, what we need to do is, first of all, encourage them to dream. Lupina said before, you need to have a passion. This is going to be very hard. It's going to be very fun, but there are going to be horrible days, and you have to go through it. So you need to have passion for it. That's for sure. But once you have that, we need to give them the skill set that they need, and we need to give them the knowledge that they need. Because obviously, if you're an entrepreneur and you know the right skill set and you know the right tools, it's going to be way easier to go through and succeed than if you don't have it and you have to learn being in the jungle, trying not to get eaten by the animals.
I don't have a super strong opinion on this. I do think that so it may not be for everyone, just like, I don't know, medicine is not for everyone, law is not for everyone, engineering is not for everyone, no? And I think, so, for example, when we hire people at Captchase, we always try to look for the sort of the founder-like mentality, just because it typically means they're people that are very intrinsically motivated and self-starters, and they kind of do things just because they love doing it. So that passion aspect, that I think was Lupina that was mentioned before, no? And that's great for our stage, right? But once you get to a bigger stage, you need more like people that are specialized. You need like the law people, the engineers, the doctors, right? But I do think that there's one trait, which is the builder attitude, which I think is probably the one that's the better predictor for success in entrepreneurship. And I think everybody has it to some extent, but the key question for me is, to your point, some people you need to drop them in a jungle to get it out, and some people have it intrinsically, right? So, I don't know, is it for everybody? Maybe, but some people, they need to be placed under extreme conditions, and some people have it naturally, So I'd rather hire at this stage, right? The one that has it naturally, so I don't have to build on it, right? Like being very transparent. But then there are other stages in which that's not the case, right?
But that naturally, it may be by circumstances, because one thing that I see is that there are more chances to find entrepreneurs who come from parents that are entrepreneurs themselves than the other way around. So again, it comes through the ecosystem. Why have there been historically more entrepreneurs in the last decades in US, especially, for example, if you go to the West Coast, rather than maybe in Europe? And why do you have different ecosystems with a bigger, not only in quantity, but also quality entrepreneurs? Yeah. So it's all about the ecosystem. So again, I
100% agree with that, yes. So the ecosystem as a catalyzer for this is critical, for sure.
Right, but I agree with you on looking for entrepreneurs, because also I was thinking, once you have a team and you tell the leader of the team, hey, launch a product, you have these resources, do it. That person is within your company. Is that person an entrepreneur or not?
For sure.
Right, so I think that comes to the education, right? Yeah. Is the same in the students and stuff. You throw them and give them resources to manage to do something. Are they entrepreneurs or not? Right,
100%.
And also, just to add on that, for example, when we have here in Spain a huge crisis and the people went out to the uni and they didn't have any jobs,
good point.
It arises a lot of entrepreneurs. Right. But not all were naturally entrepreneurs, And what I mean on that is when one day I was with all my family, we call it the aquelarre. Aquelarre is like a witch woman talking, And we were all the women of my family there, and I heard my auntie saying, wow, she didn't show me, wow. If I were Lupina, I'd kill myself. And I heard her. I said, what are you saying? Why? And all my cousins, yes. I hate what she does. I love the purpose, but I can't handle that. She's so active all the day, And I say, and I told them, why? But I don't know if you go every day to your work saying, so happy I am. Today I have this challenge I'm going to overcome. And sometimes I'm really stressed, but always with this energy, and say, no, I don't want to change. And they were all telling me, but you were so good at studies. Why didn't you study to be, I don't know, notario or whatever, and técnico comercial de Estado? Because I did have all that on my hands, and I did thought about that on that moment. And then I said, wow, but I want something else. So
I'm really glad you didn't become a Spanish notario. They're not really helping the ecosystem. Just saying.
Us too, for sure. Fascinating, guys, and kind of loop it back. I don't think there's any clear-cut answer to that, right? It's a trick question, of course. But it is curious to see different examples, like, risk appetite, let's say, but I guess it's really dependent on how that is framed, right? So, we frequently had Martin Varsaski, serial entrepreneur, in and out of South Summit. He always talks about, governmental coups in Argentina and people being dragged out of their homes and shot dead, or your money just being taken out of your account. And he was like, well, if that's the reality of the risk that you're living with, starting a company is, nothing. Again, why you see places like Israel, right? So really, really powerful hubs of entrepreneurship where adversity and risk is a different thing. So again, I guess it's within the context that you're in, which is quite exciting. And I remember my first contact really with entrepreneurship was around 2006 and jumped in 2008. And everybody was losing their jobs. Everybody at the big banks and the big government jobs were losing their jobs. And I was like, well, if you're talking about risk, why in the name of God would you put your destiny in somebody else's hands so they can decide when your career is over or accelerating or whatever else? So I guess it's really about perception and where you're coming from. At a university, we talk about the entrepreneurial spirit, right? So whether you're a founder, you're not a founder, you're an entrepreneur, you're not an entrepreneur, I think all of the skills that you've discussed are critical for most individuals facing the world we face today, which is, again, constant flux and change. So we talk a lot about the entrepreneurial spirit, and that everybody needs to have an entrepreneurial spirit at kind of any level of the organization, let's say. And at South Summit, we're all about backing the entrepreneurs directly, and we want more entrepreneurs all of the time. And talent is evenly distributed, is the famous saying, no, but opportunity is not. So we, all boats rise with the tide. So we believe that if more people have access to the opportunity opportunity of entrepreneurship, there will be more entrepreneurs, there'll be more diversity entrepreneurs, there'll be more female entrepreneurs, all the different types of individuals will be represented, and smaller companies, big companies, tech companies, service companies, whatever it might be, I think there's huge, huge opportunities there. Folks, I want to give you guys the incredible opportunity to participate in this conversation. We have 5 minutes. There's a couple of microphones over here that they're rushing to grab now that I've warned them. But please raise your hand wide and high and join us in this conversation if you want to ask this amazing panel any questions at all. I have a whole bunch of questions. I'm just being really generous in sharing. So think about your question. I have a microphone. Oh, lights. We even have lights. Amazing. And I have one quick one. I'm not going to get 5 of you to answer, but I want one of you guys to make a comment on today's job market, hiring your own teams, and you can think about your question. So switching gear to the market, you guys are constantly hiring. You touched on already, Ignacio, what you're looking at in the people that you're hiring. What's your perception today? Do we have the talent and skills available in the market that you guys need to scale your companies? Is it becoming more competitive? Quick summary from one or two of you.
Very competitive, no? In tech, it's very, very competitive. And so now you have to have teams well prepared with onboarding processes, and that they really, because people change, rotate much more than they did in the past in the tech side. We need to be prepared for that.
It's kind of a paradox because we live in a country where unemployment is an issue, but at the same time for us, it is an issue to go to the market and find sometimes the specialists that we need. And the more specialized, the more difficult it becomes. And technology clearly today is an area where finding specialists is very difficult.
The more mature the market is, the worse. So in the US, it's a bit of a bloodbath, getting talent, and they're constantly switching. In Europe, we're finding it a little bit easier, but it's getting more difficult as well.
But then again, we're entering into a recession, and you see all the big tech players actually laying off staff, unfortunately. So to a certain extent, that might help for smaller companies to attract some of the top talent. And I think the other big shift was really throughout COVID, that more and more companies are just more open, including us, to hire fully remote employees. And we have offices here in Madrid, but now equally we have people in Cadiz or in Bilbao or wherever it might be. And I think that is an opportunity.
Last chance, guys. Oh, we got one here. Yeah, excellent. We can get a mic up, please.
What do you think the key is to successfully competing against other small companies that are doing something similar?
Competition.
Do it better and faster.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a great question.
Don't over-obsess about your competition. I think, as long as you know what you're good at and you stay focused and you execute well, it's a long journey, so I wouldn't stress too much about what the others are doing.
Don't look at them. I never look at my competitors when I'm doing my thing. I really look at others that I think that they do it the best in the world. Now I am in finance, but maybe I'm looking at other type of apps very different from mine and trying to get the best of them, of course, and try to implement that. But with your competitor, this is going to be a race, so keep on not seeing what they do, but try to focus on what you do best and go your path.
Client is king. Focus on your client. Focus on who they are. And it seems very easy, but it's not that easy. Huh? So understand who they are, what they want, how they want it, and then provide a great service to them, and you will be successful.
And then I would add a tweak. I think you need to define what is success, because it's success in which parameters, I would guess. I'll throw it there.
Amazing, thank you. On that philosophical thought, we will let that linger with the audience and with everybody else. Thank you, Ali. Guys, that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank all of you guys for being here and participating. A big warm round of applause, please, for our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
He come on flat top, he come growing up slowly. He got to apple, he won holy roller. He got hair down got to be a joker, he just do what he please. Shh. He wear no sunshine, he got toe jump football, he got monkey finger, he shoot Coca-Cola, he say, I know you, you know me. One thing I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together right now over me. Shh. 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 He roller coaster, he got early water, he got muddy water, he wanna mold your filter, he say, water, 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 sweet. All you in is empty, you can feel his disease. Come together right now over me. Shh. Shh.
Ay, se acaba antes de hora, pero si no te saco a bailar, ¿eh? Al final.
That was great. I really feel like dancing. Okay, so let's concentrate now. We are reaching the equator of the day, as it were, halfway through, but I think this is one of the moments which is most important and most long awaited. That we are going to be the witnesses of the fantastic story of Osman Omar. He started a journey which changed his life and led him to change other people's lives as well. So this is what we're going to learn a great deal from Usman. He founded NASCO, Feeding Minds, and this is training in technology for women and men, young people in Ghana. So this is a really fantastic story. You mustn't miss this, Usman Omar, who will be in conversation with Magdalena Breer, who is the director of a foundation called Pro Futuro in favor of future through the Caixa and other organizations. Applause for them.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias, la verdad, os agradezco muchísimo.
Thanks very much indeed, and thanks to everyone for giving me this time. It's true that sometimes it's very difficult to find the right words to share a reality, the reality of what I experience, but every time I share it, I really feel very proud, because the only moment when I give a voice to all those people who who weren't as lucky as me to be able to come to Spain alive and to be able to share my story. I think that we live in a society where time is one of the most important factors and gifts that we have. From the moment I started off, I left Ghana and reached Europe, and I've never been able to find anybody who's been able to get back, who has been able to win back a moment that they've enjoyed as much as I have. So raise your hand if you, I have never met anyone who has experienced this. Every minute that passes is unique and it won't come back. So on one Wednesday at 1:30 midday, you're giving me your time to share my story with you. That is the biggest present I could have, and I say this sincerely, that I'm not going to waste this time that you've given me as a present, as a gift. So I was born in a small village in tropical Africa. Africa's very big. I come from Ghana. We never had anything in Ghana, but this is what they call us. This is my house. This is from the beginning of colonization, it was called the Gold Coast. And then it changed to Ghana in honor of the first president that we had. So we were given that name, Ghana, from his name. So I was fortunate enough to be born in the Walla tribe. So what is the difference between being born in one tribe or another? When a woman, when she's giving birth, she dies in labor, and this tiny baby is considered guilty of the death of the child's mother, because they believe that there's a fight between the spirit of the baby and the mother. So if the mother dies, the spirit of the child is too strong. So who wants to live with a child, a baby, who is able to kill his or her mother without pity? Nobody wants to live with that child. So what do? They make sure that the baby doesn't survive either. This is my story. This is my story. So how did I manage to get here alive? Well, I was very, very lucky that my biological father was the chairman of the tribe, and he protected me. So I got much more than the Euromillones prize, the lottery. I won because life you cannot pay for with money. So we didn't get Santa Claus or the three kings. They never came to our villages. So while I was playing one day, I saw a plane. I threw a stone into the air and it landed on my head. It wasn't too big, because I was throwing a stone at the plane. But I couldn't understand how it was possible that the plane could manage to continue flying, the toy plane, and I fell down. It was my curiosity. So who had manufactured these targets? Oh, the white people, so what was it? I was very curious about this, so it made me think that I should go and work in the city. I first went to Kamase, to the capital, and then to another city. And then I could see how the boats came in, the ships came into port, and I was dying to see the people, discover the white people in their world. And I couldn't read or write. I couldn't understand a map or anything. So I ended up in the hand of drug traffickers, of people traffickers, and it took me 5 years to cross 21,000 kilometers and 5 countries to get to Spain. So I was not conscious of the fact that I crossed one of the worst deserts in the world, the Sahara Desert. The mafia left us, they abandoned us in the middle of the desert. 46 people were just imagined. Well, you cannot imagine what happened. You won't see these pictures on the news or anywhere else. It's true that I've shared this story very, very often, but every time I share it, it's inevitable that I will not ever share the emotion of this journey again. I'm not a robot. I speak, I think, and I'm a human being. So what I'm expressing is that reality is greater always than fiction. If I was very fortunate to actually make it. I went through 3 terrible weeks. I stopped counting all the bodies I came across. Out of my group of 46, only 6 of us reach Libya alive. In Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was in power in Libya. To be black and alive is almost a crime then. We're talking about a boy of 12 or 13 years of age, as I was. In Ghana, we speak Wala, Fi, Shanti, Kunja, Nambusi, Hausa. But of Arabic, I had no idea, not a clue. I didn't know anybody there. I had to eat, sleep, and work. Working like a black person, it's a saying in Spanish, working my fingers to the bone. So sometime later, 3 years later, I managed to get together $1,800. I fell into the hands again of the mafia. And we were told that in 45 minutes we'd reach Paradise, Spain. If we look at the map here, from Libya, we crossed to Tunis, Algeria, and then we came up again, down again. So we were arrested by the police, and from up there we were abandoned, and my name was changed 10 times, because Europe has to pay for every immigrant who has to get sent back to their countries. So you paid 20 times my plane ticket, which I never used, of course. And the mafia always abandon us, and then the lorry arrives, but they're not dressed as policemen this time. They've got 150. If you've got $150, they take you north again. And when you reach Morocco, which is much nearer Spain, I had to go back to Mauritania and Mali to escape from the mafia. Why would they take us down there? Because obviously we're nearer Spain because an agreement had been agreed and signed with the European Union, and they couldn't allow us to escape at the top up there of Morocco, so we had to go all the way down south again. So the solution to emigration is not the sea, not in the sea, and it's not in Ceuta or Ceuta as we call it, and they're not in the Spanish commonly. We're just like goods. All that money is received by those African countries, and so this system continues because those countries want to receive that money. So this mafia continues. So I finally reached the coast. We were on 2 pateras. This kind of boat is called a patera. There were about 150 people altogether. And Musa, who's my best friend, and he got through the desert as well. We had to decide whether we get on patera A or B. Very few actually made it. So many people in Musa's patera. How many people survived? 0. Not a single person. 180 people with names, with addresses, with brothers, sisters, and children. They didn't make it. So the boat went back to the coast. It put more people on the patera. So this is a question of manufacturing coffins. They're not manufacturing pateras, they're manufacturing coffins, because that's what happens to people. This is the second time in the middle of the sea, the second patera also sank and no one survived. I spent 48 hours navigating with no direction, just drifting. The agony of thinking. I knew that I was going to fall into the water. I would just be like a stone in the sea. This was agony for me. I recognize perfectly well that I was one of the luckiest people in this world to survive without knowing how to swim. 2 days later, almost without any type of petrol or any fuel, we hit rocks. and I had reached paradise, the promised land. After a month and a half in Fuerteventura in prison, because I was a minor, I had the right to stay there. So I reached Barcelona in 2005 with 70 years of age with absolutely nothing. I didn't know Catalan, I didn't know Spanish, I had no money. I spoke Arabic by then, Gunsa, all these different languages. I slept for 2 months on the ground in Barcelona. I would go for bread that was thrown into the bin. I would pick it up. I've never felt so lonely in my life. Nobody was interested in speaking to me. I'm simply telling you what happened. I'm not accusing anybody. So I ate the bread out of the bins. So I was accompanied by 5 other invisible people in Barcelona who were sleeping the same way as me. But this angel we came across, who always accompanied me, this angel did not desert me either in Barcelona. So one day, I had just woken up in a street in Tolosa, and something happened. I was told to speak to a particular lady, and I was told to speak to her, and she stopped, and she took my hand. I hadn't had a shower for a month and a half, and she still touched me, and she moved me aside. She understood that I couldn't speak Catalan or Castilian or Spanish, and her husband was there. And really, it makes me shiver just remembering this experience. They took me into their house. Can you imagine? From one day to the next, I was in a house with clean clothes, with warm food, hot food. After a month and a half, Monse accompanied me, came to my room, gave me a kiss on my forehead and sent me to sleep. So I could not close my eyes for a single minute because I was crying all night. Why had this happened? What had I done to suffer so much in those months? Why had this happened? So until the next morning, my question was, it's not why did this happen, but for what purpose did this happen? So, and I thought of all the voices of all those people who'd never made it, all the future victims that would fall into that horrible trap and would die in the sea. I understood that the white are not doctors. I mean, I'm thinking of, they're not all doctors. I thought of the white coats. I thought of education, of politeness. I thought of education, of not knowing how to read or write. In 2011, I entered the chemistry faculty without having to go through the Spanish exam selectividad. So talent has no color. It's a question of opportunities, the opportunities you get. So it's difficult to believe that a boy sleeping in the street so long, who learnt to read and write at 17, and nobody would bet a cent on me. Not only did I get through the education system, but today I'm at one of the best business universities in the world. So how have I managed to get there? Impossible. Impossible. Working. You can do it. So if I can share something with you, it's precisely the concept of never losing hope. Because success is no more than accumulation of failures without losing hope. Thank you.
Ousmane, qué emocionante es esta historia.
Moving story. Every time. The future is built by people concerned that a story like yours does not recur. It was created some years ago by people that think that education is the tool, the most powerful tool to end poverty, and that digital education is the way forward to bring quality education to the most remote locations in the world and to the most vulnerable populations. So you took a similar path. You decided to create NASCO Feeding Minds. Tell us, what was that idea like to create this project to encourage digital education in Ghana? What challenges did you have to resolve and address? Thank you for this support and this agreement with NASCO Feeding Minds. I founded this project 10 years ago because, as I told you, I feel the most fortunate man in this world, on this planet. After all the difficulties I had, I was able to overcome myself. I wasn't the strongest, but I had a purpose. One, to be the voice, then to avoid others from, or prevent others from coming. And so I want to feed their minds. There was lack of training and information, so if I don't want them to come to die, you have to bring work closer to them. But they don't know how to work. So teach them. Nobody is born knowing. So all those that closed the doors, I understood I was the Minister of Education. I was the president of my country. So I hired 2 teachers and I opened the first IT school for 850 students. Without any government support, we managed to start 43 schools with many IT classrooms to prepare those, train those professionals so that they can have a livelihood at home without risking their lives, you know, at the sea or in the desert. So what is this partnership like between NASCO and Profuturo to see this Profuturo project in a comprehensive manner in over 40 schools in northern Ghana? What do you expect from that? I must recognize that during those 10 years, it was very, very complex, very difficult, because nobody listens to you. Nobody sees what you are doing or the meaning behind it. But unfortunately, the pandemic has proven me right, although I don't take pride in that. But, you know, it's proven that it can be, you can democratize opportunities, and it's not necessary to be there physically to contribute. And it's an authentic honor that Pro Futuro and the Fundación Telefónica has entrusted us with this, you know, and providing all the Pro Futuro software to facilitate learning and reduce the gap, the education gap, narrow the education gap. We have already served 20,000, but there is still a big gap, you know. And with this leadership, this partnership with Profuturo, we can narrow the gap to be able to train people and offer vocational training courses. So it's a great thing that we have an agreement with Telefonica to give opportunities to opportunities to more people. So thank you, Caixa and Telefonica. To develop this type of projects, is the key to guarantee the sustainability of the project. As you said, it's very, very important to work in a collaborative manner so that sustainability is maintained, that the local population takes ownership. That's why it's so important to work in a partnership. For us, digital education is much more than the use of technology. It is about transforming educational experiences. We've also heard about that. We had to train teachers. We had to train teachers for them to facilitate the education of other teachers and their students. We've turned 6 years of age. We have trained over 1 million teachers in 40 countries around the world. And it's the first time that we've been able to report the impact, measure the impact of our project. And we can guarantee that the project improves, enhances digital skills in children and in teachers. And motivation, of course, reduces dropouts, the dropout rate. So what do you think about digital education in general? What do you think is going to be? I mean, we are starting the collaboration. We will proceed to assess the impact. What do you think what would you say? I believe in the 21st century, we know that those digital tools is not the future, it's the present. And we had to recognize that never in the history of humanity, mankind, have we had this opportunity to facilitate connectivity or networking and democratize those opportunities from any corner on this planet. I am very convinced that if we use KPIs or whatever, I mean, they will be positive, because digital education in classrooms is not the future, it's the present. We witness the importance of relevance of digital education in the world. We are participating with UNESCO in the GEN report to evaluate the Pro Futuro project and to explain to the world what digital education is. We've been involved in the UN, in debates with UNESCO at the Education Transforming Summit. And you represent for us the ideal of what we want to happen in the world, right? What's that future? Those youngsters, you represent the values that we want to instill: the effort, perseverance, communication skills. So what would you say to a child that is listening to you now? What would you offer about the future? I think there is a slide I didn't show. My brother was ready to sell goat and hens, to track my footsteps and also start sailing. After seeing corpses, all over me, I couldn't allow my brother to do the same. So I did everything to make him feed his mind. His paradise is at home, but it's up to him. And in 2020, the youngest candidate to parliament was him, a person that was ready to live, to die, to his death. So when you feed the stomach, the result could not be good. If you only feed the stomach,
No solamente.
he will not only change his life, but his community if you feed his mind. You can see that since the end of the Second World War, 1945, 76 years have gone by. That date, a book by an economist, Dambisa Muyo, over $2.5 trillion have been dedicated to humanitarian aid. But Africa is more poor than 20 or 40 years ago, so resources are not well channeled. So I'm very proud that Telefonica, together with Caixa, have set this course in order to change that paradigm of humanitarian aid. What is it that I have to do? I would say, if somebody asked me, shall I go to Europe? I would say the same as what I said to my brother at that time. Feeding minds with digital education. So, thank you very much for your message, for your talk, for your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. We said that it would be moving, that the story is moving, but it's really inspiring. So, thank you, Usman, for the work done and for conveying the message so well. He had been invisible for such a long time, and we couldn't take our eyes off him. It's an example for all, and it's a passionate story inspiring so many people in our continent and in Africa. Now, let's go for a lunch break. In the food trucks, you have some options to eat, and we will be back at around 3:15. And the panel forum and Università, there will be another 2 tracks, okay, parallel to this one. So go to the enlightED website and choose the next talks, workshops, and roundtables.
Once more to be to win the flame. Oh, the way when I'm blue. And when the taxman kind of stood it too. Oh, they put a gun on your door. In me, I know fortunate one. In me, I know fortunate one. So once more, see them exploding hand. Lord, don't they put themselves down. But when the taxman comes to the door, Lord, they house it like a rabbit said, yeah. In me, I'm a fortunate son. In me, I'm a fortunate one. Hey, some folks here inside is blinded eyes. No, they say you don't to war. When you ask them how much should we give, oh, the answer is more, more, more. In me, I know me that it is strong. In me, I know fortunate one. In me, I know fortunate one. In me, I know fortunate one.
Gracias. Que aproveche, ¿eh? Disfruten de la comida. No sé si... ¿Tocamos algo más? Sí. Maggie, despierta.
Maggie, despierta, tengo algo que decir. Llegó septiembre, creo que me tengo que ir. El curso ha empezado ya y mis libros no sé dónde están. Oh, Maggie, no es el mejor final, pero yo sé que te repondrás y que a mí me costará mucho más. Me has destrozado, pero yo te quiero igual. Si el sol te da en la cara, deja ver tu verdadera edad. Pero esto nunca me ha importado, esa es la verdad. Rompiste mi cama en dos y ahora tengo que decirte adiós. Oh, Maggie, libérame, por favor. Pero yo sé que te repondrás y que a mí me costará mucho más. Estoy cansado, pero aún te quiero igual. Creo que yo volveré a clase otra vez, o viviré tomando el sol con la herencia de papá, o formaré una banda de rock. Eso es lo que hago mejor. Oh, Maggie, sé que no es buen final, pero yo sé que te repondrás y que a mí me costará mucho más. Me hiciste polvo, pero yo te quiero igual. Y Maggie, despierta, yo tengo que irme ya. Me hiciste polvo, Maggie, pero yo te quiero igual.
Gracias. Dedicamos a este hombre que estaba ahí bailando, dándolo todo. Gracias por tu energía. Nos ha llegado.
Vamos a hacernos una foto, porfa, que me ha dicho una foto chula.
Pero ¿cómo? celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.
So we're waiting for the panel to start.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
And I can hear you, that's great.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So we will be waiting for the panel to start. Try to not disconnect.
Okay, I'll stay on.
Okay.
Eso es lo que tienen que ellos reportar ellos. Sí. Ahora acá sí, si no te importa. O te lo bajo yo aquí a la puerta. ¿Te corto el micro?
¿Va a pasar? ¿Quieres decirle algo más del padre o algo?
No. We'll put this on mute, and when the panel starts, we will connect again the audio, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
que era yo de pequeño.
¿Le puedes decir ya?
Anand? Hi.
Yes.
As we are waiting, when you start hearing the music, it's because the panel is about to start, okay? So be attentive about the music and the MCs to present the panel.
Bueno, algo de los Beatles, hacemos un I Wanna Hold Your Hand. Lo que pasa es que no hay nadie, algo que haya solos y cosas. Stand by me. Lo podemos ahí alargar. Sí. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. In the sky that we look upon, shall tremble and fall, and the mountains soon crumble to the sea. I won't cry, no, I won't see the tears. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. O sea, y Maripaz era, ¿no? No, Maripaz. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand now, stand by me. Yeah. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Gracias. Muy amables. Es que no. Buenas. Trabajar, chavales. Podemos hacer Harry Tonight. Harry Tonight ahí. O Take It Easy, que es más tranquilo. Sí. 7 women on my mind. For the one I owe me to, the one who stole me once, she's a friend of mine. So take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheel drive you crazy. Let me know while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. So take it easy. I'm standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona, side by side to see. It's a cold, my Lord, in a 5-4, slowing down. Take a look at me. So come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. We made lose, so we made win. Though we will never be here again. So open up and climbing in. So take it easy. Well, I'm running down the road trying to listen, my Lord. Got a woman to alone my mind. Looking for a lover, blow for my cover. It's so hard to find. So take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheel drive you crazy. Come on, baby, don't say baby. I gotta know your sweet love is gonna save me. Ooh, 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 oh, we gotta easy. We ought to take it easy.
Muchas gracias. I wanna hold your hand, que al final no lo hemos hecho. Venga. Oh yeah, tell you something. I think you don't understand when I say that something. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. Oh please, say to me, oh let me be your man. And please, say to me, I wanna hold your hand. You let me hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling of my love. I get high, I get high, I get high. Yeah, you got that something. I think you'll understand when I say that something. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. And when I touch you, I feel happy inside. It's such a feeling in my love. I Thank you. Gracias. Me gustan mucho los Beatles. ¿Hacemos más de los Beatles? ¿Sí? ¿Cuál podemos hacer? ¿Cuál te gusta a ti? ¿Todas? ¿Cuál? Country music. Venga, pues. ¿Cuál podemos hacer así country? Hacíamos la de buena keep on thinking about it. La de Harry Tonight. Vamos a hacer una de los Eagles, que es un grupo country.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone before the night is through. Somebody's gonna come undone. There's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to tell somebody if it tastes alright. Everybody wants to take a little chance to make it come out right. There's gonna be a hornet tonight, I know. There's gonna be a hornet tonight, I know. Lord, I know. Some people like to stay all night. Some folks can all that long.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Roscoe. Thank you for entertaining us. We are going to ask for songs, okay? Directly, on demand. It's a great challenge. Okay, thank you for being here. I imagine that in the next few minutes we'll get more people joining. Welcome to the 5th edition of enlightED 2022. Our next panel will talk about corporate education, updating, upskilling, and reskilling. Now, I'm going to introduce the members, the next panelists. Teresa Martin Retortillo, Executive President of IE Long Learning, Exponential Learning, Anna Tawal, Chief Platform Officer of TU, and Ronnie Simpson, Chief Executive Learning Officer at Telefonica Group and Director of University, moderated by Seb Murray. So welcome.
Hello. Thank you for joining me, Anand, Teresa, and Rory. And as we sit here, the corporate education market faces a paradox. Arguably, learning has never been more relevant as the shelf life of skills and competencies is eroded by the rapid pace of change in the world of business. But at the same time, this more challenging global macroeconomic situation has piqued concern that learning could fall down or even off the agenda. And so my first question to Rory is, how do we keep learning, this critical activity, at the top?
Okay, thanks for going straight to me. Look, for a long time, people have prescribed learning to the dustbin. It's over, it's finished, and it's one of the oldest things we have. It's one of the oldest professions. And you go back to the Plato's Academy, not only has learning not died, it's not necessarily a bad thing that we still do it in more or less the same way. So, of course, we have to adapt. But I think it's the other way around. I think more and more people are realizing learning is life. Learning is at our core. Learning is human. So as long as there's humans around, and we've been talking a lot about tech, as long as there's humans, and the humans are humans, learning is going to be very much alive.
Corporate education is a business, and it's an investment that needs a return. And I wonder if we're coming back to this macro picture, at a time when skill shortages are causing all kinds of problems for all kinds of organizations, and a tight labor market is being signaled by this great resignation. I wonder how important learning and development is to the retention and attraction of staff. I wonder, Teresa, if you have any thoughts on that.
I will answer your question, but I feel I want to elaborate on yours. But let me answer the question first and then piggyback on your comment, Rory. So learning is critical for both recruiting and retention. It's interesting, a recent research by LinkedIn Learning showed that among the top 5 reasons of employers joining a company, it is indeed the how much they're going to learn and how much they're going to train. And so it is something that if companies don't pay attention to, as you said, it's something very core, it's going to be very hard to attract the right talent. And that is even more so in a situation where there's real scarcity of certain type of talent. So you sort of need to hire for potential and really put in the effort from the corporate side to make sure you actually get to the full set of skills that you need. And so that journey absolutely requires learning. And when we say learning, it's not only formal learning. As you all know, a lot of this happens on the job. A lot of it happens with collaboration with other peers. So learning absolutely key for recruiting. Learning is also key for retention. It's fascinating how, again, another piece of research around, I think this is from the World Economic Forum, reasons why people leave and, what's actually at the cause of the quiet resignation. Number 1 reason, lack of development, lack of career growth. Second reason, your boss. It used to be, a few years ago, it used to be the other way around. So if you want to keep your key talent, it seems like actually working on their development from day one is a must-have. And so for once, I do think it's a pretty strong business case to actually invest behind learning. But if I may, can I just touch on corporate budgets and we're going to a recession. I actually, Rory, love the story of what you guys have been doing in the past few years of just, corporate learning matters and it's important. And we are in a situation where upskilling and reskilling is a structural issue. We all need to be investing in this, corporations and employees. And what I know you've been doing from your corporate university of actually taking internal resources and driving thousands and thousands of employees through, a process of upskilling and reskilling, it's very possible, and it's not that dependent on budgets. The pretty pretty clever and pretty creative on how you do that. So I like to think about this concept of upskilling and reskilling as something that we all need to be working on. That is a structural issue that both corporations as well as individuals need to put in the time and effort. And regardless of whether there's a recession or not, this is something that we need to be investing our time and effort for the next 20 years. That's my view. Sorry.
You know, I would love to, if I could add a couple of sentences to Rory's point as well. You know, traditionally, whenever there's a downturn in the market, whether layoffs increase or there's a downturn in the market, there's a recession around the world, what we have seen traditionally and historically is that that is the period when learning peaks. The number of people enrolling in programs, whether short programs or degree programs, rises almost in proportion to the decline in the market. People are using that time to upskill, reskill, and prepare for the future. So that reverse trend is very well understood. And so the companies that understand that are going to be successful because they need to prepare for the good times ahead. And to retain employees and to hire new employees, offering training and learning opportunities directly addresses the kind of demand that people are looking for themselves. You know, at edX and 2U, we have over 1,000 corporate companies as our edX for Business customers. And I was just in India last week speaking to a number of companies who are using our platform for learning. And what is amazing is that the chief human resource officers and chief learning officers in some of the leading companies completely recognize this. And they are making a full force, a full push on learning and development during this time. And so frankly, those companies that fall behind during this time will not come out of the recession strong and healthy.
There's no doubt you've highlighted learning is a competitive advantage, right? But both for the individual and the organization. And Teresa, you highlighted a really important point about the global workforce being under pressure, constant pressure to reskill and to upskill. And I wonder if you could just explain this concept of lifelong learning, what it means and how important it is.
Thank you for that question. I love it. Well, it simply is a concept of if one wants to stay relevant and stay productive, lifelong learning is something that one as a professional needs to embrace wholeheartedly. And what is it to be a lifelong learning? What does it take? Well, it actually takes a number of, the why you need to be a lifelong learner is, I think, what you started describing at the beginning, right? Is the shelf life of skills and knowledge is actually shortening. It is the fact that our careers are lengthening. And so, frankly, we need to continue to be relevant, not only for our usual 40 years, but maybe we need to start thinking about a productive life that looks more like 50 or 60 years. Great university in the US talks about designing a curriculum for a 60-year professional life. So this is part of the challenge we have as institutions, but as individuals and people in the workforce, we need to understand that the basic conditions are changing. How does one become a lifelong learner? It actually is a combination of things, but one is all about mindset and all about believing that one can learn regardless of the age. And there's ample evidence that this can be done. And it's starting by small steps. It is about actually doing it and taking opportunities to grow. It can come in the form of a credential and on a topic that's very new, but it can come in the form of learning on the job. And again, let's please not pigeonhole learning as something you do in universities, academies, online platforms. It's as we all know, the biggest part of the learning happens on the job. And so by taking challenging projects, as a professional, one can grow and learn new skills and new responsibilities. So it's the mindset, it is trying, and frankly, I hate to say it, but learning requires effort and discipline. So one needs to put in the time and put in the effort to actually learn those necessary skills. And oftentimes, the biggest challenge is the lack of time. And planning it, carving out space for learning is a key component. I love, I'm blanking on her name, the 100-Year Life author, Linda Grattan. She talks about using your free time and your weekend for recreation, literally recreation. So spending and investing time in actually creating the next best you for your professional career. I love that concept. But one I think that is, it's going to be pretty core to a professional survival.
If I could add, when I think of lifelong learning, it actually makes me think, maybe I'm slightly dyslexic, but I think of long life learning. And we don't actually do all the learning in our company for retention. We don't do it to prevent churn, employee churn, turnover, etc. We do it for sanity. We do it for health. We do it for the well-being of the company, for the well-being of the individual, and this organism, this beautiful monster that is the company. And of course, if we do that, and then people are attracted to come and work for the company or attracted to stay, that's a happy side effect. But the main reason we do it, and we do it lifelong, is to have a long life, a long corporate life and a long life in general.
It's interesting. Can I add just a note on this? We have at IE many of our MBAs and actually graduate students. When you ask them why they want to stay in a job or why they're actually thinking about quitting, that broader concept of learning, and frankly, things that may not necessarily be relevant to my job, matters a lot. When we look at the 10 best companies to work for from Glassdoor, many of them provide opportunities to their workforce to just learn things that they're interested in. And it may not necessarily be directly related to the skills you need to perform your job. It's a broader sense of help me become a well-rounded person, a more capable person, a more curious and well-versed on themes that are of interest to the individual.
So. I mean, why not give them that? Why insist? Today we're doing corporate strategy, and this is the strategy of the company.
Yeah.
I mean, when actually their sanity is the company's sanity.
Totally.
So teach them, why not? If they want to learn about humor in the workplace, for example, or storytelling, why not?
Why not?
And how? What we've seen is that it's not just a nice to have. Lifelong learning seems like a discretionary thing. But if you look at where the cutting jobs are, data science, for example, data analytics is one of the areas with the hottest and the largest number of jobs. And that word, data science, wasn't coined until about 10, 12 years ago. And so the newer skills and newer competencies are coming up all the time. And if people in companies don't reflect on those and don't upskill, they're going to be completely left behind. So this is not a nice to have, it's an imperative. Gone are the days when you could go to college between the ages of 18 and 22 and then work for the rest of your life. That's gone. You have to continuously re-engineer yourself on a regular basis. I'll give you an example. When COVID came, we do an analysis of what kind of courses corporates are taking. And before COVID, the top 15 items that corporates were taking from a catalog, including the usual tech skill, AI, machine learning, Python programming, data science, that sort of stuff. But after COVID, what was amazing was among the top 15, 3 new soft skills showed up, topics like leadership and topics like storytelling. And so we had to rapidly go and create a professional certificate program in soft skills. And so the kind of things that corporations need has kept changing over time. We added a new course on how to work and lead remote teams. Nobody had thought about remote work and remote leadership until a year ago. And so we now have a course for that. So this is the kind of thing that whether you're an employee or a manager, you have to continuously look at what is important for the corporation and be up to speed on that.
But it's more than that. It's forecasting, isn't it? And for individuals out there thinking about their future and perhaps preparing for jobs that may not even exist today, where should they be focusing their efforts? How do you decide what you need to be learning today to stay relevant for the future?
The question is, how do we decide the content that we should be teaching? Is
the content?
If learning is increasingly employee-led, how do individuals themselves decide what they should be learning and what is relevant to their future, given that that future is so unknown and so unpredictable?
Well, to begin with, you could be preparing them for the VUCA world, the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. And the thing, we have a great luxury in Telefonica, and we have all these employees. So for many years, I worked in the business school world, and often we designed the greatest programs with the greatest faculty, but we wouldn't have any students. So we'd spend all our time trying to get executive participants, and you'd have 3 people turning up for a course. The great thing in the company is there's always participants that want to do a course. It's great. And they know they're going to have a good time if they come to one of our Universitas courses. And so we can iterate, we can trial and error, we can offer different courses, and we can talk about the future, we can talk about what's potentially lying ahead, and then say, hey, what do you want to learn? What are your strengths? Let's enhance them. What are your weaknesses? Let's fill those gaps. And more, coming back to Anand, it's right. You said the soft skills, but I'd like to say that it's the life skills which people are asking for. I'm not saying it's not important, the technical skills in programming and those sort of gaps, but I think people are pretty intelligent. They can work out what they need, what sort of food, metaphorically, they need to nourish their intellectual brains.
The answer might be even closer to us. In the past, education was very supply-oriented. Look, I've been teaching at MIT for 34 years, and in most universities, the way we do things is that we decide what we want to teach, and we teach it. But today's world is so driven by peers. So what we do, for example, is we know what cutting-edge learners are looking for. We know what they're searching for on our platform, on a MOOC platform. And when we talk to a company, oftentimes the chief human resource officer of the company will ask me, so what should we be teaching our employees? I was at Cisco a few months ago, and I was asked this question. And so I tell them, look at your bleeding edge employees, look at what courses they do. So 6,000 of Cisco employees were already learning on edX, and they were taking the kinds of courses in digital supply chain management. And we just look at the kinds of courses employees are taking, and then make sure that the broader group of employees gets the same kind of courses. So the key idea is that select employees from a company are already searching on the web and looking at cutting-edge content. So what human resource teams need to do is figure out what are those people looking for, and then make sure that those very cutting-edge courses are available to the broader group and to the broader population company.
I think, just if I may add my 2 cents to this question, so what should an employee learn next? The beauty of big data is that actually it really depends, and it can be a personalized choice. It depends on your previous skills and on your aspirations, but it also depends on what's the company demanded. Just very recently at a CLO meeting we had at IE, we had a fascinating discussion on the topic of providing some transparency on the skills that were most demanded, and actually on having real visibility of what were the skills that were offered within the company. And so those are pieces of information that exist, that could be made available, and if someone is actually interested in progressing towards this kind of function or this kind of area, it provided unique visibility of what were their skills they needed to gain, given the direction that individual could actually take. So it's very early days, but I do think it's a very exciting time, both for employees as for employers. The one thing I will just add is oftentimes as an employee or as a learner in general, the choice of what you can learn next and what's a skill, it's overwhelming. And I personally, and we believe, especially in the area of lifelong learning that I happen to lead, that there needs to be space for exploration. There needs to be space for things that you don't know you might like, and a safe environment to say, hey, maybe there's something there that can open up a new avenue for my career in the next 5 years. And so both corporations as well as educational institutions need to, but need to be more thoughtful about how do we integrate and provide choices for those people who don't necessarily know what's the next skill they need to learn.
Mm. And Ant, this may be your secret sauce, but among all your platforms, you presumably have all this data. What are the top courses people are taking at the moment? Where is the real interest among the individuals?
You know, I think there's two ways to look at it. One is, what are the topics? And the second, and probably more important, is what are the properties of these courses in general in terms of duration and pacing and so on. So in the past, and certainly well before the pandemic, long-form programs like degrees, whether it's 2-year MBAs, 1-year MBA, or 1-year degrees, were kind of the norm. But what we saw was a gradual move towards these alternative credentials, which is a terrible name for much more short-form, skills-focused, asynchronous learning. And so, particularly after the pandemic, people want to be able to upskill quickly. They don't have a year or 2 years to spend getting upskilled and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. Instead, they want short-form programs. And so several years ago, we launched several such certificate programs, professional certificates that you can complete in 2 months on topics like learn AI and machine learning from Google, or learn or a MicroMasters from MIT in data science, or a MicroBachelor's. So just like the word implies, a MicroMasters is about 25% of a master's degree that can be completed in 3 to 4 months. And you get a credential called a MicroMasters or a MicroBachelor's from Harvard or from Cambridge. Cambridge has a MicroMasters on, University of Cambridge has a MicroMasters on edX in professional writing. And so many of these topics, whether these are soft or human skills or tech skills, the shorter form credentials have become incredibly popular. So that's one answer to your question. The second one is, what are the topics? And I would say there are 2 categories of these topics. One are what you might call the tech skills, or kind of the data skills, so data science, machine learning, AI, very popular. Python programming is everywhere. Python is the single most heavily searched term on the edX platform. So we have 46 million learners on our platform, and they're searching. So we just look at what people are searching for, and we can rank order what are the most important topics. The second set of important things are soft skills or human skills, things like critical thinking, writing, presentation skills, storytelling, negotiation. These have become incredibly important, particularly after the pandemic. And so it's a combination of these soft skills and tech skills that are being really valued in the workplace today.
And you picked up on a really interesting point. It's this shift towards skills-based learning rather than perhaps formal degree qualifications. And I wonder if that chimes with what you're seeing at Telefónica in maybe the attitudes that you have towards a longer form, presumably more costly formal qualifications, or if there's increasingly room for these shorter courses that can be taken online on platforms like this.
So I don't know. I mean, for years we've been saying these expensive, $60,000, $100,000 degrees at big schools, especially in North America. I've been talking about the end of those, and yet, well, I sent my kid and he's off, destroying my bank account, doing one of those just things, doing engineering. And I don't know, I think there's a space for those, but it was back to what Anand alluded to when he was talking about, sure, it's just a different thing. You've got that time scope from 18 to 24 when you might go to university, but then you get a job, and guess what? Your job's got nothing to do with what you studied, and guess what? Each day at your job, you don't know what's going to hit you. In the past, you studied something, and then you did a job in that something, and every single day, you had a toolkit of your learning, and you knew how to solve a problem. like building a bridge or something like that. And today you go to work, you have no idea what's going to hit you, so you realize you need to keep learning. And whether it's a hard skill like Python, or a soft skill, or something even more general, or even something not connected to your work, it makes you a more holistically healthy individual. So I think all of the above is important. I don't think they should be conflated, your university degree and the lifelong learning, or the learning for a long life. It's just great that it's all learning. I mean, I think every single person in this room is somehow connected to learning, and it's just great that learning is everything now. It's not just, you know, something else that happens in life. It's everything that we are. And I always say, when people say, oh, you're the chief learning officer in the company, no, you are the chief learning officer, and you're the chief learner. Everybody, it's like the Je suis Charlie, or I am Spartacus moment. Everybody should stand up and say, I am the chief learning officer. And we can all drive it. And leadership is driving it for yourself, but also driving it for all the people around you. And helping people, you know, have you considered doing this course? Have you considered reskilling or upskilling on something you've never considered? That in itself is leadership, and it's good news for everybody with anything to do with learning.
You know, I completely agree, Rory, that we shouldn't view it as an either or. I think the future is going to be about modular, stackable credentials, where you can take these short form programs to upskill very quickly. And so, for example, if you complete a MicroMasters in data science from University of California, San Diego, you can complete that in 4 to 6 months. At the same time, in the future, if you decide, you know what, I want to get a full degree in data science, you can apply for a degree in data science, a master's in data science, and the credits that you've accumulated for the MicroMasters will apply towards your data science degree, and you can accelerate the data science degree. So it's not an either or. You can take these modular programs, complete them, and that may be enough for many people. But some people who want to stack them up to a full degree, they can do that too and get the full degree. So we shouldn't think of this as either or. We should think of it as stepping stones that can build upon each other, leading to, you know, more holistic lifelong learning.
But for that to happen, we all need to get our act together and speak the same language, don't we? And then.
No, you know, absolutely. And so there are a number of universities that have come together, and at least within the university. So, for example, you can do the MicroMasters in professional writing from the University of Cambridge. And if you get admission to University of Cambridge, they will accept the credit from that program towards the campus degree. And so we have 60 MicroMasters programs from 30 leading universities around the world that are all doing this. And it's becoming more and more of a movement where people are recognizing these micro-credentials towards credit at their own university.
Yeah.
And Teresa, as someone who does work at a university, what scope do you see for greater partnerships with platforms, online platforms in particular, that were once held as sort of disruptors of university system, of the traditional model? Are you friends or are you foes?
So we, as an institution, are an open institution to innovation. We've been working with them from the day they were born. So Coursera, we've been partners with Coursera, we're partners with TU, we're partners, and it's an absolutely important source of innovation, and it's a source of ideas, and it's a source of, you know, together doing more. Ultimately, we are about supporting those learners to actually go through the exploration to the real skilling, to getting their jobs and getting their promotions, and we will, you know, we will do what it takes. It's been a great source of collaboration, and they play a role in the learning experience. We don't see them as, you know, a competitor. We see them as a complement. As an example, to the point and the example that Anand was talking about. So we have a business essential master track. You can start your a small credential. If you actually like it, you can then take those credits and join a full master. And that process should be smooth, transparent, and frankly, adapting to the timing of the learner. So those are some of the things they're working on, and they're excited to continue challenge our boundaries as a traditional university. And frankly, I will remove traditional as a university because there's not a lot of traditional to it. There's some, but not in the pedagogies and how we think about staying in the cutting edge of what learners need to learn to be actually effective in the workforce.
So we're really talking about unbundling, a bit like you may have with sort of cord cutting, the traditional cable programs being disintermediated by platforms where you can access anything you want from a variety of providers. But as you pointed out, that hasn't necessarily happened yet, and there is still somewhat of a distinction between traditional forms of education and the online platforms. And I wonder, what are some of the barriers to greater integration and to realizing that future, and that you talk about in terms of having these stackable credentials that can be mixed and matched and sliced and diced?
Are you asking me or Anand?
Open question.
Sorry?
Open question.
Yeah, happy to address that. I think at the end of the day, education should be learner-centric. For too long, education, I can speak about that certainly as being a professor myself at MIT for 34 years. For too long, education has been supply-centric, where a learner comes in, they become a captive audience member at your university, and then you hold them for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And however, if you ask a learner what they want, many of them want to have education embedded within their lives. And so when a learner is working at a company, let's say Banco Santander or Telefonica or any one of the great companies, the odds that they can go back to university for 1 or 2 years is very hard. So they want to keep learning. And in order to keep learning, what they really are looking for is skills-focused courses, and they want more of a buffet-style model where, hey, look, I want to take this program from IE. I want to take this other program from Universidad Autónoma Madrid or Valencia or from Carlos University. And so they want to take the best from a number of places, but we don't have a system today. We don't have a system today where they can integrate those credits. So we launched a program called Micro Bachelors, where the universities participating in that are agreeing to have their credits accumulated on a single transcript. We have a transcripting partner, Thomas Edison State University, and these micro bachelors can be taken from a number of universities, and the credits accumulated towards a bachelor's degree in a central place. Teresa talked about how the whole credit transfer and so on should be a seamless process. So we work all of that stuff. And as far as a learner is concerned, they complete a micro bachelor's, the credits appear on a university transcript, and they can accumulate them. But I think there's so much more we can do to make this learner-centric. Right now, it is just not.
The learner-centric, I mean, it obviously really resonates with me. The idea about the platform, and I mean, I don't represent a university, I represent a company, and I represent learning in that company. What drives me nuts is when all the conversations are about the platform. Of course, the platform's important. Of course, we have to get it right. But you go to so many committee meetings, and it's which platform, and is the platform going to work? And okay, we'll try to make sure we get the right platform, but there's more than the LXP. There's more. It's like we're trying to nourish beautiful tropical plants. Now, the platform might be I don't know, maybe it's the soil. I mean, I'm making this metaphor up as I go, or maybe it's the greenhouse. There's far more to it than the platform. Now, for half of my career, I worked in business schools and universities, and frankly, I think the universities, they obviously have to get the platforms right and adapt and embrace the technology, but they've got to think about the faculty, because many of the faculty are stuck in another world. And many of the universities are stuck in a world where they have these tenured faculty and they're untouched. They feel like nothing can touch them and they can do whatever they want. So it's not the learner that needs to adapt, and they do in this case, but it's also the faculty. I heard this story once about professors talking about other professors. And they said, yeah, faculty at our university, and it certainly wasn't IE, are like those mollusks. You're thinking, where's he going with this? Those little sea creatures that they're born and they float around and they use their brain to find a rock to cling onto. That's their life cycle. They find this rock. And as soon as they attach to the rock, what do? They're hungry. They eat their brain because they do this. They eat their brain because they don't need their brain anymore. They've anchored. And the rest of their life, the food is going to come to them. And it's a bit like that with faculty. Well, they do great things.
You know, Rory, this is the first time I've been compared to a mollusk.
Some faculty, and they do great things, great paper, and then they get tenure, and then that's it.
And they eat their brain. Well, hopefully there's still institutions where there are checks and balances, and that doesn't happen.
And there's some institutions like IE which are growing, which are trying so many different things, and are vertical integration up, integration down, horizontal integration, undergrad. I'm sure you're going to have a primary school soon.
Just you wait.
It's fantastic. And there's other institutions which haven't adapted like that.
But to me, I want to go back to your question, Seb, and building on some of the comments that both Anand and Rory mentioned. What are the obstacles for that stackability, for lifelong learning to be a reality? I've been privileged to be part of a group led by the Spanish government to think about how do we think about upskilling the workforce at large. And I do think if I have to pinpoint one thing, and what you talked about really resonated with me, it's really not about the platforms. It's not about, there's a lot of noise around the learning. The day I think we agree and all speak the same language about what competencies do you need. It's about competencies. It is about the unit of exchange. So let's be clear. What is it corporations need? How do you define it? And then once there's clarity around that, frankly, some of the tech companies might provide that on their day-to-day work. And so when you hire from some of the big tech, you can check the box because there's clarity around that competency. When we recruit to our undergrad and master's and exec ed programs, we can actually have a clear understanding of whether they come with their necessary baggage to be able to actually take full benefit of the programs. So to me, if I had to pick one thing that I would really try to work all together with policymakers as well, is really let's create clarity around what are the competencies that we want to deliver, how do we grade them, and how do we all work in the same direction, speaking the same language, and therefore, just the competency that you've acquired at Telefonica, it's okay when you start your master's in big data. On what competency? Well, data management. Okay, well, let's really understand what's in there, and let's actually make sure we have a way to validate it. So until we get there, very hard to imagine a more open environment where actually lifelong learners can truly stack their knowledge and their skills. And I think this is one of those things. I know there's a number of European efforts that are great, but hopefully they will not take the European pace. But it doesn't look like it's any different from any other previous experiences. But I do think it's one of those things that, as we think about reinventing education, we need to put all the relevant stakeholders and agree on what is it you need as corporations. I'm looking at you, Rory, and how Anand and ourselves can work on, okay, let's just be very clear how we can get there. And there's many options to get there. So that, to me, is a core of the thing that we all need to address.
And by the way,
taxonomy.
There's one great thing that happens in Europe, and you might think this isn't a great thing, but we can't just fire people. So in Twitter, you can just fire half the staff overnight. We can't do that. We can't just send them off to the knackers. Why is that a good thing? It's a good thing because we have all these people. We have these loyal employees, and they might have been in the company 10, 20, 30. I sometimes teach people that have been in the company for 40 years. It's great that they're still in the company. It's really great. It's not a liability. It's an asset as long as we can have them embrace learning.
You know, if I might add to that, you know, Teresa, you brought up that we need multi-university collaboration. But I would say even a single university can do a lot. So I'll give you an example of what Valencia University in Valencia in Spain is doing. So a single university can create unbundling. So what you can do as a university is create these modular programs like professional certificates or micromasters, microbachelors, where learners anywhere in Spain or around the world can take the programs. No admissions applications. With one click, they're enrolled, and they can complete a micromasters. They unbundle their degree programs and make it available. And then if the learner gets admission into the university, they accept the credit of their own programs back into their own degree programs. So at least let universities take the first step, which is completely 100% under their control. Spanish universities are already doing this. And many universities in Amsterdam, UK, US, Germany, they're all doing this. And so as a start, if you're a university, just start unbundling and do it yourself. There is no regulatory body that will prevent you from doing it because your colleagues are already doing it. And then you can talk about the harder work of integrating credits from multiple universities. At least start with your own university. You can do it tomorrow.
Couldn't agree more. And at IE, you can join the Data Science Bootcamp. It's free for everyone. You complete it. You actually pass the exam. You can then move on to the Master in Big Data with that credit taking into account. Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Now we just need to do that at scale and across many more institutions.
Why do you think more institutions haven't done this? As Anand said, they could do it tomorrow if they wanted to. What's holding back higher education?
Anand will have probably a better view because he's had way more conversations with other universities on this very topic. I think the things that hold back is that you know, the right of admissions and the right to judge whether someone is well equipped to take full benefit of a degree or a master is something that is very hard to give up. And so opening a small door to starting the dialogue of exactly what are the competencies that you want to see and how else could we prove to you that those competencies have been acquired and therefore you can admit them to your master's degree. That process may feel for certain institutions like they're giving up a highly treasured decision, I think. But Anand, I'm really, really curious. You've spoken probably with hundreds of universities on how to drive that process. So what is your take? Why is it so hard to do it within the university?
We do have between edX and 2U, we do have 250 university partners, including the IE and including a number of universities in Spain. Why is it hard to do things in universities? A lot of the universities that are cutting edge, that are innovative, are very quick to do these things. Delft University in the Netherlands is one of the most innovative universities in the world. And they were among the first ones to launch a MicroMasters and unbundle in energy and solar engineering. So I think it goes back to the university. Some are innovative and some are just not. And I think the universities that are not innovative, where, I love Rory's example of mollusks sitting on a rock. A mollusk sitting on a rock, and then you have 1,000 mollusks all aggregated, holding hands and feeling very happy and singing Kumbaya on the rock. You have no interest in doing anything innovative and new. But if you're an innovative university and you want to grow and expand and be learner-centric, then you are very excited about trying new things. So I think it's just innovative universities will do new things, and others will not.
And I think we're coming up to time. I'd like to open it to some audience questions, but before I do, I wonder if I could ask each of you for some predictions. We're talking a lot about the reinvention of higher education, and I wondered if each of you might share your thoughts on how this sector might change, most significantly maybe in the next 5 to 10 years.
I'll
put you on the spot.
How education might change in 5, 10 years. I see a world where actually the doors of universities open up and allow people who are willing to put in the effort and to actually craft their own journey with a lot of the things that Anand mentioned. So if we can truly think about things that are modular, and when people at 18, but also at 28 or even at 58 can come and take this one step at a time, I think that might be a pretty revolutionary state of education. And I'm not necessarily saying that's where IE is going, but it's certainly one of the changes that I think will be a true revolution in our space.
Yeah, I mean, I think learning needs to embrace this technology, but not become it. And it could be that more of us in time will actually go back to a physical campus. I know what I want to do next. I mean, when I went to university, I studied geology. What's that got to do with what I do now? I learned nothing other than how to go to class with a hangover for 5 years. I mean, that was in Scotland, so maybe it's not. I want to go back to university. I'd love to go back. And I don't mean night school. I think it'd be great to go back, Freshers Week, and study. You know, once the kids have gone off to school and my wife has left me again, I'd like to go back to school.
You know, it's always dangerous to make predictions because sometimes they can come true. So you better watch what you all say.
What you want.
Say, but I'm still trying to recover from being characterized to a mollusk. So so one day Rory and I are going to arm wrestle about it. But I think 5 to 10 years from now, I'm pretty confident that one thing will happen, and that is as universities recognize that they have a role to play in education, not just for learners on campus, but to understand that they have a role and an obligation and an opportunity, a revenue opportunity and a mission opportunity to educate and provide lifelong learning to people outside the university. And the only way to reach those people is frankly online. There's no way that if I'm 35 years old, there's no way you're going to bring me to university for 3 months or 6 months when I have 2 kids and a job. So in 5 to 10 years, I believe most universities will be doing online work and outreach to people outside the university. And at the same time, they will also be doing blended online learning on campus. In other words, every campus student will be doing both in-person learning on campus and online learning on campus in a blended way, whether they do one course online, one course in person, or whether the same course is a blend of online and in person. I believe in 5 to 10 years, universities will be much more integrated into these forms of digital learning that Teresa and Rory and these organizations are already doing in a big way.
May I add something? Talking about integrated learning. Right now, when we finish this forum, you know what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be sitting with 55-plus-year-old and 18-plus-year-old all in the same class. We've been in a journey together that ends in December. It's about bringing not only the online and the face-to-face, it's bringing different generations around the same topic. And it is fascinating when you discuss, things like sustainability or the evolution of AI or the metaverse with 2 different generations, what comes out of that. So early days for us as well in combining different experiences, but I think certain universities were uniquely placed to create just an amazing learning experience by bringing in generations, not only the formats, but so I'm very excited about how that is going to pan out. And we'll tell you, I'll share it as we continue experimenting.
Yeah, we forgot to talk about the metaverse, and I'm sitting there waiting to embrace it, and I don't quite know how to yet. So anybody that can help me with that, I'd be more than happy to listen.
That's the panel after this one.
Excellent. Good segue.
Now, we've spoken a lot about putting the power in the hands of the individual. So if anyone has any questions for our panelists, please don't be shy. Please do raise a hand. We can't really see you, but we do have a few minutes left. Anyone feeling brave?
I'm sure we have a question from Pepe Auricchio in the audience there. Who's Sorry, Pepe, could you introduce yourself first, please?
Tus experiencias y tus historias.
Okay, just, oh no,
just say it and we'll repeat it.
We need to hear it for the streaming. I think the providers, again, the tech providers and the platforms and the universities have the answers. We might have the need, but...
Can we repeat the question, actually?
The question was, is the corporate sector further ahead of higher education in terms of the reinvention of education, in particular the unbundling of skills?
I don't think we can do it ourselves. We might have a need, and we might not actually know what that need is yet. But as Teresa said, we need to work in an ecosystem and collaborate.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Rory, that I don't think either the corporates or the universities are ahead in this case. The corporates feel a burning need. The corporates are talking about a skills gap for people that are coming out of universities, and that gap needs to be filled. And so I don't think anyone is ahead here. We just need to solve it. And I suspect it will take public-private partnerships with corporations and universities to make it happen.
Yeah, we do, at IE, we do, this is a topic that is, core to a lot of our thinking when we think about the future. There's a recent piece of research that has been published around what's the skill gap between university curriculums and what the workforce is demanding. And so there was an analysis of 13 million job postings in several countries in Europe and 500 syllabi, and really understanding sort of how are universities reacting to the demand of specific skills. And as you can imagine, the universe of universities was very wide, but mostly it's a couple of themes. Number one is not fair to say that universities are eating their brain stuck on a rock.
Some faculty.
Because some institutions are pretty close to what the market is demanding. So the idea that skills belongs to credentials and universities are not capable of adapting to that, I think it's not entirely true. And once again, one needs to segment the population. The second idea is, which I felt jealous but also surprised, it looks like the UK is doing a pretty good job at actually having a pretty close gap between skills demanded in the workforce and what is being taught. So anyway, some evidence that this gap from a university corporation can be closed. I think we all just need to get a lot smarter at understanding faster what is it that's needed so that we can accommodate that. But that can only happen, again, if we all speak the same language.
And in terms of opportunity, we spend so much, and we haven't talked about consultancies today. We spend so much, not just on platforms, not just on executive education, partnering with universities, but on consultants, far more on consultancies. And usually because it's not that we don't know how to do something, we just don't have the confidence to do it. So if we have the right conversations with the providers, the platforms, and the universities, we don't have to spend nearly half of that money that we spend on nameless consultancies. Consultancies should remain nameless.
Any other comments? Anything you may have disagreed with?
Yes, hello. I'm a freelance journalist from Germany covering higher educational topics. So I was luckily shown around the Telefonica University this morning, and I'm very impressed by it, by the way. And Rory mentioned that they used to call it Top Gun before they, in the old days.
We're showing my age, saying it's like Top Gun. Everybody wants to go.
There's a new Top Gun, and it's still great. And I know my age is the same. I know the old one, and I liked it very much. What I'm going to ask is, I'm puzzled by all the studies that telling us people want to develop, people want to learn. Lifelong learning is a reason why people leave their jobs if they can't develop. On the other hand, I know many, many people that say, oh, I have to go to this compliance workshop, and I have to, my boss sends me somewhere, and I have to learn something, which is like, I'm not good enough, I need some fixing, I need to be brought up to speed, up to date. So the question is, do you see a chance to make corporate learning more attractive, more sexy in the future, and how?
Oh, everything we do is about making it attractive. Everything we do is about it not being some kind of mandatory course. And I don't even want HR saying, well done, you're being sent to a course, and the person can't be bothered. In fact, we're seeing that learning is one of the main reasons to come to work. Who would have thought of that? You don't come to work to do work. You actually come to this office, this campus we're at today, to do a course. And by creating that sort of environment where you're going to learn, you're going to feel enriched, even physically. So, you know, it's well-being and wellness as well, is what it's all about. And that's where we started off by saying, this is about being wholesome and sane. And if you don't want to be wholesome and sane, then actually we don't actually want you to come to work. I mean, just go away.
Maybe we have time for one more.
Thank you. I wanted to build a little bit on your answer before about that there's a gap between what companies needs and what universities provide. But still, I see that there's some contradiction. But because when you want to get into a company, then they ask you for an official title, and they're like ignoring some of the learning that other providers that are unofficial or not proper universities are providing. So this, how do you see companies getting and adapting to these new education providers? Like, have you seen seen a change in the trend of companies accepting people from non-official education?
Is the stigma being reduced about these online platforms?
Well, I was going to answer the other different type of providers, of course. I mean, working with well, first of all, look at IE working with journalists. Heaven forbid, working with journalists, Financial Times, and then universities and business schools working with art, drama, creative types. That's why these corporate universities are very much the university of life rather than just business, finance, accounting, marketing type schools. So of course we need to embrace, hire creative writers and communicators and comics, comedians as part of our faculty pool. And that answers your previous question. That's why people want to come, because it's not just accountancy.
To the question about how people how do we get employers and managers to accept these newer credentials? I think the answer is very simple. What we are seeing on edX, for example, is many of the managers, all the way to CHROs and CEOs and their families, they have already taken these courses. And they're encouraging their employees to take the courses themselves. And so as more and more managers are themselves learning, they're asking their employees or prospective employees, hey, I want you to go do this because I benefited from this myself. So that's one thing. The second thing that we do is that even though we are a platform company, as edX with 46 million learners, our credentials are provided by some of the top universities in the world, like whether it's IE or MIT or Harvard or Oxford or TUM in Germany. These are all the top name credentials. And so I don't think you have to have these newer forms of learning have credentials from unknown places. These are credentials from known places that should resonate with industry leaders.
I'm being urged to get off stage, but if you do have any more questions, please do come and find us this afternoon. We'd love to carry on the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Anand.
We're shaking up, baby, now. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby, now. Come on, work it on out. Where you working on out, honey? You know you look so good. You know you got me going now. Just like I knew you would. Ooh.
Hola de nuevo, vamos a seguir con otra ponencia muy interesante. Estamos hablando mucho de innovación, estamos hablando de tecnología y me surge la pregunta si todo eso nos va a llevar hacia un mundo más justo, más humano. Esta duda que nos surge a todos, yo creo que nos va a ser muy inspirador la charla que vamos a tener a continuación. Voy a pedir que me acompañe para hablar del emprendimiento social para la inclusión a Visila Bococo, que es fundadora y CEO de BBS, en conversación después con Liz Fleming, Chief Ecosystem Officer de South Summit. Así que un fuerte aplauso para Visila, a quien tenemos aquí. Bienvenida.
Hola, ¿qué tal estáis?
Hello, how are you? I threw a question at you. Nobody responded. Okay, how are you? After having come from New York, I need some warmth. Spain, give me love. Okay. Thank you very much. You know what is most difficult question for me? Do you know? Who dares? No, 48. I don't care about my age. The most difficult question is, where are you from? Many times this morning, they come to pick me at the airport and they started speaking English. And I answered in Spanish and saying, where are you from? So when I am asked, I have to give plenty of explanations. And I am from Valencia. Why? So let's go back to my great grandmother. In the 1950s, she went to Spain to study to become a teacher, escaping her violent husband. And she wanted to study education because that's the key that opens all doors. Perhaps education doesn't give us the success that we want, but it gives us an option to choose, to have different options. And when she came back from Spain, she decided to set up a school for women, for girls, so that women can gain confidence through education. And that school was called Waisampola. This is a word in African, Waisampola. This means woman, rise. And my mother went to that school and she made the decision to buy a floor, an apartment in Valencia. 300 days of heat, like in Africa, you know. So I was born there in Valencia. My father, after decolonization in Equatorial Guinea, the president at that time, everything that smelt of a colony was rejected. So they closed schools and other institutions. So my father went to Spain to study. My father, in the 1970s, imagine, the first black man in the University of Valencia, many people told him, go to your country, black person. But I've come with the keys in my pocket, the keys to my home. So he never felt that those words were rejection, you know. He was immune to those words. My mother came here with 14 years of age. My grandfather was a fan of the Valencia team. So she came to study in Valencia. So my parents met in Valencia and I was born there. And I remember the first day when I realized I was black, because when you are 6 or 7, you are not aware of your color, the color of your skin. And that day, on that day, the teacher sat me by another boy and he started crying, please, please, no, no, no. The boy started crying, no, 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 I don't want to become black like her. He thought it was contagious, you know. And the teacher didn't know how to manage that because for her, diversity was a concept, extraterrestrial concept. So she said, okay, come here. And the girl said, okay, if I get black, okay, I don't mind. But I came back home that day traumatized. And I said to my parents, they've called me black. And my father, being very, very practical, said, look at yourself in the mirror. And I said, okay, not black, but brown. And my father said, you are black and you are a woman, and you will have to deal with this all your life. It's not going to be easy for you. And being the first generation of Guinean Africans born in Spain, what you will do will be transcendental for those that follow you. So he put the African continent on my shoulders, and you can hardly imagine the weight, how heavy it is. So my education was also unusual, because one day he put all the super punk magazine on, and he threw all that, and he said, you are going to read serious books, African politics, to understand Pan-Africanism, to understand what it is to, or what it means to be black in the world. It's not the same to come from a process of colonization than a process of slavery. So it's not the same to be a black from the Caribbean than a black from Africa. So these books were very difficult for me to understand. Even so, I had to read them. Philosophy, sociology, everything that fell into my hands, okay, I was made to read. And I was made to make a summary of all the books. My brother didn't read them, and he asked questions, and finally, we were punished if we didn't read the book. That was my education, quite unusual, and without that study, and knowing that I had to study because I had to make a living one day, when I arrived at the institute, and I said to my parents, I know what I'm going to do with my life. I'm going to be an actress. And his father said, do you think I came from Africa, from my daughter, to be an actress? No way, no way. So I studied law and economics instead. It was difficult because sometimes you don't know what to do with your life. And I looked for a job, and at that time, it wasn't like you went to internet and you can enter your CV online. You had to typewrite and send the letter by post, by snail mail, etc. And it was always the same response. Thank you very much, but there is no vacancy. Always no. Even one day somebody called me and I said, oh, great. And he said, I loved your CV. Come later. We had a conversation over the phone and we got to know each other. And when I arrived, I saw when he went pale in his face when he saw me, because he couldn't identify the way I spoke Spanish, how I was, what I was like. So he excused himself, and I didn't know about him again. At that time, there was an exercise that I did. I don't know if you can do it with me. You have to trust me, okay? Do you trust me? Okay. Okay, close your eyes. And breathe. You've had a very long day. Breathe. And I will tell you about the exercise that has been the passport to the life of my dreams. Imagine you are in a cinema with a very big screen and you are alone and you are in the center of the cinema. In the center, all of a sudden, you see that the screen is turned on. On the screen, you see yourself in bed, waking up. Perhaps you wake up by the person of your dreams or alone, but you wake up with a very big smile on the face. Happy, happy, very happy. And you go to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Imagine how you would like to see yourself in the mirror. What's that ideal image? Very healthy, energetic. Imagine the breakfast that day. Fantastic. What would you like to eat? Without calories, okay? So you know. Imagine your working place, the people you would like to work with, the people you would like to meet. What calls would you would receive? Emails. Imagine there is 1 hour left to go for lunch and you get into your bank account and imagine the number of zeros that you like to see in your bank account. And don't be afraid. Include as many zeros as you want. Dream big. Imagine what you would do with the rest of the day, the country you would be in, or what you would do. And at the end of the day, when you go back to the house of your dreams with the family and you go to bed very happy, you go back to the cinema and that screen becomes smaller, smaller, smaller until it is the size of a small white pearl. And that pearl gets into your heart. And then you put your hand on your heart and you feel that that life that you want is completely in agreement with your feelings, actions, and thinking. You keep it there, okay? So that you can channel your actions towards the life of your dreams, your dream life. So welcome back. Open your eyes. This simple exercise, visualization exercise, was the exercise that made my mother call those big telephones, you know, that rang very loud, and they called you from the Valencia Exports Institute. They want to interview you. So I started to work in foreign trade. I started to support Valencia companies that wanted to trade abroad. And I realized about the importance of asking what you want. If the doors are not open for you, you should tear them down. The first part of the scholarship, it was in Valencia. I want to go abroad, you know, there were 22 offices around the world, and I wanted to go far away. There had always been a managing director in that company. For the first time, there was a woman that came to lead the company. What was my surprise? That in the 1990s, women did not support each other. We were not leaders. And I was a scholarship holder. You know, I was an intern. I heard people saying, okay, how did she get this post? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's the first time that a woman is going to lead this institution. It doesn't matter how. She's here and can open the road for others. And that woman put me the staircase to heaven, because I met her in the elevator and she asked me who I was. I said, the intern in the information department. How did you become a managing director? And she said, I studied law, and since I have you here, I would ask you for a favor. Why don't you send me to the New York office? It's been my dream to live in that office. She said, okay, I don't know. Your boss can talk to me and we'll see. So that talk brought me to New York, and I've been there for 22 years. And I also led the office in New York and the Spanish American Chamber of Commerce. So on 2 occasions, I had to ask for a job because they never thought I could be interested. In the case of the Chamber of Commerce, was another person that showed me the stay away. The director of the chamber was going back to Spain, and I said, I've been thinking that you could replace me. And I said, no, I see how you work, and I had 2 children. And he said, okay, try, give it a try. The process is there. There's nothing to lose. That we all need that type of friendship, those cheerleaders that put the stay away, because I learned the competitive advantage of diversity. When you go to conquer new markets, you should have an open mind. Understand that the US is not one market, it's 5, to understand the diversity in a very broad manner, how the diversity of thinking is so important. And all that know-how that I acquired over time, that cross-cutting was something that helped me. Then I was fired after 7 years. Friday afternoon, for you to have a wonderful weekend, they fire you. So, very snowy New York, February, and I thought, what shall I do with my life? And my mother started crying instead of encouraging me. So I remember I went to Spain because I needed that warmth. Because when you have ups and downs, the most important thing is the people around you will support you. Friends and family are so important, and I learned the sense of humility because I reflected and I realized that I had not been fired. I had left for many reasons. Many times the worst enemy of success is pride, hubris. And I was there, up there, as a peacock, the director of the chamber. And when the different hierarchies changed, I thought that I could still do what I wanted, and I couldn't. So that gave me an idea. If you want to do whatever you want, be an entrepreneur. And I did that very fearful, because if you don't have a salary every month and a safety net, for me it was very difficult. But even so, I saw that that was the way ahead. So I decided that I wanted to start up a company to help people. I was a cocktail of what I was: Africa, Spain, and the US. For me that was very important. And that we were in the business of doing good. My first client was Picolinos, a Spanish company, and we did a Masai Mara collection, and we were able to give work to 3,000 women in Kenya and Tanzania, and we took them to the US, and we sold their collection in the US and triangulate, because diversity and inclusion also played a role, because if you live in a polygamous society, you don't have access to money. However, this project also changed the dynamics, how family behaved. At the beginning, men complain, you come here to empower women, what do you think you are doing? And then they realized that these women that collected in euros improved the life standard of their families and the community. And for 12 years, I've been working with this community, and I realized how things have changed. The same period, I realized that I had known Africa through books. The children I knew in Africa could get to know the world through the books as well. And I started with a project of libraries in Africa without any economic means. But when you have a vision, the universe conspires in your favor. So I had many, many people that helped us. We have 4 libraries of our own. We work in 4 countries in Africa. And we have stories like Paul's. Paul's, at the age of 4, wanted to be a pilot. And in September this year, when I had dinner with Nairobi, he told me that he's piloting the planes from Masai Mara to Nairobi. So I'm a dream maker because through those visualizations and the books that I read, that I learned that you can create and design your own life. And all children should learn how to design their lives, to have that opportunity to understand that their destiny depends on them. So we'll have to change the education system from the roots upwards to have that cross-cutting know-how and learn how to be creative, because creativity is one of the most important characteristics that we have to empower in people, because that is a capability that is innate. Sometimes we think we don't have, but we can all create your own destiny. Thank you very much.
Yo entro, Clovena.
What would you do when you get lonely? No one's waiting by your side.
Muchísimas gracias, Priscila. Bueno, sentamos. Nos vamos a poner comoditas.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. I'm speechless. Your story is amazing. Before, we had a lot of content this morning and with some key speakers on education, etc. And many times the question came up about what is success and how do we measure success. And after listening to you, I think you're a fantastic example of huge success, personal success, which you defined in your way, personally. And you've achieved this success, so it's wonderful. Because I come from the business world and it's always figures and growth and financing and blah, 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 all this. But your definition of success is amazing and much more interesting than many. And you've marked out your path and you've sought a different type of atypical success, but certainly something that's made you very happy, with a positive impact. And many people across the world have been delighted to hear your concept of success. So your bravery is wonderful in defining your type of success. So starting really from the end, I would like to hear a bit more about your project, American Literacy Project, or African. That's right, yes, African Literacy Project, and everything you've set up there. What are you doing exactly? How have you set it up? And what is the future of this project that you're so involved in? Well, it began in 2009, which was the first year I was in Africa. I was 35. I was this decaffeinated African, as it were, because I'd never been there. I just didn't know the country. So I got to the airport and everybody's black, because I'd never been in a country where everyone was like me. I'd always been the only black person at school, at university, in New York, in my job. But I was really struck by this. So I had the opportunity to meet many children, and I realized that these children were like me. And the only difference between them and me was the education that I'd had and they'd had. But something very mystical happened at that time. I met the chief of Kokofu, which would be like the king of a small community, of a village in this case. And this king, we met, and he said, "You'll be the queen of development for Kokofu." So I said, yes, I could imagine myself there with the crown. And then he said, "I'm going to give you a piece of land so that whenever you come, you can have your land." Yeah, but what can I do for you? How do you want to contribute, he said to us. So I said, well, I haven't got any idea now, but after 3 days I did. It wasn't really a dream, but I suddenly thought, we look at all these different tribes, there are masses of them, and then I think back to the trafficking of slaves and everything I'd read before, because my journey had been through books before as regards the history of Africa. So there were many children perhaps who could do some things, travel with their minds too, these African children. So I thought that I would make a library, and we made several mistakes because we thought, I'll give them a library and everybody will go. But no, nobody went to the library because they didn't know what it was. So I had to change the model of library. The library had to be where the children were, of course, otherwise the children weren't going to go and their parents weren't going to take them. So you learn from your mistakes. At the beginning it was difficult because you invest all this money that I really didn't have, because this of all the profits that come out of a company, there's always something that goes to a foundation, and that's where the money came from. But we were just a group of people, friends, that set up this foundation, and until it began to take shape, and we did one project in Zimbabwe, and the children started to talk about the libraries, and then this created an echo. We had 4 altogether, but in many countries we didn't really have the know-how to be able to set up a library, so we collaborated with the schools. And in Equatorial Guinea, they had a great library. They had a huge, great space, but the university contacted us last year because the students didn't have books in their university. So they had huge problems for photocopying. They didn't have the resources. So we donated 27,000 books, and everyone got involved in this, and we have a store in Barcelona. We can keep the books there, and then we transport the books over, so with huge donations. So I have to also thank all the universities for their donations. So this is the forum. That's fantastic. And this is the foundation. So if you have a passion, all the stars line up to be able to fulfill that passion, what you were dreaming about. It's in these first stages that we can make a great change also. So this project, the previous project, you worked with women in those villages, and you talked about the fact it wasn't just an economic benefit for them, giving them work, which were paid for, but it was really affected the whole of the community positively. So you, as a great advisor and a woman, a female advisor, what are the differences between leadership of women and other leadership? Or something? When you're looking at the world as it is now and thinking of this tech sector, and we're all white, and most are men, it's very difficult to incorporate women, and then talking about Africans and the other parts of the world, it's all very difficult for them. So what impact have you seen? What do women bring to leadership that men don't bring? And well, I think I would call it more humanist leadership, because there are many women have this this intuition, empathy, and there are great leaders that have worked alongside me, and they connect with their female energy and they achieve balance, because we all have these two types of energies. I think teams with men and women are much more balanced, and we work with different areas of our brain, and we create much more impact. And it's proven that women who have diverse teams create a lot more profits and benefits, 45% in fact more. So it's a shame that people sometimes want to leave female leadership behind because we've been given the opportunity to learn. And I think companies that are not diverse in that sense will not be the ones that grow best. We've lived through very uncertain times, and we need different characteristics to be able to tackle these challenges. And there we need both types of leadership. So my invitation would be for an inclusive leadership and a humanist leadership. It's not just because I'm a female and I'm black. No, it's really because I think we can contribute truly, and we all women feel that we have contribute greatly, but we have to break through these barriers, these mental barriers that everyone has, and these biases that we have ourselves. And this society of men and women has to be educated in equality and diversity, and we need to be global in our thinking, and this will bring us value and profit benefits. So definitely benefit, definitely profit. It's not just economic, but also innovation, creativity, and this attracts talent because people want to be in environments where they're seen and they're heard and they have something to say. So it opens up a market as well. So your type of profile complements business. Well, we're totally out of time. I'd love to carry on talking, but one last reflection. How can we do things better? I think we are improving. We're conscious of this, but not even close to where we can reach. For a person like you, your children, to avoid them going through all these difficulties that we've seen in the past. Many people don't understand this. How can we improve things? What advice can you give us to be the change, so that we can be that change? Well, first of all, you have to base yourself on the fact that we have unconscious biases and we reject the unknown. We like people that are like us. Very often our brains protect us, but at the same time, the amygdala rejects what is strange, what is different. So we have to accept where we are, and we very often we look for stereotypes, but most people don't accept that we are in that position of rejecting anything that's not a stereotype, or we're stereotyping different types of people. Once you accept this, then you can change, and so one of the important things is to travel. That's vital, to meet people from other places. And we don't like change very often, but you can start to do little things to try to learn about other cultures, travel, and make small changes in your life. Working in teams, a Texas company contracted us to examine why local talent in Africa was not getting into companies, and why there's a lot of vulnerability, and we had to look at this. We like to be working in our jobs dealing with numbers, but if we open up to other worlds, we do feel vulnerable very often. But when a company wants to invite diversity into a program, the question is, what is diversity? We need to have courses, and very often the right leadership is not there. So I can't organize a workshop if I haven't got good leadership from the top. It's very important. They've got to be integrated strategically. They've got to identify with this. I would love to continue. We're absolutely out of time. Thank you so much, Bisila. Big warm applause for Bisila and for BBES. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you to both of you. That was fantastic, Priscilla. I'm also from Valencia, so if people ask you where you're from, we are from the same place. And I have some Masai Picolinos. So I'm from Elche. We're united because of that. So we're going to have a little bit of a break, and at 1:15 we're going to be back. So really there's lots more to say.
mujer igual a la flaca, coral negro de La Habana, tremendísima mulata, 10 libras de piel y hueso, 40 kilos de salsa, y en la cara 2 soles que sin palabras hablan, que sin palabras hablan. La flaca duerme de día, dice que hacia la hambre engaña, y cuando cae la noche baja a bailar a la tasca, y bailar y bailar y tomar una cerveza tras otra, pero ella nunca engorda, pero ella nunca engorda. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera, aunque solo uno fuera. Mojé mis sábanas blancas, como dice la canción, recordando las caricias que me brindó el primer día. Enloquezco de ganas de dormir a su ladito, porque Dios está flaca, a mí me tiene loquito. Oh, oh, a mí me tiene loquito. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera. Oh, oh, aunque solo uno fuera. Oh, oh, aunque solo uno fuera. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera. Por un beso de la flaca daría lo que fuera, por un beso de ella, aunque solo uno fuera. Oh, oh, aunque solo uno fuera. Oh, oh, aunque solo uno fuera. Aunque solo uno fuera. Gracias.
Thank you.
You see my name and you're right on my brain. Tonight your love drives a man insane. You're on my way, you know where I feel good, and it's a grease, great balls of fire. I want to love in a Hollywood body. To keep it around, you move me, honey. And she's the mind looking fine. Good, and it's a grease, great balls of fire. Kiss me, baby. Ah, ooh, feels good. Hold me, baby. I wanna love you like a lover soul. You're fine. So kind, and I miss you all that you mama, mama. Get my names and I queer my thing. I'm never cause the joy is red. Come on, baby, drives me crazy. Goodness, the great balls of fire. Like a lover show, you're fine, so kind, and I miss you all that you mama. Come on, and I quit with my thing. I'm really nervous cause he's on his friend. Come on, baby, disagrees, agrees you ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, I ain't crying, ain't no friend of mine.
Un aplauso para...
Let's have a round of applause for Roscoe. Now we're back for the next panel. Did you know that there are musical compositions and poems that have been composed by algorithms programmed by artificial intelligence? This is the future, and today we're going to talk about this, the ethical vision, the vision of ethics and AI in education. We have a director of the Institute of Research in AI, and we have also Daniel Lopez Castro. We have Monica Requic, Carles Sierra. Monica Requic is an electronic artist, and then Laura Malin Verde, teacher at the Department of Visual Arts and Design at the Faculty of Fine Arts. Carles Sierra, I don't think we said, was the director of the Institute of Research in Artificial Intelligence at CSIC, which is the Board for Scientific Research in Spain. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today at this round table, which will reflect upon the relationship between artificial intelligence, ethics, art, and education. First of all, I'd like to ask you to tell us a bit about your professional life and how you're related to these subjects, how you feel about these subjects. Yes, okay. Well, I studied computing sciences and did my doctorate on this subject, and then I started to work in the Research Institute on Artificial Intelligence, and since, well, I've been working in this for 35 years, working on this subject. Okay, thank you very much. That was Carles. Monica, I come from fine arts, and very early on, electronics and this electronic code became part of my work, and then I studied philosophy and I got into the philosophy of technology, and the last years I've centered on working on AI through art, not just technically but also as a conceptual framework to try to contribute new horizons to experiments in this field. Okay, thank you very much, Danielle. Well, I studied marketing. I started my career in this area. I worked professionally for some time in marketing, and then I did digital marketing, which was about positioning different search engines, and this awoke many interests in the area of ethics and philosophy and the algorithms that could select specific words or terms that would could deal with the questions of the right to exist and many others. And when we find a specific word, how we see this. And so I did a master's in philosophy, and I continued to research, and then I ended up working in CSIC in interaction between robots and humans at the through CSIC. So this is very interesting to see the complexity of your backgrounds and the question of artificial intelligence in education. I think there's many layers there to look at how AI can be used in education, what this means for our schools and education at schools or at universities, and what young people have to know about this or should know. So start to introduce this subject, Carles, from your perspective. What are the opportunities offered today by AI in education? Well, first of all, to look at this question, what is AI, first of all, because perhaps we should define this. Not everybody is very clear about what it is. There's a classic definition of AI, which is basically constructing machines which resolve problems for which use human intelligence. So this may be a very vague kind of definition, but it may be. But there are many vague definitions of perhaps health, etc. But European Union is regulating AI at this moment within a law which will be the AI Act, which will come into force at the end of 2023. It's a different definition, which is much more functional. What they've said is that AI is any system that includes within it algorithms of three types. Algorithms that allow reasoning, that permit learning, and that permit modeling others. Well, this is being still designed, and this is sort of the kind of definition they're looking at. Let's see what companies say and what debates we see in the media as a result of this. So looking at this perspective, UNESCO in 2019, many governments have recognized that the opportunities offered by AI are huge, and countries have to get involved in teaching AI at school level, and that governments have somehow to facilitate the use of AI in schools. Therefore, there are two perspectives there. Opportunities. There are two approaches in learning. Adaptive learning, the possibility of the machine working out a model of the pupil or student, and that machine will learn through interactions through many students, and will be able to then reason and tell the student what they have to do from then on, which would be a learning process, reasonable, to acquire certain areas of knowledge. So this adaptive learning is paradigmatic of the use of AI. The other great area is collaborative learning. This would permit the interaction between students so that all together they learn to collaborate together, and that they learn from each other through AI. So learning from your neighbor, as it were. So this collaborative and adaptive learning, these two areas, key areas for learning how to learn, as it were. So we could mention many other subjects, many other areas, but I think perhaps I should leave it there. And I don't want to go on and talk too much about this, but there is an exhibition on education and AI in the Cosmo Caixa in Valencia, so please come along and have a look at it. Thanks very much, Carles. I think the subjects that you mentioned, adaptive learning and collaborative learning, offer another way of looking at things, that perhaps have been considered science fiction up to now, and would perhaps get over the fear of these technologies, this idea of robot substituting teachers, lecturers, or that we would be less capable of doing things because of technology. So I'd like to ask Monica about your artistic work. You center very much in exploring the ideas that people have on technology. So how do you think this type of artistic expression can use this emerging techniques and technologies would this be accepted, not accepted? What do you think? How would this be? Is this seen? Well, one of the reasons for the problems that have come up is really the cultural question. In different cultures, when we talk about fear, there's a fear of institutions, there's a fear of, there's a Western perspective, which is a different type of projection towards fear of being substituted. So I think we need to understand technology as part of our culture, as is art, and there are different worlds that we can imagine, and this is one of the major interests I have, not just using art as a way of disseminating questions of AI, but also as a base for collaboration. So I consider that what art can provide is critical thinking towards technology, which is one of the questions I'm most interested in the educational field. I said that I use the electronic codes in my artistic language, and I think this should also be included in art classrooms, in the universities also, because this is very rarely found in Spain. But this is not the question that we're really talking about. That would be a different conversation. But around artificial intelligence, I'm interested in art, as in conversations we've had, from the point of view of experimentation, a more technical focus. How can we, and there's also there are more philosophical questions that we can use this as an area for free exploration, collective or group thinking, experimenting without fear, without the need to be productive or to have total efficiency, with this idea of exploring and let's see what happens. So how could we transfer this over to classrooms? Well, through motivating people, breaking down barriers, teaching people to think critically, also creative thinking, to be able to, and also sharing fears and dealing with questions that we can't find answers to, because art often simply opens up new questions rather than finding answers. Thank you, Monica. Danielle, connecting up with what Monica said and with your background, there's another layer that is interesting to go into more, thinking about the opportunities of AI in education, and we talk about the need for a critical reflection on these questions. There are lots of challenges, ethical and social challenges, that come through a technology. When this technology enters our ecosystem and modifies different ways of doing things and acting. So I relate this, with relation to this, what do you think ethical, social, and philosophical questions, what can they contribute when we are thinking of AI in education from the perspective of the student or the school or the teaching staff also? Thanks, that's a very broad question. I'll try not to talk too long and just give a quick-ish answer. I think the first thing is that it's the part of thinking, which is often not considered so important, but so that most often we are opposed to certain debates that that are basically based on technology yes, technology no, and we don't like to have technologies imposed upon us, or we have to bring something into the educational system, the platform. It's got to be. Sometimes innovation is not always positive, but not every innovation is going to be good or positive. So this was said. This idea of creative destruction is something we care about. So what kind of world are we creating on the one hand, and what ways do we have of relating to each other? Perhaps we're destroying or substituting something. I want to connect with the idea of technology and the fact that we are eminently technological beings and we can understand technology, although philosophy is often very difficult, but the think technical areas is something that distinguishes us from animals. Our memory, our externalization of our memory, which enables us to have a memory between generations, which gives us a perspective of the future. And we have, for example, writing is a technical invention. And then we go to the next phase, and we have to understand that the change that we're living through is very important, and we've been very much immersed in this. But if we've awoken, this is something now unstoppable.
So technology is very much linked to us based on the type of platforms we choose and how we interact. Societies will be made up one way or the other, where we'll have more possibilities to participate in the world that we want to build, or science fiction, because I think sci-fi, good sci-fi, is the one that makes us think, if we assume this type of technology, what are we going to get? But that question had disappeared. And I think it is where a big challenge is to understand and to separate us, dissociate us from the perspective of the type of society we want to build based on the context. There are some societies that will prefer some type of technology and not another. This transforms the world, the world that as we see it, or how we relate to each other. So I believe it was very important to get into ICTs or artificial intelligence. I believe this type of change is as important as writing, going from the oral narrative to the written narrative, and the same is happening with ICTs. The question is, what do we want to get from here? And we had to think about the purpose, the goal, because we are turning something that for those ends or societies we want to build should be means and an end in itself, a means and an end in itself. So this can contribute, the ethics is important to be transferred and conveyed to teachers and to students. There will be fields such as genetic engineering or neurosciences that will change because of our way we understand them. And we had to appreciate all this. It's not necessarily the world as it is. We have the capability to transform it. And technology is not neutral. We choose. It's not that one technology appears. There are systems, are companies, are states that support technologies, and we have to be aware of that and see where we want to see. We want to get. Thank you, Daniel. Connected to what Daniel says, the importance of defining where we want to go, the type of society we want to build, and what type of tools we can use. I think an important layer when we think about the relationship with artificial intelligence is to provide tools so that students and teachers can make decisions. Stakeholders with enough know-how to be able to navigate this world, understand how it is built, how it works, and what ecosystem is supported. And there are many layers. As the first step, to start thinking as literacy in artificial intelligence, we should start by the basic and key concepts in AI, so that at school they understand it better and make decisions. Carlos, what do you think are the basic concepts to have like a beacon, that can guide us? It's a hot topic. Many education council officers, advisory councils are trying to identify content. UNESCO says, okay, at primary level, but how? This is being debated. and advisory councils are, you know, talking among themselves, and there are different models and ideas, basic concepts. I said it before. I believe students should know what it is to reason, what it is to learn, and what it is to model. I think those three elements are basic to understand what a machine can do. How to introduce all this? Okay. We need plenty of content, and we need to pluck up courage in the world of pedagogy and research to do it. I remember we visited a school in Barcelona, and a professor group of teachers taught Python, and they did machine learning in 4th grade. And it was wonderful because at the end they were able to download libraries, apply algorithms, analyze results. And when I asked them, what is it that you learn most? They detected they had a critical thinking developed. Now we understand what AI can do, and many things that are said are not true. To get this algorithm to work, you have to move parameters, and there is no magic behind that. All that is the result of well-designed algorithms, well-filtered data without bias. So students can develop critical thinking in daily life facing technology, because what Tani said, not any innovation can be assimilated by the education system. There should be scientific evidence to support all that. So these three big areas, reasoning, that was accounted for by logics. Ramon Luelio in the 13th century designed a machine, and he was able to build test trees by combining certain letters. And I think philosophy along these lines plays a major educational role. So students should know what causality is. Can't say that in our brain there is a time of space, there is an idea of time, space, and cause effect. This is genetically programmed. The effect of the causality concept is a major thing. We need also computational thinking, what extrapolation is, because that is a deep learning, a neuronal network. It's the system interpolating or extrapolating. So computational thinking is important to have. And what students have to learn is to explain their digital rights. We are at a digital revolution, and that gives us obligations and also rights. The right to explanation. Citizens are entitled so that when a company or a bank makes a decision, this is based on a certain concept, he is entitled to have the explanation for the decision. So these three concepts, causality, interpolation, computational thinking, should be included in these syllabus, and also digital rights. Thank you, Carle. Now, connected to what you said and what Daniel said, what do you mean by learning, reasoning, modeling? These are questions that have always been made in the history of philosophy. And the power structures that can be linked to technology and to ecosystem are also important. So, the proposal made by Barsky about the idea of joint center computer. We have to learn notions of computational thinking as those linked to power structures. So there is a layer of philosophy and more applied ethics. So what do you think are the key ethical topics to be dealt with at school? For instance, if you have the UNICEF report on the rights of youngsters in relation to artificial intelligence, so how can philosophy contribute to this? In many ways. I think the relationship between engineering and philosophy should exist again. Many times philosophy hides itself and not connect with other disciplines. So in applied ethics, we had to understand ethics as a way of thinking. It's all present when we make the decision. So it can be put to the test in concrete cases, such as techno-ethics or digital rights or programming. So I would separate the spaces, break down these spaces between rights. Artificial intelligence rights is very important. It seems that we need digital rights, and in part I agree, but we have had human right to privacy, intimacy, so private correspondence has to be preserved. I read a book more oriented, Eric Smith and other authors. He was the CEO of Google, How to Invent the Algorithms, that read that the customized personality through an email. So they tell you how an employee rebelled and hacked the Google email system because everybody knows what we are going to buy. So let's implement hacking globally then. No, no, no. Something that we assumed as real, it's a basic human right. We need also a machinery to enforce that. GDPR can exist, of course. Another thing is the enforcement. We have the tools, we have cases like REM where it is clear that transparency, we cannot execute human rights or European rights when you cross the Atlantic to go to the US. There is another facet. Programming, Python programming in primary school or secondary school. The discussion on open source or free software. We are downloading Python and open code libraries. I think this is a question that has to do with our relationship with technology. If you use a private code or a free code, we are also making a political decision. So that for the type of education would favor thinking along those lines that would allow us to use a program freely. I would recover that type of questions regarding rights to have that broader perspective. Internet, you remember in the past the Declaration of Cyberspace, liberation. It wasn't exactly like that. We need to think about struggle for rights. You don't regularly wonder. I mean, I give you a concrete example. I like to look into these tools, that we call the second brain, these are very much linked to the business model. We can move ahead with the business model if it is not based on open source. Can it be that my thoughts are no longer mine when I put them in my computer? If I don't like how the tool moves, I cannot move all those thoughts and reflections to another place. Knowledge, mind, what we are, is not inside our brain. It's connected to the objects around that and people around that. So we isolate people from their context. And educationally, we have to consider the political side of things. Suppose license, software license, or to something bigger, like not being able to guarantee or protect our rights in another country. Technology sovereignty is something that we should be included in the debate. We have to do it, we have to achieve it by doing. We have to think that there is correlation in artificial intelligence and have practical examples and assuming that matter of non-neutrality. This is not neutral. It will take us this way or that way. There we can find a more valuable future. Please breed. Please breed, his colleague says. Okay. You threw many, many issues and opened many possible paths. Something that is surprising to me is how this capacity to ask what would happen if, and opening other horizons, a contribution to be made by philosophy and arts is to offer other models to do things, other perspectives that perhaps are not the ones that we discussed so far to develop. Now, about this, Monica, based on your experience, how do you see that art can contribute not only to be a tool for dissemination and experimentation, but also play a better role to open other perspectives and do some other things? Now, based on my experience, when you talked about the students working with Python, in the city of Barcelona, there is an interesting program. You have artists, go into a classroom or for the 9th month. And I was for 9 months myself with one course, primary school course. And we focused not only in technology, but also many other aspects. As an artist, you don't have the possibility of having a long-term educational program like at school, which is very, very important. We ended up doing workshops and shorter programs. So I transferred one of the techniques that I use in the smaller workshops to start the first activity that I had with them. And let's say, okay, let's talk technology and program without technology. To understand the processes that happen behind algorithms, let's use theater and performance. So I explained how it worked. I use it with adults as well. Let's have this overview of algorithms, the cultural grammar behind algorithm, but it's not only free or non-free software, but even the programming language used or not is a political decision. Apple has not accepted some language programming, so they have died. So we explain programmers, what programmers are like, Some work as programmer and some others play the role of compiler. So they send orders to each other and they role play without the computer, and gaining knowledge through role playing was a starting point. And it's not humanizing technology, because this thing of humanizing technology is funny to me, because technology is humane in itself. And we would never say humanize writing, although it is a technology. And we can consider it to be an art, but the new technologies, as these are channels that we don't consider so much, because it is portrayed many times as inaccessible, we see it further removed from us. The concept of technology shouldn't be considered non-humane. Now, going back to what you said, and having thought about everything, art can change things, the order of things. I can teach coding with performance, and then I take it somewhere else, and this freedom to move around, to be moved around by art, doesn't have to be engineering or philosophy. It goes from one to the other. And these are the tactics that I use for educational programs. I don't mean that these practices can replace language programming teaching. No. Scratch is being taught, and that's very, very good to start with Scratch. There is a need to take a leap and move on to things that have an algorithmic structure that is, standardized, or if there is visual programming that is other than Scratch, okay, it's okay. But to have real practice of something that works is good. To develop critical thinking is good in real life. I don't know if I have answered your question, but anyways, I talked about my experience, and I moved on to practical examples. Yes, we have talked about artificial intelligence, education, and it has to have different approaches from the computing side, from the philosophy side, sociology, art, and to be able to comprehend it and to be able to turn it into tools that allow you to create and be applied to schools, it's necessary to be comprehensive. So, and the main challenge is how you bring all this complexity to the classroom, how you can land it practically. So the concrete examples are crucial to be able to take this leap of abstraction to how this can be set into practice. Now, we have 8 minutes to go, but 5 will be for questions from the audience. So, any other ideas on how to materialize this complexity in the classroom? We need plenty of involvement by education authorities. In Shanghai, there is a company that does adaptive learning with 500 educators introducing content in the system. So the creation of content is very important, and it's not easy, and it's not cheap. And you need the implication of authorities, involvement of authorities there. I agree with what Carla says. We need means, resources, and everything is attained through practice. So we had to hold workshops, collaborate. PPPs are also important. Companies should be working. It's a question of resources and willingness. I agree with them, and this is not to be replaced. I would break this compartmentalization. You know, that art is taught in the art classroom and technology in the technology classroom. No, no, not at all. Everything should be multidisciplinary. We should be more collaborative to understand things from different angles. You said that artificial intelligence can help us define the line that is better adapted to a student, and there are people that understand. When I started, nobody told me that I could do art with codes. Now, more or less, people understand it better, but I would have never enrolled in IT. But through art, I am a programmer. I would have never thought about that, because there are people, there are different lines, you know. Brains are different, the same as artificial intelligence. We should say artificial intelligences, okay? So we have to break with the compartments, airtight compartments. Thank you very much. We had to rethink technology and the school system. And there's like 5 minutes now. Any for questions from the audience? Yes, the ICTs is the revolution, will encourage revolution in school. Machine learning is based on analytics. There are systems like, there is a system they've been using in the US for a long time. Another one that is used, Auto Tutor, that we have used in Valencia, Alex is 12 million students, and the system is very good because it's using the errors, the mistakes made by 12 million students in the past. So these data are airtight. I mean, they are in airtight compartments. It's like when you have your medical record. If privacy respected, you know, medical records can be used. People don't have a problem with that. Now, the same happens with education systems. If you apply learning analytics to the mistakes made by students, the systems will give you the right recommendation. There are ethical elements to safeguard, but the benefit is huge.
¿Alguna pregunta más?
Sí,
How do you perceive the contribution of the education in the next 10 years with the use of artificial intelligence, knowing that progress has been made and it's already applied in some fields, okay? I think relations will change between students, between teachers and students, not only AI, but also 5G, the improvement of communications, to have virtual reality in the classroom, extended reality. I mean, many, many huge technological opportunities to learn. So they will dramatically change. And what are the terms? I don't know. There's plenty of funds coming from Europe, and we will by robots and fill the classrooms with robots. But I believe relations will significantly change, and the way we learn and teach will also change.
Una pregunta.
I think we have time for one more question before we close. And just a little comment. This is an idea that one of the pedagogues, educators that I work with has mentioned. We mustn't give AI to poor people only, and rich people continue with personalized attention from human beings. We say that AI helps, but will it substitute? Will it complement? As if it's very cheap to copy, then we'll give it to poor people, and then personalization of education will be given to rich people. That we can't have these sort of gaps in that direction. Hi. Good afternoon or good evening now. Do you consider that the fact that AI models the profile of students in countries like Spain, can a gap be opened up with developing countries like Colombia? Would there be a separation in development? Well, when you model a student, you do this within that student's context. You may just have data that you have in Spain that you can apply to Colombia, but there are different styles of learning, and we must avoid biases in data, which could be used by algorithms. The technology may be the same, but the data would be different. I don't see that as a problem. Okay, well, it's a fascinating conversation, but we'll have to close now. So certainly we could make a lot more reflections and ask a lot of questions, but we don't want to fall into this trap of always be introducing new technologies, innovative technologies, without actually improving things. So thank you very much to everybody on the panel and to the audience too. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hace calor, yo estaba esperando que cantes mi canción y que abras esa botella y brindemos por ella y hagamos el amor en el balcón. Mi corazón es un músculo sano, pero necesita acción. Dame paz y dame guerra y un dulce colocón y yo te entregaré lo mejor. Tan dulce como el vino, salada como el mar, princesa y vagabunda, garganta profunda, sálvame de esta soledad.
Bueno, estamos llegando.
Okay, we're coming to the end of the session of the afternoon and whole day. So we're going to be talking about the Amautas project and informal education in the digital era. So we have Javier Santa Olalia, who is a scientific disseminator and creator of Amautas. So we'll give him a warm welcome once the music is over. Thank you very much. How are you all? Well, I'm really happy because when I think about the universe and think about beautiful things in life, and my mum's tortilla omelette, or my favorite dish. Do you like gravity, by the way? No? Gravity perhaps is not such an interesting subject. I think about gravity and I smile because gravity always works. Have you ever gone out in the morning and been frightened that you might end up flying around because gravity wasn't working? So one of the things that's always there, that never fails, is it's universal, is gravity. But to understand gravity, we have to go back a bit time. 1665, north of London, a young man lay down underneath a tree, and an apple hit his head, and he thought, aha, what this makes me think of a theory. We just thought it was Newton, Sir Isaac Newton, who had quite a lot more knowledge than most people. He was a special being, a special person, and in that year, not just the law of gravity was declared, but also a universal gravitation law. Gravity doesn't matter what happens, whether it's tomorrow it rains or hails, we will have gravity. So gravity always wins, like Ayuso, president of Community of Madrid. No, in some corner of the universe, a little grain of sand in the cosmic world, there are very intelligent and rather ugly people. They're the engineers. So they have devices to beat gravity, and they are rockets. They're able to escape from gravity, because gravity has a limit. It pulls and pulls and pulls, but it has a limit beyond which it cannot pull anymore. So the scientists, we know this as the escape value. So I think its name says everything. The there's a certain speed that things have to be at to escape gravity. So you can smile. It's very simple to think about this. If you're traveling at 11 kilometers per second, you suddenly, at that speed, would beat gravity, it seems. So the fact is that at that speed, you escape gravity forever. So we could think about some very fascinating things. So you'd be pulling. But what if we take gravity to its absolute limit, to its extreme? Let's think we've got the Earth, and let's imagine that we have a cosmic being, a sort of giant Cristiano Ronaldo, the footballer, and we made him tiny. But we maintained the mass of the Earth, and we made the Earth smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, maintaining the mass. What would happen with the escape speed? Well, the speed that you need to escape from gravity would depend what the intensity of the gravity was. It says it also depends on the distance. The less the distance, more gravity. So Newton is saying if you press and push the Earth and you get to an escape speed, what happens there? Have I lost you all? So I know you're listening to me, really. So let's imagine that the Earth gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So what happens to the speed of the escape speed if you're going 1,000 kilometers per second, 100,000 kilometers per second? As soon as the Earth becomes a ball of that size, we have to be at 300,000 kilometers per second to escape gravity. So what happens to gravity then? Well, this has been approved by Newton. He knows what happens. This is the maximum speed that you can reach in the world, maximum speed. So we have changed the Earth into what? What do you think? A black hole. We've made it into a black hole. So this is a place in space and time where nothing can escape its gravity, not even light. So that is why it's black. We've created this environment into a cosmic vision. This was discovered by Karl Schwarzer, a German who resolved the equations of Einstein in the First World War in the trenches. Our students complain about the pressure, but you can imagine in the trenches. So these equations in these conditions are incredible. So he was the first person to realize that we would reach a black hole, but the physicists didn't pay too much attention to Karl. They said, well, I don't think anything would push the Earth as much as that. But in 1970, things began to change. There was a way in which the universe could create these massive beasts of time and space. So how would they be created? We need a volunteer. Yeah? Are you the volunteer? Thank you. Come up. We have a volunteer. Come on, let's give him better applause than that. So what's your name? Edu. Okay. Sit down with me here. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? So Edu and I have created a star. A star is no more than a stable weight between two opposing forces. He's gravity, which is always there, pushing, 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 and tends to compress itself. But I represent a different force, which is radiation, which happens inside the star due to nuclear fusion. And this star heats up due to nuclear fusion, creating a force of pressure. It's making the star expand. So Edo, in this balance that we have, you could be in this balance between two forces for millions, billions of years. Yeah? Are you comfortable? So the difference between Edu and me is that Edu, gravity, is a constant, eternal, immutable force, but we are like the light, a flame, which is shining until the star. And then when its fuel runs out, it goes out. The star dies, and this fuel stops shining, but also the pressure of radiation stops. So there is no rival against radiation, and gravity wins there. Thank you very much, Edu. So, okay. So this is how the universe creates these beasts of time and space. So when the star ends up with its nuclear fuel, the star no longer has any strength against gravity, and the star collapses. So this beast is called a black hole. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how it works. I've been telling these stories, science stories, for the last 8 years. I started with little stories, and they grew and grew. And after 8 years in this business, I'm very happy to be able to tell you what I really like and what I began to tell stories of this type. I went onto YouTube, social networks, etc., TV. And then after 8 years, I'm proud to say that I've reached 1 million people across the world with a project which is scientific dissemination. So I want to present Amautas. Amautas is my latest adventure in communication technology. After doing a lot of dissemination and training, education, I discovered my passion, which is really education. I think it's the most important engine of change, social change, and for those of us who are really believe in the ideals, this is the best way to change the world, through education. We are all idealistic. I think that the teachers of the world are the heroes of society. So I want to go back a bit into past to the year 2002. Then I was an engineering student. We all have past, of course. So I was studying that, and suddenly I fell in love with physics. My father-in-law gave me a book which was written by Stephen Hawking, The History of Time, and I loved it. In the book, he tells me things that I had never imagined. It was a fantastic book. So I didn't know about how fascinating physics was. It was a revelation. So my eyes absolutely shone reading that book by Stephen Hawking, talking about space, the universe, the Big Bang. It was a huge revelation. I was discovering a new dimension in my life and in the universe. I fell in love with physics. And in that book, I read 4 words that were going to change my life even more. The 4, CERN, 4 letters, sorry, not words. So I read about CERN, this great particle physics laboratory in Geneva, where they recreated the Big Bang in 2009. It was a 27-kilometer long machine to recreate the Big Bang with protons. And for my young eyes, these letters represented the idea that human beings could recreate the Big Bang to understand the beginning of the universe we lived in. And I thought, this is what I want to do. So I thought I'll have to become a physicist. So I started to study more and more studies on all this. But basically, I wanted to form part of this great project in CERN, and I achieved that in 2008. So in the end, I actually managed to get there, and I formed part of this great project and experiment, this great adventure into knowledge and the discovery of the universe. So only 4 years later, in 2012, after many collisions and experiments, a lot of weird people got together in an auditorium to shout out to the world we discovered a new particle. It was the Higgs protein. There were 4,000 people in the experiment, and that day we were achieving the dream of our life. We discovered a particle which was fundamental to understand the source of the universe. And so after 10 years pursuing my dream, and you can imagine that after 10 years searching this dream, when you get the first question in your brain where it suddenly says, oh, what do I do now? So I thought, what's happening now? What am I going to do now? And it was fascinating because after thinking about that, I realized that if Higgs boson, this would be a moment of my life would be something else. So I put my computer on, and I studied for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and in the 3rd year, I realized that my work had become magical. It become I wanted to do visits to for people who came to the lab, and when I was in the lab looking at the accelerators and amazing machines created by human beings, I looked around and there was a boy that had exactly the same shine in his eyes as I did when I discovered that book by Stephen Hawking. So there were always 2 or 3 people who stayed behind when we did the tours, and this was just my experience as well, very similar. So science can transform stories, and I began to tell stories because I realized that they could transform lives. And this is what I've done in YouTube, and this is what I've done wherever I've been given a microphone to speak. So these stories play a major role in education. And after 8 years of telling stories, I was quite successful in TikTok and in all these different environments. So luckily, I reach so many different corners of the earth. So why don't I just change it into, make it an educational tool? So I had a lot of messages from teachers and lecturers that were very grateful for what I was trying to do. So these tools are extremely useful, especially when after 3 years I'd worked on a project for innovation in education. It was through the European Commission, 16 partners in a European project, and we were trying to see what the most attractive elements were to bring in science to the classroom. And I looked at an inverted kind of classroom. This is what I looked at. This means inverting the position of the teacher and the student. So the key role is that of the student to be able to develop all the skills that are so important in modern learning, working in teams, leadership, decision making, risking, being prepared to make mistakes, like daily life, so not having the teacher just talking and talking and the students listening. So an inverted class, a reverse class, means that we don't have a passive element there. We can, with a video at home, the class could serve for greater interchange with this exchange of roles and would allow students to work in a different way. So in this context, I use my videos, and so I had a great concern then for contributing something to education, which I really felt that was the main pillar of society. And I felt that all citizens have a commitment to help teachers to be more recognized and also to be more practical in their work and make greater impact. So this was my little contribution to this. My view is, or my vision is, that after 8 years, I'm thinking about how to make education and new facts presented in the most interesting and dynamic and useful way. So the question is, can we fuse different elements together? We're always looking at people look at me through a camera, through a lens, or through a computer screen, but perhaps we could use other techniques. With a large group of people, we could use a loudspeaker and develop a project which would fuse together our academy, merging the academy with the classroom, with the students. So they're out there they're downloading videos constantly. Most of my public are young people, and I'm always very surprised at how young people watch these videos at home, and they look pretty happy, and they watch them voluntarily. So the students are very motivated when they're looking for things in science in school, and I wanted to bring this together with the idea of the academy or school setting and give them information in a very exciting and satisfying way. So this is about vocation and linking it with entertainment to make education more attractive for students. So we have HBO, we have Netflix, the platforms of today, and they're a la carte. But instead of looking, for example, at sunset on black holes, etc., what could we present in our program? Our platform is basically a course platform. Each course a couple of hours with an expert on the subject. So you have courses on climate change with Marisa Moreno, who's an expert on this, or another activity. She formed part of that team that took the famous photo of the black hole. she tells you the story in 2 hours in a very familiar sort of friendly way with all the technology and how it was all done. And there's a version in social networks. We have about 3,500 videos produced and a lot of scientific reports. We have interviews, podcasts, documentaries, and basically the idea is to have multi-content which with an accessible dynamic framework. So the key engine behind Amautas is this deep black well, as it were, which the idea is to let a child go and explore content. It's a healthy environment so that adults, parents, don't have to worry about children falling into these black wells, as it were, and seeing the wrong sort of content. This content is very well integrated in joint community with about 5,000 people who share information, where doubts can be resolved, etc. And this is one of the courses we have. We have more than 30 courses. The platform is growing constantly. We've been offering content for a year for all ages, and we've entered into the world of universities now. These are some interviews with Nobel Prize winners, and this is what it's all about, platforms to bring scientific content to our students. So in an entertaining way. And one of the things that we've been working on in Amautas is working on content and really moving universities closer to schools. So through these reversed classrooms where teachers can benefit from the content to use this as a teaching tool. So we've got different agreements with some universities. We're working with Las Palmas in Gran Canaria, in the Canary Islands. We're working with the Autonomous University of Mexico, Monterrey, Matamoros. And so we're looking at a research institute also in Madrid. And we want to achieve a triangular format, which is so important. We've got research centers with all those brains, the teaching centers, and we are the disseminators to participate in this great challenge we have of promoting education. So this is the kind of format we have. The platform is a platform which is a paying platform. With €3 per month, 30 euros a year. So all content is available if you pay this. So this is for universities. And then there's a free license for students so that they can sign up for all this content. This is the idea of the project. And I want to hear from you, because one of the nice things about this is there's help for teachers, there's financial assistance, and with this vocation to help and this youth, this platform that has become born like a new star, this is something that is disruptive, and I want to listen to the opinion of experts and people who are close to the educational world. And it's always really good to hear you doubts, questions, etc. that you may have about this or other tools that we can use in the classroom. So I'd be delighted to hear from you. So we'll go on to a round of questions. If anybody has doubts, please go ahead.
Vale, sí.
Desde acá. Hola Javier, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Saludo desde una delegación.
Okay, we are here from Colombia. Thank you very much. So it's very, very interesting, really, your proposal, because you get to the young people and they are touched by a discourse like yours. Amautas, as an educational platform, has very high value. But something that you said, that it's paid, you know, a paid platform. We are part of a municipality closer to Bogota, so we can pay for the platform. But perhaps in Spain you do it. Could be possible in Spain as well, in Colombia as well, that it is acquired by the university and then university gives access to all our institutional educations and students. Yes, I talked about flexibility because anything can be done. So the response is yes. We are working with plenty of universities in Latin America as well. With Colombia, I've had conversations with the Education Ministry and also with UNAL. I'll be traveling to Colombia in 2 weeks. Great. We are as an independent platform. I mean, we have 30 courses. Each course is 3,000, 4,000 euros. All my savings went into that. Every time you get into YouTube and watch my video, there they go. So we should find a way for the project to be sustainable. We found the easiest way, that is the user to pay. But there are other ways that are more attractive because they extend the possibilities to everybody on an equal footing, and the collaboration with governments, with companies, or companies is very positive because it allows, it's sustainable, but we need sustainable income and free for the student. It's very, very interesting. Yes, we will discuss that, okay? Hello. How are you? You are so energetic in the talks with teachers, you know. Sometimes it's not so striking or so attractive to students. They say, oh, we have to go to this class. So the energy that you transmit, the emotion, enthusiasm, creativity as you explain things and how you involve students is very, very attractive and very good. Now, congratulations. It's a spectacular project, very attractive. And from FUNSA, yes, we are committed from Colombia to be able to work and review how to carry these strategies and this work to FUNSA. Those 3 years of research with the European Commission I did it in Las Palmas University, and a reversed a course that I developed. We developed a master's course. We have experience in implementing the inverted classroom, inverted class, so that people know how the inverted class works. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your effort, for the way you approach education. Your classroom is interactive with students, interactive activities. If the student can build their own stories with their own platform and spaces so that they can build their own knowledge and have significant knowledge. Interesting question. As part of the European project, one thing that I implemented is that students create content for the classroom. The inverted class was double inverted because they were breaking down into groups. Each group built a chapter, and I loved this project. Worked very good. The production of each course costs 3,000, 4,000 euros. It's professional production, so we are looking for content taught by people with plenty of knowledge and very well taken care of. So that kind of content to be produced by students is very good for them. But for platforms, you know, it's more complicated. The flipped classroom approach. Good luck with your new baby. Now, going back to the subscriptions, and I work for the Education Council, and there is a company with an agreement to create its own platform. Perhaps, have you talked to secondary level? Yes, secondary level is covered. Now, more advanced courses or not, I mean, we had to strike a balance there and do some curation. Yes, we are working, we are having talks with Odilo. My partner takes care of the rest, let's say, and I take care of the content. I'm the part of the project. I am the one in charge of content creation, and he takes care of potential collaborations. I know they are in contact, but I'm not. I don't have the information, you know, updated information on it. I think the platform should be free, but we should make it sustainable. I hope Elon Musk can sponsor it, but as long as it is not sponsored by anyone, we should strike a balance, you know, between income and spending. Thank you very much. So we say goodbye together. Okay, what an honor. Congratulations for your project. I hope you get that support. We need sponsors, yes. We need help for that didactic modern material, free for use, and free from the disturbances in the black hole of media. So this was the main dish, but now we have to go home. And the information should sync. You know, we heard a lot about artificial intelligence, information of all sorts, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all those that are being connected. And in Latin America, continue connected, and tomorrow we will be here for more education and more information. Thank you very much.
Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world is turning inside out. Yeah, I'm floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. To the sky, like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car, passing by, political time, I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. Burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, they wanna call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling on the speed of light.
me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. Having a good time. Don't stop me now. Having a good time. Don't wanna stop at all. I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars on a collision course. I am a Saturn live. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload. Knocking out the bomb. I'm gonna go, 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 go explode. Burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, the one they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make you supersonic man over you. Don't stop it, don't stop it, don't stop it. Don't stop it, don't stop it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop it, don't stop it. Have a good time, good time. Don't stop it. Burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, the one they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man over you. Don't stop me now. Having such a good time, having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me, having a good time. Don't stop me, having a good time. Don't wanna stop at all.
Gracias.